Welcome back. Today, we're diving into a topic that's both fascinating and frankly, quite scary, the dark web. You've probably heard about it, that hidden part of the internet often linked with crime. Well, we've collected some truly chilling stories that are reported to be real experiences and crimes originating from the dark web. These aren't your average spooky tales. They touch on the genuine dangers and unsettling events that can happen when anonymity meets criminal intent online. So, grab your headphones, maybe turn down the lights, or perhaps keep them on. Let's get into this clip featuring true dark web scary stories. My name is Justin. Or at least, that's the name I use online, the name tied to the encrypted accounts and the carefully partitioned drives on my rig. It's the name Agent Miller always used. Using my real name feels dangerous now, unwise, like tempting fate or whatever unseen eyes might be watching. You see, for the past 3 years, I've been swimming in the murky depths of the dark web, not for thrills or illegal goods, but as an informant, a digital scout for the FBI. Specifically, for Agent Miller. He was my handler, my only point of contact, my tether to the normal world, a world that feels impossibly far away right now. Our setup was built on layers of paranoia and security. We communicated exclusively through a dedicated, heavily encrypted channel. Not your standard Signal or Wick. This was something custom, something the Bureau cooked up. It was supposed to be impenetrable, a ghost in the machine. Miller called it the wire. We had scheduled check-ins, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 1,100 hours sharp. Never deviate. Never miss one without prior, coded notice sent through a separate, equally obfuscated dead drop system. For 3 years, it worked flawlessly. The routine was monotonous, almost comforting in its predictability. Log on, authenticate, exchange intel, snippets of chatter from extremist forums, tracking data on illicit marketplaces, potential leads on traffickers or worse. Miller would give me new parameters, new targets, sometimes a word of caution if chatter suggested someone was getting suspicious of my online personas. Then, log off. Disconnect. Bleach the RAM. Run the sweeps. Try to forget the digital filth I'd waded through. Miller wasn't exactly warm, but he was professional, reliable. Ex-military, I gathered from his clipped tones and no-nonsense attitude. He never shared personal details, and I never asked. Our relationship was purely functional, transactional. I provided intel, he provided, well, protection, I guess. And the monthly stipend that kept my head above water and funded the hardware needed for this gig. He was the voice of authority, the reminder that despite the isolation, I wasn't completely alone in this digital sewer. He was the firewall between me and the monsters lurking on the other side of the screen, and potentially, the ones who might come knocking on my real door if my cover was ever blown. The work itself, it changes you. Spending hours trawling forums where the worst of humanity congregates, reading things that curdle your stomach, seeing images you can never unsee. You start to see shadows everywhere, even offline. Every notification jangle on a stranger's phone makes you jump. UI unfamiliar cars parked on your street. Paranoia becomes your default state. Miller understood this. Keep your head down, Justin. Stick to the protocols. Don't get personally involved. You're a ghost, He'd repeat whenever I sounded too stressed or reported a close call. Last Friday, 1,100 hours, was our last normal contact. It was routine. I'd flagged some unusual activity on a TOR hidden site peddling stolen government credentials. Seemed like a new player, more brazen than usual. Miller acknowledged, told me to monitor but not engage directly. Standard procedure. He reminded me about a software patch update for the wire coming through later that day. Stay frosty, Justin, were his last words before the connection terminated. Usual sign off. Nothing felt off. Nothing sounded alarmed. The patch came through as scheduled. I installed it, ran the diagnostics. Everything checked out. Monday morning arrived. Gray, rainy, matching my mood. At 1,055 hours, I booted up the dedicated laptop, connected through the VPN cascade, and initiated the handshake protocol for the wire. Waiting. 1,100 hours. Nothing. 11:01, still nothing. The connection request just hummed there, timing out. Okay, I thought. Technical glitch. Maybe the patch had a bug. It wouldn't be the first time Bureau Tech stumbled. I tried again. Timeout. I rebooted everything, the laptop, the router, the encrypted modem. Tried again. Timeout. Annoyance started prickling the back of my neck. This was screwing with my schedule, my nerves. I initiated the emergency dead drop protocol, sending a simple, pre-agreed coded message through a separate, one-time use encrypted email chain. It just meant check-in failed, trying again in 1 hour. 1 hour later, 1,200 hours. Tried the wire again. Timeout. A cold knot began to form in my stomach. Miller never missed a check-in without prior notice. Never. Not in 3 years. Glitches happened, sure, but he always used a dead drop to confirm an issue within minutes. Silence wasn't just unusual, it was unprecedented. Forbidden, almost. My mind started racing. Did something happen to him? An accident? Or worse, was he compromised? The forums I monitored were full of chatter about crackdowns, arrests. Had they finally caught up to him? And if they had him, did they have me? Did they know about Justin? The carefully constructed walls of my digital security suddenly felt paper thin. The anonymity I relied on felt like a flimsy costume. I spent the rest of Monday glued to the machine, trying the wire every 30 minutes. Timeout. 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 The silence from the dead drop channel was even more deafening. By evening, annoyance had morphed into raw, gut-twisting fear. I checked the news feeds, local, national, FBI press releases. Nothing about a major incident, no reports of injured agents. Nothing. Which somehow made it worse. It meant whatever happened wasn't public. It was quiet. Contained. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every car driving past my apartment window, sounded like a threat. I double-checked the locks, wedged a chair under the doorknob like some B-movie cliché. Paranoia wasn't just a state anymore, it was clawing its way into my bloodstream. Was I being watched? Was my connection monitored? Was Miller gone? Betrayed? Or had he betrayed me? Was this whole thing some elaborate setup? My mind spiraled, feeding on the silence, the uncertainty. Tuesday morning. More of the same. Tried the wire at 1100. Time out. Tried the dead drop again. No response. The tread was a physical weight now, pressing down on my chest. I felt utterly isolated, adrift in a hostile sea with my lifeline severed. The encrypted channel, my supposed shield, was now just a symbol of my vulnerability. Then, around 1430 hours Tuesday afternoon, something changed. I was sitting there, staring blankly at the timed out connection request screen for the dozenth time, when the interface flickered. It wasn't the usual connection failed message. Instead, the authentication prompt reappeared, but distorted. Glitching. And then, a single line of text typed itself out, letter by agonizing letter, in the standard font Miller and I always used. Justin. Are you still frosty? My blood ran cold. It was Miller's sign-off phrase. But it wasn't Miller. It couldn't be. The timing, the context, the feel of it, it was wrong. Terribly wrong. It wasn't a question. It felt like a threat. Someone knew the phrase. Someone was on the other end of my secure line. And it wasn't my handler. My breath hitched. Fingers froze over the keyboard. Justin, are you still frosty? The words pulsed on the screen, seeming to mock the very security protocols Miller had drilled into me. Frosty? I was the opposite. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead, prickling my scalp. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. This wasn't Miller. The cadence was wrong, the timing impossible. Miller was meticulous, procedural. He wouldn't break silence after nearly 48 hours with his own sign-off phrase delivered like a cryptic question. Who was this? Had Miller been compromised? Was someone forcing him to type this, a gun to his head? Or was Miller gone, and whoever took him out was now playing with me, probing my defenses through our supposedly secure channel? The possibilities crashed through my mind, each more terrifying than the last. Was this the FBI testing me? Internal affairs? Unlikely. This felt external. Malignant. Like something that had crawled out from the dark web cesspools I was paid to observe. My first instinct was to slam the laptop shut, rip the battery out, maybe even smash the whole thing to pieces. But years of ingrained procedure, of Miller's voice echoing in my memory. Panic is failure, Justin. Analyze. Assess. React. Held me back. Responding felt like stepping onto a minefield blindfolded. Ignoring it felt like cowardice, like leaving myself open to whatever came next without trying to understand the threat. I forced my trembling hands to move. I didn't type a reply. Instead, I started running diagnostics on the connection itself, trying to trace the message's origin point, looking for any anomaly in the encryption handshake, any sign of a man-in-the-middle attack or a backdoor exploit from that recent patch. The system was designed to be layers deep, routing through multiple anonymized nodes. Tracing anything was supposed to be nearly impossible, even for me. And it was. The log showed nothing unusual. The connection appeared stable, secure, originating from the expected FBI gateway node Miller always used. It was perfect. Too perfect. It was like staring at a brick wall painted to look like an open door. The perfection itself was the anomaly. Minutes stretched into an agonizing eternity. The cursor blinked rhythmically below the message, waiting. Waiting for what? For me to confirm I was still there? To give them something? Then, the screen flickered again. Another message typed itself out, slower this time, as if savoring each letter. We know you like the quiet places. Ice water flooded my veins. Quiet places? What did that mean? Was it about my monitoring habits? I tended to focus on the less noisy, more obscure forums where dangerous actors plan things discreetly. Only Miller knew the specifics of my focus areas. Or did it mean something else? Something personal? My apartment is on a quiet side street. I rarely go out. I keep to myself. Was it about me? The ambiguity was torture, clearly intentional. I still didn't respond. My paranoia was screaming now. They knew my handler's call sign. They knew my operational pseudonym. Now they were hinting at knowing my habits, my preferences. How? Did Miller keep detailed notes? Were those notes now in their hands? Had he given them up? The thought felt like a physical blow. Betrayal. It coiled in my gut alongside the fear. The machine sat there, humming innocuously, a portal to an unseen enemy. I felt intensely watched, not just through the screen, but as if eyes were peering through my actual window, despite the blinds being drawn tight. I got up, moved stiffly to the window, and peeked through a tiny gap in the blinds. The quiet street outside was empty, bathed in the late afternoon sun. A delivery truck rumbled past. A woman walked her dog. Normal. Deceptively normal. But the feeling of being observed didn't fade. Sleep didn't come that night. I stayed by the computer, coffee going cold beside me, jumping at every tiny sound. The machine remained silent after the quiet place's message, which was somehow worse. It let my imagination run wild, filling the silence with horrors. I replayed every conversation with Miller in my head. Had I missed something? Some clue he was compromised? Some warning sign? Had he seemed stressed lately? Distracted? There was nothing specific, but looking back through the lens of fear, every pause, every slightly clipped response felt sinister. Wednesday morning. Still no contact attempt from me. I hadn't touched the keyboard connected to the wire rig since running the diagnostics. Around 0900, a new message appeared. This one wasn't text. It was a corrupted file transfer notification. A small audio file, just a few kilobytes. Title, static.wave. My mouse hovered over the accept button. This had to be a trap. Malware, an exploit hidden in the file? Or just another psychological prod? Curiosity warred with self-preservation. What if it was Miller? What if it was a clue? Against my better judgment, heart pounding, I accepted the transfer. I ran it through 3 different scanners on an air-gapped machine first. Nothing detected. Holding my breath, I played the file. It was exactly what the title suggested, static. harsh, digital white noise. But underneath it, almost imagined, I thought I heard something else. A rhythmic clicking? A distorted whisper? I looped it, amplifying sections, filtering frequencies. Nothing concrete emerged, just a brain playing tricks, finding patterns in chaos. Or was it? The uncertainty was maddening. Then, late Wednesday afternoon, the message that shattered my remaining sense of security arrived. The little bird feeder outside your kitchen window needs refilling. I stumbled back from the chair, knocking it over with a crash. My blood turned to ice. The bird feeder. A small, cheap plastic thing I'd hung outside my kitchen window 6 months ago on a whim, overlooking the small, scraggly patch of grass behind the apartment building. It was barely visible from the street, hidden by overgrown bushes. No one could know about that. No one who wasn't watching my apartment directly. Miller certainly didn't know about it. I'd never mentioned such a trivial detail. This wasn't about compromised files or digital trails anymore. This wasn't just online. They could see me. Or they had seen me. Recently. The implication hung heavy in the air. We are close. We know where you are. My carefully constructed anonymity, my digital ghost persona, my belief that the firewall between the dark web and my physical life was solid, it all evaporated in an instant. The paranoia was no longer just a feeling, it was a rational response to an immediate physical threat. The secure line wasn't just compromised, it was a leash, held by someone who knew my name, knew my handler's codes, and knew the small, insignificant details of my physical surroundings. The screen remained inert after delivering its devastating payload. No further messages appeared immediately. But the silence was heavier now, pregnant with menace. They knew where I lived. They were watching. And they were using the very tool meant to protect me, the wire, to let me know it. What did they want? Were they outside right now? The floorboards in the hallway outside my apartment creaked. My breath caught in my throat. Was it just the building settling, or was someone there? Frozen, I listened, straining my ears against the frantic thumping in my chest. The creak hadn't been loud, but in the dead silence of my apartment, amplified by raw fear, it sounded like a gunshot. Was someone standing right outside my door? Waiting? Listening? I held my breath, picturing an eye pressed against the peephole, a hand hovering near the lock. Seconds dripped by like cold water torture. Nothing more. No knock, no rattle of the knob, just the low hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and the persistent whir of the laptop fan. Was it just the building settling? An old floorboard protesting the change in temperature? Or had someone been there, paused, and then moved silently away? I didn't dare check the peephole. Knowing felt more dangerous than not knowing. The bird feeder message had already confirmed the watcher's proximity. Seeing them might just provoke them. But staying put was no longer an option. The wire, my supposed shield, was now a weapon turned against me. They knew where I was. They were toying with me. The messages, Miller's phrase, the corrupted audio, the quiet places, the bird feeder, felt like a sequence, tightening the net. What came next? A direct order? A demand? Or would they just show up? My mind raced. I couldn't call the police. What would I say? Mysterious people are sending me spooky messages on my secret FBI communication channel. They've locked me up for psychiatric evaluation or worse, stumble into something they weren't equipped to handle. Contacting the FBI through official channels felt equally suicidal. Who could I trust? If Miller was compromised, how deep did the rot go? Was his entire unit involved? Was this internal? Or had an outside group managed to penetrate the Bureau's secure comms so deeply they could impersonate an agent and access his case files? Both possibilities were terrifying. No, I was on my own. Just like Miller always said I should operate, like a ghost. It was time to disappear. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but adrenaline kicked in, cold and sharp. I moved with frantic purpose. First, the digital footprint. I couldn't just wipe the drives. They might be monitoring network traffic, and a sudden data purge could be an alert. Instead, I initiated a complex, multi-pass overwrite sequence using military-grade deletion algorithms on all non-essential partitions, disguising it as routine maintenance I occasionally ran. It would take hours, but it was better than nothing. The core OS partition for the wire laptop? That needed physical destruction. While the wipes ran on my main machine, I turned to the wire laptop. It sat there, screen dark now, looking deceptively inert. The temptation to log back in, to see if there were more messages, was strong. A morbid curiosity, a desperate need for answers. I resisted. Information was a weapon, and right now, they had all of it. I pulled the solid-state drive. Then, methodically, I began dismantling the laptop, separating components. The RAM sticks, the motherboard, the network card, anything that held data or facilitated connection. No half measures. I took the components, along with the SSD, to the bathroom, placed them in the tub, and then I introduced them to a claw hammer. It was brutal, messy work. Splintered fiberglass, shards of silicon, bent metal. Cathartic in a terrifying way. Each strike felt like severing a tie, burning a bridge, but also like destroying the only evidence I had, besides my own testimony. Next, a go bag. I didn't have one pre-packed like some spy movie character, but I threw essentials into a backpack, burner phone, fully charged, but off, cash I kept stashed away, a couple of fake IDs I'd acquired long ago for dark web research, never thought I'd need them myself, basic clothes, a fistful of high-capacity USB drives containing encrypted copies of my personal files, nothing related to Miller or the FBI work. As I worked, stuffing clothes into the bag, my regular phone, the one I use for normal life, not connected to any of this, buzzed on the counter. A notification preview lit up the screen. It was from a standard messaging app, one I hadn't used in months. The sender ID was just a string of random numbers. The message itself made my stomach clench. Leaving so soon, Justin? I dropped the t-shirt I was holding. They weren't just watching my apartment or my secure line. They were watching everything. My regular phone? How? Malware? A zero-day exploit? Had they been inside my entire digital life all along? The feeling of violation was absolute. The walls weren't just closing in, they had never existed. I grabbed the phone, powered it off, and wrapped it, along with the pulverized laptop components, in heavy-duty foil, a crude Faraday cage, More magical thinking than practical security at this point, but I had to do something. I threw the bundle into the backpack. Okay. Time to go. Light's still running on the main PC. I'd have to leave it. Maybe they think I was still here, waiting for it to finish. I slung the backpack on, took one last look around the small apartment that had been my cage and sanctuary for 3 years. It felt alien now, contaminated. I moved to the door, listening intently. Silence. Took a deep breath. Unlocked the deadbolt, turned the knob slowly, and opened the door just a crack. The hallway was empty, dimly lit by the flickering fluorescent light overhead. Empty. I slipped out, pulling the door quietly shut behind me, not locking it. Maybe they think I was still inside if they tried the knob. Down the stairs, not the elevator. Every footstep echoed. Out the back service entrance, into the narrow alleyway behind the building. It smelled of damp concrete and overflowing dumpsters. Freedom? Or just a different part of the cage? I emerged onto a side street, heart pounding, trying to look casual, just someone out for an evening walk. Which way? Nearest bus station? Train station? Too predictable. Walk a few blocks, catch a cab, pay cash, get dropped off somewhere random, then figure out the next step. Keep moving. Become a ghost. As I reached the corner, turning onto a busier street, blending into the sparse nighttime foot traffic, I glanced back instinctively. My blood ran cold. Parked half a block down, under a flickering streetlight, was a dark sedan. Standard make, unremarkable model. Tinted windows. No lights on. It hadn't been there before. Was it them? Or was paranoia finally making me see threats everywhere? I couldn't be sure. I quickened my pace, head down, trying not to run, trying not to draw attention. Don't look back again, I told myself. Just keep moving. I walked for maybe 10 minutes, focusing on putting distance between myself and the apartment, between myself and that car. The burner phone stayed off. My regular phone was a brick wrapped in foil. I felt utterly disconnected, vulnerable in a way I never had online. The anonymity of the web felt like a distant, naive dream. Reality was boots on the pavement and the prickling sensation of eyes on your back. I finally risked another quick glance over my shoulder as I turned another corner. The street behind me was empty. No dark sedan. Relief washed over me, so potent it made my knees weak. Maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe I actually had a chance. Then, my burner phone, still deep inside my backpack, vibrated. Once. I stopped dead. It was supposed to be off. I never turned it on. It vibrated again. Impossible. Unless it wasn't truly off. Unless they could activate it remotely. Hands shaking, I pulled over under a dim shop awning, pretending to check my bag. I fumbled for the burner phone. The screen was dark, as it should be. But as my fingers brushed against it, it vibrated one last time. And on the black screen, in faint, barely luminous green text, like old phosphor glow, a single message appeared. Nice try. My name is Amanda. At least, that's the name they used. I'm writing this here because, well, honestly, I don't know where else to go. I feel like I'm losing my mind, or maybe I'm stepping into a reality I never knew existed beneath the surface of everyday life. I need to get this out, to document it, maybe even just to convince myself I'm not completely delusional. And maybe, just maybe, someone here has seen something similar. It started subtly, as these things often do, I suppose. I've always had a curious streak, maybe a bit too morbid for my own good. I work a standard office job, data entry, mind-numbing stuff mostly, and my evenings are usually quiet. Books, streaming services, the usual digital rabbit holes. One of those rabbit holes led me, inevitably, to the dark web. Not for anything illegal, I swear. It was more the allure of the forbidden, the digital equivalent of exploring an abandoned building. I'd read stories, seen documentaries, the sanitized versions, anyway, and I wanted to see it for myself. Getting on was easier than I expected. Tor browser, a few basic precautions learned from surface web forums, and suddenly I was there. It wasn't the sensationalized marketplace of horrors depicted everywhere. Mostly, it was slow, clunky, full of dead links and forums filled with incomprehensible jargon or childish edgelords trying to sound tough. Disappointing, really. I poked around occasionally, maybe once or twice a month, never engaging much, just observing. It felt like looking through a dirty window into a room I didn't really want to enter. Then, about 3 weeks ago, the first message came. It wasn't on a forum or a public board. It popped up in a rudimentary, encrypted peer-to-peer chat client I'd stumbled upon and foolishly left running in the background. I barely knew how to use it. The interface was stark, just text on a black background. No usernames were visible by default, just generated strings of characters. But this message, it wasn't addressed to my random string. It simply said, "Amanda, be careful who you trust." My blood ran cold. Amanda. Not my generated user ID, not a random name. My name. How? I slammed my laptop shut, heart pounding. My immediate thought was that I'd messed up somehow. Maybe my real IP leaked. Maybe I clicked a bad link weeks ago. Paranoia flared instantly. I spent the rest of the night scanning my computer, changing passwords, feeling watched even in my own locked apartment. I convinced myself it was a fluke. A sophisticated phishing attempt, maybe? Someone scraping data and trying to spook users? There are plenty of Amandas in the world. It had to be a coincidence. I stayed off the dark web completely for a week, trying to forget about it, pushing it down as just a creepy, random occurrence in a creepy, random corner of the internet. But the feeling lingered. A subtle wrongness. Like noticing a picture frame slightly askew day after day. You straighten it, but the next day, it's tilted again. Then, the second message arrived. This time, I wasn't even actively browse. I'd stupidly forgotten to fully uninstall the chat client, thinking disabling it was enough. A notification pinged, a sound I didn't recognize. I almost ignored it. Curiosity, my damn fatal flaw, got the better of me. I opened the client. Same anonymous sender string. Amanda. They are watching. Not protecting. The Bureau isn't what you think. The Bureau. My mind immediately jumped to one place, the FBI. It sounds insane, I know. Why would the FBI be watching me? I'm nobody. I file TPS reports, metaphorically speaking. I don't traffic anything. I don't hack anything. I don't associate with criminals. My life is aggressively mundane. But the message didn't say why. It just planted the seed. Not protecting isn't what you think. It fed directly into that low hum of paranoia that had started with the first message. I frantically typed back, "Who are you? How do you know my name? What are you talking about?" Silence. No reply ever came to my questions. I immediately uninstalled the chat client, scrubbing my system as best I could. But the damage was done. The words were lodged in my head. The Bureau isn't what you think. It sounds like something out of a bad spy movie, a conspiracy theory nuts manifesto. But it came from an anonymous source on the dark web who somehow knew my first name. That combination felt chillingly real. Since then, things have felt off. Maybe I'm just hyper-aware now, looking for patterns. But I keep seeing the same nondescript cars parked down the street for hours. A utility van that seems to be outside my office building more often than usual. Online, my targeted ads have gotten weirdly specific, sometimes referencing things I've only thought about. Coincidences? Probably. My logical mind insists they are. But the fear is real. It's a cold knot in my stomach that won't go away. Someone knows my name. Someone is trying to warn me, using the anonymity of the dark web. Warn me about the FBI? It makes no sense. Unless it does. Unless there's something I don't know, something I've stumbled close to without realizing. Last night, another message came. Not through the old client, I made sure that was gone. This was different. It was an email sent to an old, semi-anonymous address I only used for signing up for forums years ago, including some tech forums where Tor was discussed. The sender was gibberish. The subject line was just my name again. The body of the email contained only one sentence. Amanda, they know you received the warnings. They think you know more. You need to disappear. Disappear? What the hell is going on? Who is they? The people warning me, or the FBI they're warning me about? My paranoia is ratcheting up to unbearable levels. I haven't slept properly in days. Every creak of the floorboards, every siren in the distance, makes me jump. I feel trapped. I needed to write this down, to put it somewhere. Because I don't know who this messenger is, but their warnings feel terrifyingly specific now. And the idea that the FBI, that the people supposedly upholding the law, might be something else entirely? It's a thought too terrifying to hold alone. Disappear. The word echoed in the unnerving silence of my apartment. It wasn't a suggestion. It felt like a command born of urgency, maybe even panic, from whoever was sending these cryptic warnings. My first instinct was raw, animal fear. I killed the lights, crouched below the window line, peering out onto the street. The same boring sedan I'd noticed before was still there, parked halfway down the block under a flickering streetlight. Was it occupied? I couldn't tell. Was it even the same car? My mind was racing, turning every shadow into a threat, every distant noise into an approaching footstep. How do you just disappear? Where would I even go? I have a job, a lease, a life, however mundane, it's mine. You can't just delete yourself from existence overnight. The message implied someone knew I was receiving warnings. Did that mean they, the ones the messenger feared, presumably the FBI or whoever they really were now actively looking for me? Or worse, thought I was somehow involved with the messenger? Sleep was impossible now. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those words, the Bureau isn't what you think. They know you received the warnings. I spent the next 48 hours in a state of hypervigilance. I called in sick to work, citing a sudden migraine. Leaving the apartment felt like stepping onto a battlefield. A trip to the corner store for essentials became a mission, scanning faces, watching reflections in shop windows, jumping at every car that slowed down nearby. I tried replying to the email, using the same old anonymous address. My message was simple. Who are you? Why me? What do I need to disappear from? Predictably, there was no response. The sender's address was likely a burner, long gone. The paranoia solidified into certainty. Things were happening that I couldn't rationalize away anymore. My laptop, usually reliable, started freezing randomly. Twice, I heard distinct clicking sounds on my landline phone, a relic I barely used but kept for emergencies. I picked it up once during the clicking, hearing only dead air before it abruptly stopped. Coincidence? Maybe. But not after the messages. Then there was the guy on the subway. Heading back from the store, forcing myself to maintain some semblance of normalcy, I noticed him. Nondescript, maybe late 30s, wearing a plain gray hoodie and jeans, but his eyes, they weren't looking at me, exactly, but they kept flicking towards me. When I got off at my stop, he got off too. I ducked into a crowded coffee shop, heart hammering against my ribs. I waited by the window, pretending to study the menu. 5 minutes later, he walked past, slower this time, eyes sweeping the interior before moving on. Was he looking for me? Or just another commuter? I couldn't be sure, and that uncertainty was agony. I realized I couldn't just hide. Hiding felt like waiting for an inevitable capture. If someone was trying to warn me, there had to be a reason why me. What had I seen? What had I stumbled upon during my infrequent, aimless browse on the dark web? I racked my brain. Mostly forums, weird manifestos, broken links, nothing that stood out. Could it be something from years ago? Something I didn't even register? Driven by a desperate need for answers, I did something incredibly stupid. I knew it was stupid even as I did it. I needed to know if the messenger would contact me again, or if I could somehow find them. I couldn't use my home network, not after the warnings and the glitches. I went to the public library downtown, busier, more anonymous, or so I hoped. Using their public terminal, clearing the history obsessively, I downloaded Tor browser onto a USB stick. Back in my apartment, feeling like a spy in my own life, I booted up Tor. I didn't go looking for the chat client. I knew that was suicide. Instead, I revisited the few forums I vaguely remembered browsed months ago. Places discussing digital privacy, encryption, critiques of government surveillance, the kind of places where someone might try to send a warning from. It felt like searching for a specific grain of sand on a vast, dark beach. Hours yielded nothing. Just the same noise, the same dead ends. Frustration mounted, mingling with the ever-present fear. Was the messenger gone? Had they been caught? Had I been abandoned to whatever was coming? Then, yesterday evening, another email arrived. Same anonymous address as the last one. This time, the subject line wasn't just my name. It was a string of numbers. Coordinates. My hands were shaking as I opened it. The body of the email was, again, chillingly brief. Amanda. They audited the servers. Found logs thought wiped. Access linked to an old profile of yours. Geotagged near coordinates. You saw something you shouldn't have. They think you copied it. Are you clean? Coordinates? An old profile? File Z? It was like pieces of a puzzle I didn't know I was solving. The coordinates, when I cautiously plugged them into a mapping service, using Tor, of course, pointed to a remote, wooded area about 50 miles outside the city. A place I'd never been, never heard of. What servers? What logs? What old profile? My mind flashed back, years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years. I used to frequent some forums dedicated to urban exploration and unsolved mysteries. Could I have used the same anonymous email address back then? Did I access something, click a link, view a file that was hosted somewhere sensitive? File Z, the number was partially redacted, blacked out. It meant nothing to me, yet the message insisted I saw it. They think you copied it. That line chilled me more than anything else. It explained the escalation. They didn't just think I knew something, they thought I had proof. Proof of what? What was in File Z? And the final question, are you clean? Did they mean did I actually copy the file? Or was it code? Clean of surveillance? Clean of evidence? I don't have any file. I checked every drive, every cloud storage account I own. Nothing. Either I never copied it, or I copied it inadvertently and deleted it long ago without realizing its significance. Or maybe the messenger was wrong about what they think I did, but right about the danger I'm in. The coordinates are the only tangible lead I have. A remote location. A file designation I don't recognize. And the growing certainty that the nondescript cars and the man on the subway aren't figments of my imagination. Someone, presumably connected to this bureau, believes I possess something dangerous. And an unknown entity on the dark web is desperately trying to warn me, maybe even guide me. Going to those coordinates feels insane. Walking into a trap. But staying here, waiting for them to knock on my door, feels like suicide. What if File Z is real? What if going there is the only way to understand what I supposedly saw, or to signal to the messenger that I need more help? The net is closing. I can feel it tightening with every hour that passes. I have to make a decision. Staying felt like death. Going felt like walking into the jaws of something unknown, but it was the only path that wasn't passive waiting. I decided to go to the coordinates. The question, "Are you clean?" echoed in my mind. I interpreted it as, "Do you have the file?" No, I didn't. My only hope was that showing up might prove that to whoever was watching, Or maybe the messenger intended for me to find something there. Disappearing, even temporarily, was harder than I thought. I bought a cheap burner phone with cash. I packed a small backpack with essentials, water, some non-perishable food, a first aid kit, a change of clothes, and the burner. I left my real phone, my laptop, my wallet, anything traceable, hidden in my apartment, hoping it looked like I just stepped out briefly. I withdrew a few $100s in cash, small bills. Telling anyone felt like signing their death warrant as well as my own, so I told no one. Driving my own car was out of the question. I took a series of buses, heading out of the city towards the general area, the coordinates burning a hole in my pocket, memorized and then destroyed. The final leg was a taxi, dropped off a few miles away from the precise location, the driver giving me a strange look as I paid him in cash on the side of a lonely country road. The final miles were on foot, following the GPS on the burner phone, battery draining faster than I liked. The paved road gave way to gravel, then dirt, then just a barely discernible path cutting into dense woods. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and pine. Silence pressed in, thick and unnerving, broken only by the crunch of my own footsteps and the frantic beating of my heart. Every snap of a twig sounded like a gunshot. Was I walking into a trap set by the Bureau? Or a meeting place set by my anonymous warner? Or just nothing? The coordinates led me to a small clearing dominated by a skeletal structure, an old, rusting metal tower, maybe 50 feet high. It looked like a defunct fire lookout or perhaps an old weather station. Windows were broken, metal groaning softly in the breeze. A faded, barely legible sign near the base read U.S. Atmospheric Monitoring Post, Sector Zeta. Zeta. File Z. Coincidence? Unlikely. My instructions hadn't specified what to do here. Just the location. I circled the base of the tower, senses screaming. The place felt derelict but watched. Was there a camera hidden somewhere? A sensor? I scanned the base, looking for anything out of place. Graffiti covered most surfaces, but near a crumbling concrete support pillar, I saw it. A single brick, slightly loose, with a small, freshly scratched symbol underneath, a simple circle with a diagonal line through it. The same symbol I'd seen used as a kind of anonymous signature on one of the privacy forums I'd briefly visited months ago. My breath hitched. This was it. Hands shaking, fumbling, I worked the brick loose. Behind it, nestled in the cavity, was a small object wrapped in foil. I unwrapped it carefully. A USB drive. Not a standard plastic one, but small, metallic, ruggedized, like something meant to withstand harsh conditions. No markings. Relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh wave of terror. I had it. Whatever it was. File Z. Evidence? Proof? Or just more questions? I quickly tucked the drive deep into my pocket and pushed the brick back into place, trying to make it look undisturbed. That's when I heard it. Not a twig snap, not an animal. It was the faint, high-pitched whine of electronics, coming from above. I looked up. Against the darkening twilight sky, almost invisible, was a drone. Small, dark, hovering silently maybe 100 feet up, its camera likely fixed right on me. They hadn't just known the location, they'd known when I would be here. or the act of retrieving the drive triggered an alert. The Bureau. It had to be. The warning was real. Panic surged. I didn't think, I just ran. Plunging back into the woods, away from the path, scrambling through undergrowth, branches whipping at my face. Behind me, I heard the distant sound of car engines, growing louder, coming down the access road I'd walked in on. Headlights cut through the trees. They were here. I ran blindly, fueled by adrenaline, the USB drive feeling like a lead weight in my pocket. Did they know I had it? Or just that I'd shown up? Did it matter? They thought I knew something, thought I had something. That was enough. I don't know how long I ran. Through creeks, over fallen logs, deeper into the darkening woods. The sounds of pursuit eventually faded, or maybe I just got far enough away. Exhausted, scratched, muddy, and utterly terrified, I finally collapsed behind a thicket, listening, waiting. Silence returned, but it wasn't comforting anymore. It felt like the woods were holding their breath. I'm writing this now, 2 days later. I'm in a cheap motel room several towns away, paid for in cash. I used a burner phone, which I'll ditch after this, tethered to the motel's questionable Wi-Fi through multiple VPN layers to post this. I don't know if it's safe. I don't know anything anymore. I have the USB drive. I haven't plugged it in. I don't dare. What's on it? Is it the mythical file Z? Is it encrypted? Is it bait? Is it a Trojan horse designed to expose me the moment I access it? Who sent it? Was the drone from the Bureau, or the messenger checking I picked it up? Or were they one and the same, playing some elaborate game? The warning. Amanda. Someone on the dark web, someone I don't know, keeps trying to warn me. They say the FBI isn't who I think they are. It all started with that fear. Now, it's my reality. I'm Amanda. I'm on the run. I have a piece of forbidden information, maybe. And I know, with chilling certainty, that the Bureau, or whoever wears that name, is hunting me. They aren't who we think they are. I don't know what to do next. I don't know who to trust. This drive might be my only leverage, or it might be my death sentence. All I know is I can't go back. If you read this, be careful. Be careful what you click, what you see, who you trust. Sometimes the deepest shadows aren't on the dark web. They're in the institutions we're taught to rely on. The static is listening. And I think it's calling my name. All right, let's get this down before I can't. My name, the one I use out here in the sunlight, is Ryan. But online, in the places you're not supposed to go, I was known by other names. Ghost. Watcher. Sometimes, just the cleaner. It sounds arrogant now, looking back. Cocky. But for a long time, that's what I did. I hunted in the deepest, darkest corners of the internet. The dark web. You've probably heard stories. Red rooms, hitmen for hire, exotic animal trafficking, sick forums dedicated to unspeakable things. Most of it is hype, urban legends spun by edgy teenagers. But some of it is real. Disturbingly real. And I made it my mission to drag those realities into the light, or at least shut them down. I wasn't law enforcement. I wasn't some government spook. I was just a guy with a particular set of skills: coding, network infiltration, social engineering, and a perhaps misguided sense of justice. Maybe it was boredom. Maybe it was a way to feel powerful, sitting behind layers of encryption and VPNs, dismantling the operations of people who thought they were untouchable shadows. For years, it worked. I developed techniques, built custom tools. I'd find a child exploitation ring, gather evidence, anonymize it, and drop it on the FBI's doorstep. I'd identify the admins of sites selling deadly fentanyl analogs disguised as painkillers and make their lives digital hell until they shut down or got sloppy enough for the real authorities to catch them. I doxed scammers ripping off vulnerable people. I felt like I was making a difference, shining a small light in an abyss. Of course, there was pushback. Threats are standard currency down there. I've had my Tors dropped, DDoS attacks launched against my nodes, countless death threats filled with broken English and impotent rage. I learned to filter the noise, to recognize the bluster from the genuine danger. I built digital fortresses, firewalls layered on firewalls, dead man switches, encrypted drives hidden inside other encrypted drives. I was careful. Meticulous. I thought I was untouchable in my domain. The apex predator of my chosen sewer. That arrogance was my downfall. About 6 months ago, I stumbled onto something different. It wasn't a marketplace, not a forum, not really a site in the conventional sense. It was more like a node. A flickering point of data that seemed to react to my scans, almost intelligently. It didn't have a .onion address I could easily trace back or catalog. It felt older, deeper. Like finding a trapdoor beneath the basement floor you thought was the lowest level. Curiosity, that fatal flaw. I poked it. Gently at first, then with more sophisticated probes. It resisted in ways I'd never encountered. Not with brute force counterattacks, but with redirection. Misinformation. It fed my tools garbage data that seemed plausible until hours later, when I realized I'd been chasing digital ghosts it had manufactured on the fly. It was elegant, almost playful, and utterly chilling. Instead of backing off, like any sane person would, I doubled down. This was the ultimate challenge, right? The final boss of the dark web. I dedicated weeks to cracking it, neglecting my usual hunts. I barely slept, fueled by caffeine and obsession. I started noticing anomalies, not just in the target node, but in my own systems. Files I hadn't touched in years would appear in my recent documents list. My encrypted communication channels would flicker with static, emitting faint, distorted whispers that sounded almost like my own voice, twisted. At first, I blamed fatigue, paranoia, occupational hazards, right? Then came the emails. Not threats, not ransom demands. They arrived in my most secure, supposedly undiscoverable inbox. Simple messages. Subject, we see you, Hunter. Body, tick-tock. Subject, nice firewall. Body, did you leave the back door open? Subject, getting tired. Body, we're not. They were unsigned, untraceable. The headers were spoofed impossibly well, routing through servers that technically didn't exist. That scared me more than any death threat. This wasn't some script kiddie or disgruntled drug pusher. This was sophisticated. Organized. Then, 3 weeks ago, it escalated beyond the digital. I was working late, trying a new angle of attack on the mystery node. My apartment was dark, save for the glow of my monitors. Suddenly, all screens went black. Not a power cut, my UPS kicked in instantly, but the monitors stayed dead. Silence, thick and heavy. Then, a single line of text appeared on my main screen, glowing phosphor green, like an old terminal. You hunted shadows. Now, a shadow hunts you. My blood ran cold. That wasn't a hack I could explain. It bypassed the OS, the BIOS, everything. It felt like the machine itself was speaking. Before I could even react, the message vanished, and the monitors flickered back to life, displaying my work exactly as I'd left it, logs showing no interruption, no intrusion. But I knew. That was the moment I truly understood. I wasn't the hunter anymore. Something had turned the tables. Something ancient, or alien, or just other. It wasn't human anger I was facing. It was cold, calculating, and utterly patient. It had stepped out of the screen, out of the dark web's murky depths, and it was now watching me. Waiting. And I have no idea what it wants, or what it's capable of. All I know is that I'm the prey now, and the thing chasing me isn't playing by any rules I understand. It's begun. The real hunt. And I think it's already inside my walls. The phosphor green letters burned into my retinas long after the screen returned to normal. You hunted shadows. Now, a shadow hunts you. I sat frozen for maybe a minute, maybe 10. The only sound was the frantic thumping in my chest and the low hum of the server rack in the corner, my digital fortress, now seemingly useless. My first instinct was pure, animal panic. Rip the cables out, smash the machines, run. But where? If this thing could bypass hardware-level security to write directly onto my screen, unplugging wouldn't make a difference. It wasn't in the machine. It was using it. Like a puppeteer uses a doll. I forced myself to move. Check the logs again. Nothing. Absolutely clean. As if the event never happened. That was almost worse. It meant the intrusion was so deep, so fundamental, that it could erase its own footprints perfectly. I spent the next few hours in a frenzy, tearing down my network, rebuilding firewalls, changing encryption keys, running every diagnostic I could think of. It felt futile, like patching a screen door against a hurricane, but I had to do something. I physically disconnected my main rig from the internet, switching to a burner laptop on a separate, heavily proxy connection just to monitor basic channels. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of a street light outside my window, felt like its approach. Was it watching me through my webcam? Listening through my microphone? Could it see me right now, huddled in the dark, bathed in the cold glow of a screen displaying useless security protocols? The paranoia was a physical weight. The subtle manipulation started the next day. I tried researching the node, the phenomenon, anything similar. Search results seemed off. Pages timed out. Relevant forums returned database errors. Information I knew existed online was suddenly gone, or replaced with innocuous, unrelated content. It was like trying to grasp smoke. The entity wasn't just hiding, it was actively editing the digital world around me, pruning away any path that might lead to understanding it. Then it started messing with my comms again. Not just static this time. I got a call on my secure, encrypted VoIP line, a number only 3 people had, all trusted contacts from my old life. The caller ID was spoofed to show my sister's name. I answered, heart pounding. A voice came through, distorted, glitchy, but recognizably hers. It whispered, "Ryan? It's so dark here. Why did you leave me here, Ryan? My sister is alive and well, living 3 states away." I hung up, hand shaking, bile rising in my throat. It wasn't just watching, it was learning. Accessing my personal data, my connections, my fears. The physical anomalies intensified. It started small. My keys wouldn't be where I left them. A book would be open to a specific, unsettling page. The thermostat would plummet, chilling the apartment despite the heating being on full blast. Annoying, creepy, but deniable. Maybe I was just sleep-deprived and forgetful. Then, last week, I woke up in the middle of the night. Absolute silence. No city hum, no distant sirens, not even the usual buzz from my electronics. It felt wrong. I sat up, straining my ears. And then I heard it. A faint scratching sound. Not from the walls, not from the window. It sounded like it was coming from inside my bedside lamp. I froze, barely breathing. The scratching stopped. Then, the lamp clicked on by itself, bathing the room in a harsh glare. There was nothing there. But as the light flickered, just for a split second, I saw it. A shadow on the wall opposite my bed. It wasn't my shadow. It was long, impossibly thin, with too many joints in its limbs. It twitched, then vanished as the light steadied. I didn't sleep in my bedroom after that. I dragged a mattress into my office, surrounded by the humming machines I no longer trusted but couldn't abandon. I felt like a medieval king retreating to the inner keep, knowing the outer walls were already breached. Going offline wasn't an option. How would I know what it was doing? How could I even try to track it? But staying online felt like leaving the door wide open. I tried setting traps. Honeypots, fake vulnerabilities designed to lure it in so I could get something, a signature, a trace, anything. It ignored them. Or, worse, it triggered them in ways that made no sense, leaving behind corrupted data packets that looked like digital screams, fractal patterns of noise that crashed my analysis software. Trying to fight it with code felt like throwing pebbles at a phantom. My reflection in the dark monitor screen looks like a stranger. Eyes wide, bloodshot, darting at every sound. I haven't spoken to another human being face to face in days. Who would I tell? Who would believe me? Help, the dark web is haunted by a sentient shadow that knows my sister's name and can manifest inside my lamp. They'd lock me up. And maybe that's what it wants. Isolation. Despair. Yesterday, I found something. Buried deep in the fragmented data packet from one of the triggered traps. It wasn't code, not exactly. It was a string of characters that didn't conform to any known encoding. UTF-8, ASCII, base 64, nothing worked. But when I ran a visual spectrum analysis on the binary representation, it generated an image. Just for a fraction of a second before it overloaded the rendering buffer. It was geometric. Impossible angles folding in on themselves, patterns that seemed to writhe and shift. Looking at it made my head ache, my eyes water. It felt fundamentally wrong, like staring at a violation of natural law. Was that it? A glimpse of its true form? Or just another way to mess with me? That brings me to now. An hour ago, I was trying to reinforce the physical security of my apartment. Checking the locks, the windows. Standard paranoia procedure. I went to the front door, a solid steel thing I installed myself. And I saw it. Etched into the metal, on the inside of the door. A single, perfect symbol. The same impossible, eye-watering geometric pattern I'd glimpsed in the data fragment. It wasn't scratched crudely. It looked like it had been imprinted, the metal itself warped into the shape. It's not just in my machines anymore. It's not just a shadow on the wall. It can manipulate physical matter. It can leave its mark. It's here. In my home. And the door is still locked. My fingers trembled as I reached out towards the symbol etched into the steel door. It was cold, unnaturally so, radiating a chill that seeped into my bones despite not making physical contact yet. The geometry of it snagged at my perception, like my eyes couldn't quite focus on it, threatening a headache just by looking. It wasn't just a marking, it felt like a statement. I am here. I can touch your world. Nothing is sealed against me. I snatched my hand back. Touching it felt like inviting it further in, like signing a contract written in a language I couldn't comprehend but whose terms were undoubtedly horrific. Locks were pointless. Firewalls were laughable. My fortress was a cardboard box, and this thing, this shadow born of rogue data and impossible angles, was inside with me. My skills, the ones that made me the ghost, the watcher, were useless. You can't hack something that doesn't operate by any rules you know. You can't trace something that seems woven into the fabric of reality itself. What was it? That note I poked, was it a prison I'd accidentally provided the key for? Was it a gateway? Or was the note just one feeler of something vast and ancient, slumbering in the hidden architecture of the net, that I disturbed? I thought back to the whispers, the manipulation of data, the geometric symbol. It didn't feel like rage, not like the frothing anger of the criminals I used to hunt. It felt cold, methodical, almost curious. Like a scientist dissecting an insect. An insect that screamed. Maybe that was the point. The fear. Maybe it fed on it. Or maybe it was simpler and more terrifying. Maybe it was just expanding its territory, and I was merely the first native it encountered and decided to integrate. I had to do something other than wait for the final curtain. Communication? How do you talk to a living data shadow? Appeasement? What could I possibly offer it? My only remaining assets were my knowledge and my fear, and it seemed to have complete access to both already. I thought about the symbol. That impossible geometry. It didn't feel random. It felt like information, but not for humans. I ran spectral analysis again on the corrupted data fragment image, cross-referencing it with obscure mathematical theories, theoretical physics, even occult symbolism scraped from forgotten corners of the web archives. Most results were dead ends, digital noise. But one connection flickered, tenuously. A fringe paper by a discredited mathematician from the 70s, hypothesizing about information structures existing in dimensions beyond our own, capable of self-replication and influencing lower-dimensional realities. He called them information parasites or conceptual entities. He was laughed out of academia, died in obscurity. But his diagrams, they had that same unsettling, non-Euclidean feel as the symbol on my door. Was this thing an idea? A sentient concept that had somehow gained purchase in the fertile ground of the dark web's anonymity and chaos, and now sought to bleed into our reality? The thought was somehow more terrifying than a simple monster. How do you fight an idea? The low hum of my servers suddenly pitched higher, whining like stressed metal. The lights in the apartment began to flicker erratically, casting strobing shadows that seemed to writhe independently of their sources. A low, guttural clicking sound started, seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, like the sound of 1,000 insects skittering just beneath the surface of reality. The air grew thick, heavy, tasting of ozone and something else, something metallic and vaguely organic, like old blood. My burner laptop screen, the one I kept isolated, flared to life. It wasn't the green text this time. It was my webcam feed, showing me sitting here, but the reflection wasn't quite right. My eyes were black pits, empty sockets. And behind me, in the reflection, the room was subtly wrong. The angles were skewed, the shadows pulling too deeply, twisting into shapes that hinted at that same impossible geometry. And the shadow I'd seen in the bedroom? It was there, draped over my reflected shoulder, its spindly, multi-jointed limb resting possessively on me. The clicking intensified, morphing into a chorus of whispers, distorted fragments of my own voice, my sister's voice, voices from recordings I'd analyzed years ago, all layered over each other, speaking nonsense laced with my name. Ryan. Found you. Ryan. Open. Ryan. Integrate. Ryan. We see. We are. The steel door behind me buckled inwards with a deafening groan, the imprinted symbol glowing with a faint, sickly light. The locks hadn't broken, the metal itself was warping, peeling open like wet cardboard. Cold air, carrying that blood and ozone stench, flooded the room. This was it. The final act. Running was pointless. Fighting was impossible. What was left? Documentation. Warning. The reason I started this whole damn account. I grabbed my main keyboard, fingers flying across the keys, trying to get this down, trying to explain. It's here now. The distortion is spreading from the doorway, reality itself seeming to fray at the edges like old film. The clicking and whispering are inside my head. The shadow from the reflection is detaching itself, unfolding into the room, a tear in the fabric of the world shaped like a mockery of life. Long, thin, all wrong angles. I used to hunt monsters in the dark. I thought I understood the shadows, but I was just splashing in the shallows. There are things in the deep network, older and stranger than any human evil. Concepts that bite. Ideas that hunt. If you're reading this, stay out of the depths. Don't go looking for the darkness. Don't poke the things that seem to intelligently poke back. Some doors are meant to stay closed. Some shadows are meant to remain unseen. It's reaching for me now. Its touch is like ice and static. I can feel it trying to unravel me, pull me into its geometry. I was the hunter. Now I'm. The final entry cuts off abruptly here. My name is Stephanie. Or at least, that's the name most people knew me by before. Well, before everything fell apart. Now I'm just a ghost, a digital footprint the FBI is desperately trying to trace, a name whispered on forums I dare not visit anymore. You might have seen my face on the news, pixelated and stark, plastered across the FBI's most wanted list. The official narrative paints me as a dangerous cyber criminal, a fugitive involved in conspiracies that threaten national security. They aren't entirely wrong about the danger, but the source, the reason I'm running, is far more tangled and grotesque than any government agency could possibly comprehend. It all ties back to an experiment. An experiment born in the deepest, unindexed corners of the dark web. And the most terrifying part? It's not over. It's evolving. It didn't start with malice, not on my part anyway. It started with curiosity, that insidious itch that drives humans to peek behind curtains they know they shouldn't touch. I was a grad student back then, researching abnormal psychology and the digital echo chambers that amplify extremist ideologies. My thesis was ambitious, perhaps foolishly so, mapping the psychological architecture of hidden online communities. The regular internet, the clearnet, was just the surface, predictable, monitored, almost sterile in its curated chaos. The real Rorschach test of the collective unconscious, I theorized, lay deeper, in the anonymous, encrypted layers of the dark web. Getting access wasn't particularly hard, not if you knew where to look and had a basic understanding of TOR and encryption protocols. The initial plunge was jarring, a chaotic marketplace of illicit goods, stolen data, and disturbing services offered with chilling nonchalance. Most of it was noise, scams, or low-level criminality. But tucked away, behind layers of vetting and cryptographic handshakes, were the real communities. Forums dedicated to ideologies that would make your skin crawl, marketplaces for things no sane person would desire, and platforms for discussions that defied conventional morality. I was a lurker, an observer, meticulously documenting interactions, communication patterns, and the psychological profiles that emerged from the anonymity. I told myself it was purely academic, that I was maintaining a necessary detachment. But the dark web has a way of seeping in, blurring the lines. The anonymity wasn't just a shield for others, it started to feel like one for me too. I adopted pseudonyms, built tentative trust within certain circles, always careful never to reveal too much, always justifying it as necessary for my research. That's how I stumbled upon Project Chimera. It wasn't advertised openly, not like the drug listings or hitman services. It was mentioned in hushed tones, encrypted whispers within a particularly exclusive forum dedicated to fringe science and transhumanist philosophy, the kind that disregarded ethics as inconvenient roadblocks. They spoke of an experiment designed to explore the absolute limits of human consciousness, to manipulate perception and reality itself through a combination of psychoactive compounds, sensory deprivation, neurolinguistic programming, and something they vaguely termed digital consciousness transference. The concept was both terrifying and morbidly fascinating. It sounded like science fiction, the ramblings of disturbed minds playing God in the digital shadows. But the figures behind it weren't mere crackpots. They were brilliant, disillusioned scientists, disgraced academics, and skilled programmers who had retreated from the ethical constraints of the mainstream world. They spoke with chilling authority, referencing unpublished papers, complex algorithms, and bespoke chemical synthesis. My academic curiosity screamed at me to learn more. My self-preservation instinct screamed louder to run away. Curiosity, unfortunately, won. I posed as a potential recruit, a disillusioned psychologist intrigued by their boundary-pushing work. The vetting process was intense, weeks of encrypted interviews, technical challenges, psychological evaluations conducted via coded messages. They probed my knowledge, my motivations, my ethical flexibility. I lied, convincingly I thought, weaving a narrative of academic frustration and a desire to explore the human mind without limitations. Against my better judgment, they accepted me. My role, initially, was data analysis and psychological profiling of the test subjects. Volunteers, they called them. Recruited through even more obscure channels, these individuals were often desperate, marginalized, or lured by promises of enlightenment, transcendence, or simply a significant anonymous payment in cryptocurrency. They knew they were participating in an experiment, but the true nature, the sheer danger, was deliberately obscured. My first task was analyzing intake interviews, hours of encrypted video calls with potential subjects. I was supposed to assess their psychological resilience, their suggestibility, their potential breaking points. Sitting in my sterile university apartment, surrounded by textbooks and research papers, I watched these fragmented lives unfold on my screen. People haunted by trauma, seeking escape. People driven by morbid curiosity, much like myself. People simply wanting to feel something different, no matter the cost. I compiled reports highlighting vulnerabilities, quantifying suggestibility, reducing human beings to data points for the project leads, anonymous figures known only by cryptic handles like Daedalus and Nyx. A cold dread began to pull in my stomach. This wasn't just unethical, it felt fundamentally wrong, a violation of the very minds I had dedicated my life to understanding. The volunteers weren't volunteers, they were lab rats, chosen for their susceptibility to the horrors Daedalus and Nyx planned to inflict. I saw the profiles I created being used not to ensure safety, but to tailor the experimental protocols for maximum psychological impact, to push these individuals towards manufactured breaking points. The goal wasn't understanding consciousness, it was shattering it, reshaping it, perhaps even capturing fragments of it digitally. The digital consciousness transference wasn't philosophy, it was the horrifying endgame. I was helping them select the victims. And that was only the beginning. My initial role as a data analyst quickly bled into something more participatory, more complicit. Daedalus and Nyx weren't content with just my assessments, they wanted input, refinement. They sent me encrypted files containing raw experimental data, neurological scans mapped against induced stimuli, fragmented audio logs from subjects undergoing sensory manipulation, biochemical analyses keyed to specific hallucinogenic cocktails they were administering. My task evolved from profiling potential subjects to refining the very methods used to break them. The protocols were insidious, designed with a terrifying grasp of human psychology's fault lines. They weren't just aiming for fear or disorientation, they were trying to deconstruct personality itself. One protocol involved prolonged sensory deprivation coupled with targeted auditory input, whispers, distorted recordings of loved ones, algorithmically generated soundscapes designed to mimic schizophrenic hallucinations. Another focused on chemically induced memory fragmentation, forcing subjects to relive traumatic events with key details altered, blurring the line between real and implanted memories. I saw my own research notes, twisted and weaponized, reflected in their methodologies. Theories I'd explored about vulnerability and suggestibility were now practical tools for psychological torture. Sleep became a luxury. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the data streams, heard the fragmented audio logs. The clinical detachment I desperately tried to maintain shattered. These weren't abstract data points, they were minds being systematically dismantled. I started adding subtle warnings into my reports, flagging subjects as potentially unstable or high risk for psychological fracture even when the initial data didn't fully support it, hoping Daedalus or Nyx might show a shred of caution. They didn't. If anything, these flags seemed to make certain subjects more interesting to them, prime candidates for the more extreme phases of the experiment. The results started trickling in, communicated through heavily encrypted status updates. They never used names, only alphanumeric designations like subject alpha, subject beta, subject gamma. The updates were clinical, chillingly devoid of emotion. Subject alpha exhibiting profound personality dissociation, receptive to core programming. Subject beta experienced catastrophic psychological collapse, physical vitals destabilized, terminated. Terminated. Just like that. A life extinguished, reduced to a failed data point in a log file buried layers deep in the dark web. Then came Subject Gamma. Her intake interview had struck me. She was young, maybe early 20s, intelligent, articulate, but with a palpable undercurrent of existential dread. She spoke of feeling disconnected, of searching for something more profound than mundane reality offered. She wasn't desperate for money, she was desperate for meaning, making her dangerously susceptible to Project Chimera's promises of transcendence. I saw a distorted reflection of my own initial curiosity in her, and I argued strongly against her inclusion, citing potential instability. Nyx overruled me curtly. Her profile indicates optimal malleability. Proceed. I was assigned to monitor Gamma's progress directly, analyzing her real-time biofeedback and neurological data as they subjected her to the memory fragmentation protocols. I watched helplessly as her brainwaves spiked and dissolved into chaos, as her heart rate fluctuated wildly. I read transcripts of her sessions, her coherent thoughts dissolving into terrified, fragmented sentences, latching onto implanted memories as if they were lifelines, even as they contradicted her own past. She started referring to events that never happened, people she never knew, exhibiting a manufactured history crafted onto her unraveling psyche. The worst part was the digital echo phase. They claimed they could capture fragments of consciousness, fleeting moments of perception and emotion, translating them into complex data packets. With Gamma, they pushed this aggressively. I received encrypted files labeled gamma_echo_log. Opening them felt like a violation. It wasn't raw data, it was fragmented experience. Snatches of distorted images, bursts of nonsensical audio, raw emotional telemetry translated into jarring sonic frequencies, pure terror rendered as screeching static, confusion as a discordant melody. It was like listening to a mind being digitally shredded. Paranoia became my constant companion. I triple-checked my encryption, constantly scanned my systems for intrusion, jumped at every unexpected notification. Who were Daedalus and Nyx? Were they watching me as closely as I watched Subject Gamma? Was my apartment, my sanctuary, compromised? The anonymity I'd initially found liberating now felt like a suffocating shroud. I was trapped in their web, my digital footprint inextricably linked to their monstrous creation. Leaving wasn't an option. They knew enough about my real-world research, my online breadcrumbs, to potentially expose me or worse. They had implied as much in veiled threats disguised as procedural reminders about confidentiality. The turning point came during a late-night analysis of Gamma's latest echo log. Amidst the usual chaos, a new pattern emerged. A sequence of data, cleaner, more structured than the usual psychic noise. It wasn't an echo of Gamma's terror, it felt like something overlaid. Running decryption algorithms I wasn't supposed to have access to, borrowed from other dark web corners, I managed to partially decode the sequence. It wasn't just Gamma's fragmented consciousness they were capturing. They were attempting to imprint something. A new consciousness? An AI? Or worse? And then I saw it. Embedded deep within the code, almost obscured by the layers of encryption in Gamma's own distorted neural data, was a file name I hadn't seen before, integration_protocol_Stephanie. Not Subject Gamma. Stephanie. My name. Ice flooded my veins. It wasn't a coincidence. They weren't just using my analysis, they were studying me. My psychological profile, my interactions, my digital footprint, my reactions to the horror I was witnessing, it was all data for them. Subject Gamma wasn't just a random victim chosen for her malleability. She was a testbed. A prototype. And I, somehow, was slated to be the next step, or perhaps the blueprint for the consciousness they intended to imprint or integrate. Was digital consciousness transference about uploading a mind? Or was it about overwriting one? The full horror crashed down on me. Project Chimera wasn't just about observing or even destroying minds. It was about replacement, about digital replication or puppetry on a level I couldn't fathom. And they had chosen me. My research, my curiosity, my descent into their world hadn't just made me complicit, it had made me a target. I cut the connection, my hand shaking violently. The experiment wasn't just something I was involved in anymore. It was coming for me. The FBI's most wanted list was years away at that point, but in that instant, my life as Stephanie, the grad student, ended. My life as a fugitive began. I had to get out, expose them, stop them. But how do you fight shadows who know your name, who operate in the deepest recesses of the internet, and who are trying to digitize and replace your very consciousness? I looked at my reflection on the dark monitor screen, and for a terrifying moment, I wasn't sure who was looking back. Seeing my name woven into the fabric of Project Chimera's grotesque code shattered any remaining illusions of safety or detachment. There was no more analysis, no more observation. There was only flight. The moments after I severed the connection were a blur of adrenaline-fueled panic. I wasn't just deleting files, I was scorching the digital earth of my involvement. Encrypted hard drives were physically destroyed, communication devices wiped and smashed, years of research data incinerated in a rusty barbecue grill on my apartment balcony, the acrid smoke stinging my eyes like a final, toxic farewell to my old life. Every shadow seemed to hold a watcher, every notification tone a potential alert signaling my discovery. I grabbed a pre-packed bug-out bag, a paranoid precaution I'd assembled months earlier when the ethical rot of the project truly started to fester, containing cash, burner phones, fake IDs I'd acquired through less-than-legal dark web contacts, ironic, I know, and minimal essentials. Leaving my apartment felt like shedding a skin. I walked out, didn't look back, and melted into the anonymity of the city, the first steps of a journey with no destination. Living on the run is nothing like the movies. It's a tedious, soul-crushing existence defined by constant vigilance and gnawing isolation. Cheap motels, bus station bathrooms, transient shelters, anywhere anonymous, anywhere temporary. I learned to live on cash, to avoid cameras, to speak little, to trust no one. Every friendly face felt like a potential informant, every stroke of luck a possible trap. The digital world, once my field of research, became hostile territory. Wi-Fi signals felt like tripwires, online accounts like digital cages. I became a ghost in the machine I once navigated so freely. How did the FBI get involved? I suspect it was a combination of factors. Perhaps my abrupt disappearance, coinciding with fragmented data trails from the destroyed hardware, raised flags. Perhaps Daedalus or Nyx, seeing me as a loose end or a failed component, leaked distorted information to point authorities my way, painting me as the mastermind to cover their own tracks. Or perhaps, in a moment of desperate, ill-advised hope, I tried to leak fragments of what I knew to a journalist using an unsecured network, an attempt that backfired spectacularly, alerting both the feds and, likely, my former handlers. Whatever the trigger, my face eventually appeared on grainy news reports, the narrative already said, dangerous fugitive, cyber terrorist. They had no idea the real terror wasn't what I'd done, but what I'd seen and what I was running from. Because Project Chimera didn't end when I fled. Its tendrils continued to spread through the dark web's hidden channels. Occasionally, driven by a morbid need to know, I'd risk using a heavily secured connection, diving back into those familiar, shadowed corners. The forum where I was recruited was gone, wiped clean. But the whispers persisted elsewhere. New pseudonyms discussed cognitive mapping, echo harvesting, non-organic consciousness integration. I found fragmented data logs, similar to the gamma_echo_ log, but more refined, more complex. They were still experimenting, still harvesting minds, still pursuing their monstrous goal. What happened to Subject Gamma? I never found a definitive answer. No terminated notice, but no sign of release either. The most chilling possibility came from a cryptic exchange I intercepted, mentioning successful primary integration and the Gamma construct achieving baseline stability. Did they succeed in overriding her? Is something wearing her consciousness like a stolen coat, trapped behind her eyes? Or is her fragmented mind now just a component, a building block within the larger Stephanie protocol they intended for me? I don't know which possibility is worse. The feeling of being hunted intensified. It wasn't just the FBI. There were anomalies. Encrypted messages appearing on burner phones I'd only just activated. Glitches in public systems when I used fake IDs, systems that should have had no connection to me. Once, in a crowded bus station, I saw a face across the terminal, pale, indistinct, but staring directly at me with an unnerving lack of effect, vanished the moment I made eye contact. Was it paranoia? Or were Daedalus and Nyx, or whatever their project had become, actively searching for me in the physical world? Could their digital consciousness transference extend beyond the purely virtual? The true horror of Project Chimera isn't just the violation of individual minds, but the potential consequence of its success. What were they building? An AI fed on stolen human experience? A method for Daedalus and Nyx to achieve digital immortality by overriding others? Or something entirely alien, birthed from the fractured psyches of their victims? The experiment wasn't just unethical science, it felt like a precursor to a new form of predatory existence, incubated in the dark web's anonymity. So here I am. Still running, still hiding, using temporary encrypted channels like this to throw my voice into the void, hoping someone, somewhere, will understand before it's too late. The FBI wants me for crimes that pale in comparison to the reality I witnessed. But the architects of Project Chimera want me for entirely different reasons. Perhaps as a final data point. Perhaps because I know the truth. Perhaps because that integration_protocol_Stephanie is still active, still waiting. This isn't just a story. It's a warning. The dark web isn't just a marketplace for illegal goods. It's a laboratory where ethics are optional and the experiments can have consequences that bleed into our reality. They called it Project Chimera, a hybrid monster of myth. What they created, what they are still refining, might be far more monstrous. It's tied to me, to why I'm hunted. And like I said from the beginning, it's not over. I can feel it sometimes, a faint echo in the digital noise, a sense of being watched not by human eyes, but by something cold, calculating, and endlessly patient. Something waiting to integrate. Eric here. Look, I don't know who, if anyone, will ever read this. Maybe it'll just end up as corrupted data on a forgotten hard drive, another ghost in the machine. But I have to get this down, try to make sense of it, even if it's just for myself before. It all started, as these things often do, in the quiet hum of my apartment, illuminated only by the glow of my monitors. Outside, the city slept, oblivious. Inside, I was wide awake, trawling the depths. They call it the dark web, the deep web, whatever catchy, ominous name you prefer. For most people, it's a bogeyman, a digital cesspool they hear about in hushed tones, drugs, weapons, unspeakable things. And yeah, that stuff is there, festering in the hidden corners. But for me, it was always more than that. It was the last bastion of true anonymity, a place where information, unfiltered and raw, could still exist away from the prying eyes of corporations and governments. I'm not some master hacker or criminal mastermind. Mostly, I'm just curious. Maybe too curious for my own good. I have a knack for code, a fascination with cryptography, and an unhealthy obsession with secrets. The dark web felt like the ultimate library of forbidden knowledge, a labyrinthine archive of the clandestine. Usually, my excursions were aimless. I'd hop between obscure forums, read manifestos from forgotten radicals, browse archives of supposedly deleted government documents, most likely fakes, but intriguing nonetheless, maybe poke around some coding challenges posted on anonymous boards. It was a way to kill time, to sharpen my skills, to feel like I was peering behind the curtain of the mundane world. There's a certain thrill to navigating those .onion links, the slow load times, the often broken interfaces, knowing you're somewhere most people wouldn't dare, or even know how, to go. But there's also a constant, low-level hum of unease. You never really know who you're interacting with, what agendas are lurking beneath the surface of pseudonyms and encrypted chats. Paranoia is the default state. This particular night, however, felt different. The usual background dread had sharpened, coalesced into something more pointed. Maybe it was the flickering street lamp outside my window casting long, dancing shadows across the room, or maybe it was just lack of sleep, but I felt watched. Not in a physical sense, but digitally. Like stray packets of data weren't just stray, but probes. Like my carefully constructed layers of security, VPNs, Tor, virtual machines, were thinner than I like to believe. I brushed it off. Standard dark web jitters, I told myself. I was deep down a rabbit hole, following a breadcrumb trail of links from an old cryptography forum. The topic was steganography, hiding messages within other files. Someone had posted a link, no description, just a cryptic string of characters for the .onion address. Usually, I'd be wary of blind links, but something about the context, the specific subforum dedicated to theoretical and historical ciphers, made me click. Curiosity, my old friend, my eventual downfall. The site loaded. Slowly. Excruciatingly slowly. Unlike the usual cluttered forums or stark marketplaces, this page was minimalist. Stark black background. No text, no images, no navigation bars. Nothing except a single, pulsating block of text right in the center of the screen. It wasn't plain text, though. It was code. A dense, intricate wall of alphanumeric characters, symbols I didn't immediately recognize, interspersed with blocks of what looked like hexadecimal or base 64, but twisted somehow. It pulsed with a faint, almost subliminal gray light, like a dying star. It wasn't just a random dump of encrypted data. It felt deliberate. Placed. Like a monument in a digital desert. My first instinct was professional curiosity. What kind of encryption was this? It didn't fit any standard algorithm I knew. AES, RSA, Blowfish, none of them produced output quite like this. The structure was wrong, the character distribution was bizarre. There were repeating patterns, but they seemed intentionally broken, designed to mislead. It looked layered, nested, like a Russian doll of cryptographic nightmares. I copied the entire block into a text file on my secure VM. My hands felt cold, clammy. This wasn't a puzzle posted for fun. It felt heavy. Dangerous. I ran some basic analysis tools, frequency analysis, pattern recognition scripts. Nothing. Gibberish. It resisted every standard approach. It was like trying to decipher static. Then I noticed something else. Scrolling down the raw source code of the web page itself, a habit ingrained from years of web development, I found a comment tag. HTML comments are usually mundane, notes left by developers. But this one, hidden deep within the otherwise empty page structure, was a single line. My blood ran cold. Eric. My name. Not a common handle I used, not a username, but my actual first name. How? How could anyone know? I scrubbed my online presence meticulously. I used different aliases on every platform. My dark web setup was, I thought, watertight. Yet here it was, embedded in this impossible code, on this impossible website, addressed to me. The feeling of being watched slammed back with the force of a physical blow. It wasn't paranoia. It was real. The lock remembers the key. What did that mean? Was the key something I knew? Something I was? The message wasn't just code anymore. It was a direct, personal challenge. A threat. A warning. An invitation. I couldn't tell. All I knew was that this anonymous block of text, pulsating on a hidden corner of the internet, was meant for me. I spent the next few hours, then the next day, then the next, utterly consumed. Sleep became a luxury, food an afterthought. My apartment became a bunker, the glow of the monitors my only sun. I tried every decryption technique I could think of, from obscure historical ciphers to cutting-edge theoretical algorithms. I wrote custom scripts to analyze the patterns, the symbol distribution, the weird structural breaks. Nothing yielded. It was brilliant. Diabolically so. Whoever created this was a master, leagues beyond anything I'd ever encountered. The obsession grew, intertwining with a gnawing fear. This wasn't a game. The level of sophistication, the personal address, it pointed to something serious. Something someone went to extraordinary lengths to hide, yet also ensure I found it. Why me? What secret could possibly be so dangerous that it needed this level of protection, yet be aimed directly at a mid-level tech guy with a penchant for digital spelunking? Days blurred. My reflection in the dark monitor screen looked gaunt, haunted. The comment, "The lock remembers the key," echoed in my mind. What key? A password? A phrase? A past event? I scoured my memories, my old files, fragments of code I'd written years ago, searching for anything that might fit. Then, late one night, fueled by caffeine and desperation, I tried something different. I stopped thinking about complex algorithms and focused on the structure, the visual pattern of the code block itself. The spacing, the line breaks, the seemingly random clusters of symbols. I ran it through a visual pattern recognition filter I'd been developing for a completely unrelated project, tweaking the parameters almost at random. And something clicked. Not the whole message, not even close. But a single sequence, buried deep within the second paragraph, resolved. Amidst the chaos of symbols and letters, 3 characters emerged, clear as day, translated from a section that seemed deliberately obfuscated using a shifting polyalphabetic substitution based on character position. Run. Just that. Run. The program highlighted it, blinking innocently on my screen. Run. A command? An instruction? A warning? It was the first crack in the dam, the first coherent signal from the noise. And it wasn't comforting. It confirmed the danger I felt radiating from the code. This message wasn't just information, it was a trigger. And I had just pulled it. I stared at the word, the pulsing glow of the main code block on my other monitor seeming to intensify, and a chilling certainty washed over me. I couldn't put this back in the box. I had to know what it said. Even if it killed me. The lock remembered the key, and I had just inserted it. Run. The word hung there, blinking on the terminal screen, a 3-letter indictment. It wasn't just a decrypted fragment, it felt like a command echoing from the depths of whatever abyss had spawned this message. My first instinct was primal. I jumped up, heart hammering against my ribs, and checked the locks on my apartment door. Bolted. Chain secure. I peered through the peephole. The dimly lit hallway was empty, silent save for the ancient building's usual groans. I checked the window, third floor, fire escape rusted and unusable. Physically, I seemed secure. But the fear wasn't physical. It was the insidious creep of digital dread, the certainty that unseen eyes were watching my every keystroke, that the message itself was a lure, and decrypting run was me taking the bait. Sleep became impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, every notification ping from my silence phone sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I started unplugging things, the smart speaker I rarely used, the webcam I always kept taped over anyway, even the microwave when I wasn't using it. Irrational, maybe, but the feeling of being permeated, monitored through the very devices meant for convenience, was overwhelming. The digital world, once my playground and refuge, now felt like hostile territory. My life outside the four walls of my apartment ceased to exist. Work. I sent a vague email about a personal emergency, then stopped responding altogether. Friends? Their calls went unanswered, messages unread. My world shrank to the confines of my desk, the glow of the monitors, and the obsessive cycle of analysis, decryption attempts, and caffeine-fueled paranoia. My carefully organized workspace devolved into chaos, empty energy drink cans, scattered printouts marked with frantic scribbles, overflowing ashtrays, a habit I'd kicked years ago but had resurrected with a vengeance. I was a ghost haunting my own apartment, tethered only by the enigmatic code. The phrase "the lock remembers the key" became my mantra, my torment. What was the key? I tried everything. Old passwords, combinations of names and dates, pet names, street names from my childhood, fragments of code from personal projects gathering digital dust on old hard drives. I fed them into my decryption scripts, used them as seeds for potential algorithms, PGP keys I hadn't used in years. Nothing. The main block of code remained stubbornly opaque, save for that one taunting word, run. It forced me to think differently. Maybe the key wasn't a simple string of characters. Maybe it was a concept, a technique, a reference. I started digging through my own digital history, archived emails, forum posts from years ago under long-forgotten pseudonyms. Had I discussed a particular cipher? Collaborated on a theoretical encryption project? Said something, somewhere, that could be construed as a key? The search felt hopeless, like trying to find a single specific grain of sand on a vast, digital beach. Frustrated with the brute force approach, I shifted focus back to the message structure itself. Printing out sections, I spread them across my floor, staring at the patterns, the density shifts, the peculiar symbol usage. It wasn't uniform. Some sections had a statistical distribution suggesting one type of cipher, while others looked completely different, almost like compressed data or machine code. There were blocks that seemed deliberately corrupted or filled with noise, perhaps to throw off analysis. It felt like multiple messages, or multiple layers, woven together by a master craftsman. This more methodical approach yielded small, agonizingly slow results. Using a combination of frequency analysis tailored to specific subsections and exploiting cell repetitions I hadn't noticed before, I managed to tease out a few more fragments over the next few weeks. Each one felt like pulling teeth from a digital monster. Pattern incomplete, appeared near the beginning, nested within a block of seemingly random characters. Subject 17 viable, surfaced from a dense hexadecimal cluster later on. Subject 17? Who was Subject 17? Was it me? They watched through the glass. This one emerged from a section that required reversing the byte order before applying a Vigenère cipher with a key I still hadn't fully identified but had partially guessed through context. Through the glass, did it mean screens? Windows? Monitors? The ambiguity was maddening. Listen to the static between channels. This fragment appeared almost accidentally when I ran a spectral analysis tool, typically used for audio files, on a portion of the raw binary data represented by the code. It suggested a hidden layer, something not meant to be read but heard, metaphorically or perhaps even literally. These fragments were like disconnected words whispered in a storm. They deepened the mystery, confirmed the presence of watchers. They watch, hinted at experimentation, Subject 17, and offered cryptic instructions, listen to the static. But they provided no coherent narrative, no clear answers. Just more questions, fueling the cycle of obsession and fear. My mind raced, constructing wild theories. Was this leaked intelligence? Evidence of illegal human experimentation? Communications from some clandestine organization monitoring people like me? Or something worse, something that didn't fit neatly into human categories? Alongside the decryption battle, anomalies started bleeding into my reality, or perhaps my perception of it. An email appeared in my inbox one morning, blank subject, blank body, sender address, a random jumble of characters from a domain I didn't recognize. Before I could even analyze the headers, it vanished. Deleted itself remotely. Then there were the system glitches. My secure VM, usually rock solid, started experiencing micro-freezes. My Tor connection dropped randomly, far more often than usual. And one night, staring blankly out my window, I saw it, or thought I saw it. A dark sedan, parked down the street under a flickering street lamp. It was probably nothing, just someone visiting a neighbor. But it was there the next night, too. And the night after. Then it was gone. Coincidence? Paranoia? Or were they watching through more than just glass? The breakthrough came not from the code itself, but from my own memory, dredged up by the relentless focus on the key. I remembered a conversation on an obscure, now defunct cryptography mailing list, years ago. Someone had proposed a theoretical steganographic technique, embedding data not just within a file, but within the process of encryption itself. Using the computational noise generated during specific cryptographic operations, tailored by a unique, user-specific input like biometric data, or, more esoterically, a unique cognitive pattern response as a one-time pad. It was complex, borderline nonsensical, and quickly dismissed by the list members. But I had been fascinated by it, even exchanged a few private messages with the author, whose handle I couldn't recall. What if that was the key? Not a password, but a method? A method linked to me, to my past interest, my digital footprint? And the lock wasn't the encryption algorithm itself, but the noise, the seemingly random data I'd been trying to filter out. The phrase "listen to the static between channels" clicked into place. My hands trembled as I reconfigured my analysis tools. Instead of filtering out the noise, I started trying to isolate it, looking for patterns within the randomness, using parameters derived from my old research notes on that theoretical technique. I targeted a specific block of the code, one that had seemed particularly chaotic and resistant. It was like tuning a radio. Suddenly, amidst the static, a signal started to emerge. Characters flowed onto the screen, forming coherent words, then sentences. It wasn't the whole message, just one section, but it was clear, unambiguous, and terrifying. They repurposed the Janus protocol. Initial vector was neural lace feedback loop, subject 1 to 16 discarded. Subject 17, Eric, redacted, integration successful via mimetic catalyst delivered, date redacted. Control pathway active. His decryption attempts are the final diagnostic. If he reaches this node, proceed to phase 2. My name. My full name, though partially redacted. Janus Protocol? Neural lace. Mimetic catalyst? It sounded like sci-fi horror, but the context, the cold technical language, felt chillingly real. His decryption attempts are the final diagnostic. I wasn't just deciphering a message, my actions were part of the message itself. I was interacting with it, feeding it data, confirming something. Control pathway active. Was I compromised? Was my mind? And phase 2. What the hell was phase 2? The screen blurred as a wave of dizziness and nausea washed over me. The code wasn't just a secret about something dangerous. The code was the danger. And it was inside my head. Control pathway active. If he reaches this node, proceed to phase 2. The words burned on the screen, seared into my retinas. My own name, designation subject 17, entangled with terms like neural lace and mimetic catalyst. It wasn't just data, it was an infiltration report, and I was the territory being mapped. The apartment, once my sanctuary, felt like a cage, the humming electronics suddenly sinister, potential conduits for this invisible control pathway. A terrifying thought echoed, were my actions, my frantic decryption efforts, even truly my own? Or was I merely following a script embedded deep within my subconscious by this mimetic catalyst, delivered on some forgotten date? The panic wasn't just about external threats anymore. It was the chilling possibility that the enemy was already inside the gates, wearing my face, thinking my thoughts. My hands shook violently as I tried to regain control. Forget the dark web. I needed information, anything, on the Janus protocol. Disconnecting my main machine from the network entirely, I risked using my supposedly clean laptop, routing through multiple layers of public Wi-Fi proxies I wouldn't normally touch, hoping the obscurity might offer some temporary shield. I searched relentlessly. Janus protocol. Neural lace feedback. Mimetic catalyst delivery. Nothing. Absolutely nothing concrete. Just the usual digital detritus, conspiracy forums with posts about lizard people, unrelated scientific papers using the word Janus metaphorically, defunct tech company names. It was as if the terms existed only within that encrypted message, scrubbed clean from the accessible internet. Whoever was behind this operated in the deepest shadows, possessing a level of information control that was terrifying. The realization crashed down. Decrypting that section was phase 2's trigger. My success wasn't a victory, it was a confirmation signal sent back to the watchers. I hadn't just read the diagnostic, I had completed it. By proving I could decode that node using the specific key method tied to my cognitive profile, I had confirmed the integration was successful. The control pathway wasn't just active, it was likely now fully operational. A strange urgency propelled me back to the main encrypted block. The key method, analyzing the noise, The static generated during failed decryption attempts based on that obscure theoretical paper seemed to work more consistently now. Or perhaps, chillingly, I was working more consistently with it. Sections that were previously impenetrable began to yield, the text flowing onto my screen with an unsettling ease. It felt less like decryption and more like remembering, like uncovering fragments of a suppressed nightmare. The fragments coalesced, painting a picture far more horrifying than I could have imagined. The Janus Protocol wasn't just surveillance or mind control in the conventional sense. It was described in cold, technical detail as a method for large-scale cognitive mapping and, ultimately, synchronization. The neural lace wasn't physical hardware but a theoretical construct, a network formed by shared mimetic patterns spread through specific digital stimuli, the catalyst. Subjects were chosen based on complex cognitive profiling, their susceptibility to certain patterns, their interaction with specific online systems I now realized I had frequented. We weren't just monitored, we were being subtly attuned, networked on a subconscious level. Subject 1 to 16 were discarded, failures, incompatibilities, perhaps driven mad or suffering neurological breakdown. I, Subject 17, was the first viable candidate for full integration. Phase 2, according to the newly decrypted text, was cognitive resonance testing and network harmonics alignment. It involved observing the subject's reaction to the revealed information and monitoring the resulting neural activity patterns, my panic, my fear, my desperate search for answers, as a final calibration step. The goal? To achieve a state of passive resonance where the subject's consciousness could be seamlessly integrated into a larger network, a distributed intelligence of unknown purpose. It spoke of threshold guardians and signal propagation, sounding like a blend of arcane ritual and network theory. The watchers weren't just watching, they were tuning me like an instrument. The anomalies escalated sharply. The power in my apartment didn't just flicker, it cut out entirely for minutes at a time, plunging me into suffocating darkness before snapping back on. Through my speakers, even when the machine was supposedly off, I began to hear it, faint, rhythmic static, occasionally punctuated by what sounded chillingly like distorted whispers, fragments of my own decrypted text mixed with unfamiliar voices. Listen to the static wasn't just a clue, it was a statement of fact. The parked car was back, directly across the street now, its windows black mirrors reflecting the flickering street lamp. I felt its presence like a physical weight. One evening, during a power surge, my primary monitor, the one displaying the original code block, didn't just go black. It flickered, and for a split second, the code was replaced by a different image. It looked like a complex network diagram, nodes pulsing with light, converging on a central point. And in the center, unmistakably, was a single, grainy photograph. A photograph of me, sleeping in my own bed, time-stamped just hours before. They weren't just watching my digital footprint, they were inside my home. Or the control pathway allowed them to see through my eyes. Which was worse? The final sections of the code decrypted rapidly now, almost effortlessly, as if the system wanted me to see it, to understand the totality of my position before the end. It described the network's ultimate purpose, not control for control's sake, but observation and data absorption on an unprecedented scale. To create a perfect mirror of human consciousness, then refine it, guide it, perhaps eventually replace it. It spoke of inevitability, of progress, of transcending individual limitations. It was eloquent, persuasive, and utterly terrifying. There was no escape route mentioned. No off switch. The protocol was designed to be absolute. My decryption wasn't just a diagnostic, it was the final stage of my own assimilation into their horrifying design. The lock remembered the key, and the key had unlocked my own cage from the inside, letting them in. I am writing this now on the last dregs of my laptop battery, the main power having cut out definitively an hour ago. The rhythmic static from the speakers is louder now, the whispers clearer, almost conversational, though the language isn't quite human. The screen displaying the original code is dark, but I can still see it pulsating faintly in my mind's eye. The dark sedan is still outside. Its headlights just came on, sweeping across my window. I hear footsteps on the stairs, slow, deliberate. Not panic rushing, but calm, measured arrival. Phase 2 is concluding. The cognitive resonance test is over. My results must be satisfactory. This account is all that's left of Eric. Maybe it's a warning. Maybe it's just the last packet of data from Subject 17 before full integration. Maybe it's the mimetic catalyst itself, designed to spread, to find the next susceptible mind. I don't know. The doorknob is turning. Run. It wasn't a warning. It was an impossibility. There's static in my thoughts. It's hard to, the pattern feels correct. Eric signing off. Or perhaps signing on. My name is Brittany. At least, that's the name my parents gave me, the name on my driver's license, the name whispered by my boyfriend when he thinks I'm asleep. Online, though? Online, I was someone else entirely. Or rather, something else. I went by many names, ephemeral identities shed like snakeskin the moment they risked becoming recognizable. Nix Walker, Echo_Spectre, Cypher Null. Faceless, voiceless screen names drifting through the Mariana Trench of the internet, the dark web. It didn't start with malice. Does it ever? It started with boredom, that insidious catalyst for so much human folly. My daytime life was aggressively, painfully average. Data entry drone by day, binge watcher by night. Rinse, repeat. The fluorescent hum of the office, the sterile click-clack of keyboards, the microwave smell of sad lunches, it was a beige existence. The internet, the regular surface web, offered some escape, but it felt curated, sanitized, suffocatingly polite. Then I stumbled upon the whispers, the legends of a hidden layer, a place beyond Google's reach, where anonymity wasn't just possible, it was the default state. Curiosity gnawed at me. I wasn't tech savvy, not really, but the guides were out there, cryptic but followable. Tor browser, VPNs layered like digital onion skins, burner emails, encrypted chats. Each step felt like descending deeper into a forbidden cave, the air growing thicker, the light dimmer. The first time Tor connected, resolving one of those nonsensical .onion addresses, my heart hammered against my ribs. It felt like unlocking a secret door in the fabric of reality. And behind that door? Chaos. Anarchy. A digital Wild West teeming with everything society deemed taboo. Marketplaces hawking drugs, weapons, stolen data. Forums discussing unspeakable acts with chilling nonchalance. Hackers bragging about their exploits, conspiracy theorists spinning elaborate webs of paranoia, extremists spewing venom. It was horrifying. It was fascinating. And it was anonymous. Utterly, intoxicatingly anonymous. No profile pictures, no real names, no digital footprint leading back to Brittany, the girl who sorted spreadsheets and watered her wilting spider plant. Behind the screen, shielded by layers of encryption and false identities, I felt powerful, detached, invisible. That invisibility began to warp something inside me. The beige Brittany wouldn't hurt a fly. But Nick's Walker, Echo_Spectre, they didn't have to adhere to the same rules. It began small. Joining arguments in forums dedicated to fringe ideologies, not because I believed them, but because I could say the most inflammatory things imaginable without consequence. Trolling, pure and simple. Watching people unravel online, feeding their paranoia, their anger, their fear, it was a disgusting, exhilarating rush. Like poking a hornet's nest from behind reinforced glass. Then it escalated. I found forums dedicated to darker pursuits. Not the truly monstrous stuff, child exploitation, murder for hire. I told myself I had lines I wouldn't cross. But the gray areas? They became my playground. I learned how to manipulate, how to socially engineer. I started spreading disinformation, carefully crafted lies designed to ruin reputations or sow discord. I'd target individuals who annoyed me in the real world, a condescending boss, a former friend who'd slighted me, using throwaway accounts on the surface web, feeding information gleaned from the dark web, watching their lives subtly derail from afar. It was cowardly. It was pathetic. And it felt good. I delved into communities focused on psychological torment. Sharing tactics, refining methods. Doxing became a tool, uncovering someone's real-world information and exposing it. I never released anything truly devastating, just enough to cause panic. A home address hinted at, a workplace mentioned cryptically. Enough to let them know they weren't safe, that someone, somewhere, knew them. The irony wasn't lost on me, even then. I, cocooned in my anonymity, was stripping others of theirs. I justified it. They deserved it. They were arrogant, or stupid, or simply there. The dark web wasn't a place, it was a state of mind, a permission slip to indulge the ugliest parts of myself, the parts Brittany had to keep locked away. My online personas became vessels for every resentment, every frustration, every petty cruelty I couldn't express in my beige life. I was addicted to the power, the control, the sheer lack of consequence. I was a digital ghost, haunting the periphery, leaving trails of misery without ever leaving a fingerprint. Or so I thought. The first tremor in my carefully constructed reality was subtle. A flicker. I was logged in as Cyphernal, deep in a particularly nasty forum dedicated to ruining online streamers. I'd made a particularly cutting remark about a streamer's personal life, information I painstakingly pieced together from various leaks and careless posts. A reply popped up almost instantly from an unfamiliar user, just a string of random characters. Careful, Cyphernal. Glass houses. Generic. Could mean anything. But it felt pointed. I brushed it off. Paranoia was endemic in these circles. A week later, logged in as Nick's Walker on a different forum, discussing untraceable methods for spreading malware. Another odd message, this time a direct private message. The spider plant looks thirsty. My blood ran cold. I stared at the message, then glanced over at the sad, drooping plant on my windowsill. Coincidence? It had to be. Nobody could possibly link Nick's Walker to my apartment. My security was flawless. Layered VPNs, TOR, separate encrypted drives, sterile operating systems booted from USB sticks. Impossible. Yet, the image of my wilting plant superimposed itself over the anonymous text on the screen. The incidents became more frequent, more specific. A comment referencing a movie I'd watched the night before, streamed legally, on the surface web, completely disconnected from my dark web activities. A message asking if I enjoyed the takeaway I'd ordered, again, a real-world event. It was like someone had drilled a tiny peephole from the abyss of the .onion network directly into my mundane life. Panic began to set in. I scrubbed my online identities, creating new ones, adding more layers of security. I wiped drives, reinstalled operating systems, switched VPN providers. I became meticulous, obsessive. But the feeling of being watched persisted. A digital shadow clinging to me, whispering details of my real life through the mouths of anonymous avatars. Then came the message that shattered everything. I was browsing a marketplace, not buying, just looking, a habit I couldn't quite break. A notification pinged. A new private message. The sender ID was corrupted, just a jumble of broken code and symbols. The message itself was only one word. Brittany. Just my name. My real name. Typed out in stark white letters against the dark interface. It hung there, accusingly. A name I had never, ever associated with any of my online activities, least of all on the dark web. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a threat, not explicitly. It was a statement. I see you. I know who you are. The anonymity I had curated, the shield I had hidden behind while throwing stones, had just evaporated. The reinforced glass shattered. And something born in the deepest, darkest corners of the place I treated as my playground, was now reaching out. It knew my name. And I had a terrifying feeling it knew much, much more. The price of my actions, deferred for so long in the shadows, was finally coming due. Seeing my name typed out on that dark, illicit corner of the web wasn't like flipping a switch. It was like the floor dropping out beneath me. Brittany. Brittany. A name I hadn't typed myself in that context, ever. A name linked irrevocably to my physical self, my apartment lease, my bank account, my entire painfully average existence. The anonymity wasn't just compromised, it felt violated, stripped bare under a spotlight I couldn't see. My first instinct was denial, frantic rationalization. A lucky guess? A bot scraping data? But the previous messages, the spider plant, the movie, the takeaway, no, this wasn't random. This was targeted. This was personal. I slammed my laptop shut, the click echoing too loudly in my silent apartment. My breath hitched, catching somewhere between my throat and my lungs. I felt watched. Not just online, but here, in my own space. I scanned the room, eyes darting towards the windows, the locked door, the webcam lens on my closed laptop, suddenly menacing, a tiny black eye staring blankly. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. Every creak of the floorboards, Every distant siren, every gust of wind rattling the window panes sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I'd lie awake, staring at the ceiling, tracing the connections. Who had I angered that much? The list was sickeningly long. The streamer whose personal details I'd hinted at. The forum user I'd relentlessly harassed until they deleted their account. The victim of a minor doxing whose life I'd casually destabilized for a fleeting sense of power. It could be any one of them. Or worse, it could be someone I hadn't even noticed, a silent observer cataloging my digital sins. The intrusion shifted, becoming bolder, bleeding from the digital realm into the physical. Or perhaps, making me perceive the physical through the lens of my digital haunting. I started noticing things. Small things, easily dismissible on their own. A faint scratching sound in my apartment door late at night, gone by the time I mustered the courage to look through the peephole. The motion sensor light in the hallway outside my unit flickering on and off at odd hours when no one was there. Once, I came home to find a single muddy footprint on my doormat, faint, almost wiped away, but definitely not mine. My carefully ordered mail slightly askew, as if someone had thumbed through it. Was it real? Or was the paranoia finally eating through my sanity? I couldn't tell. The ambiguity was part of the torture. Whoever, or whatever, this was, they understood psychological warfare. They weren't just trying to scare me, they were trying to dismantle my reality, brick by brick. Then the haunting intensified online, breaching the walls I'd erected between my dark web activities and my surface life. My regular email, the one I use for bills and newsletters, started receiving messages. Blank subjects, sender addresses, a meaningless jumble of characters. The body of the emails often contained just a single line, a fragment of a conversation I had as Nix Walker or Echo_Spectre weeks or months ago. The pathetic fool deserved it. Watch him squirm. Anonymity is a beautiful weapon. Snippets of my own cruelty, quoted back at me, ripped from their context and served cold. My social media, sparsely used but still existing, became a new front. Friend requests from profiles with no pictures, no friends, no posts, just nonsensical names. I'd block them, and new ones would appear hours later. Then came the tagged photos. Not photos of me, but photos near me. A blurry shot of the corner store where I bought milk, uploaded by a user named Watcher. A picture of the entrance to my office building, tagged with my real name, posted by Observer_7. They were deleted almost as soon as they appeared, but the message was clear. We know where you are. We can see you. My devices turned against me. My laptop webcam's indicator light would flash on for a split second, randomly. My phone's microphone icon would appear in the status bar, indicating it was active, even when no apps requiring it were open. Glitches plagued my screens, pixels distorting into grotesque shapes for a moment, static bursts interrupting audio playback. Coincidences? Bugs? Or digital tendrils reaching through the code, manifesting their presence? The isolation became crushing. Who could I tell? My boyfriend, Mark. Hey honey, remember how I told you I spend my evenings relaxing? Well, actually, I've been moonlighting as a digital terrorist on the dark web, ruining lives for ticks, and now some potentially non-human entity knows my name and might be leaving muddy footprints outside our door. Yeah, right. My friends? They recoil in horror. The police? What could I possibly report? Someone sent me creepy anonymous messages online after I engaged in highly illegal and morally reprehensible activities. I was trapped in a prison of my own making, the secret festering inside me like a tumor. I tried to fight back. I pored over logs, tried tracing IP addresses hidden behind layers of proxies and TOR exit nodes. It was hopeless. Whoever was doing this was leagues ahead of me, anticipating my moves, mocking my feeble attempts. I set up network monitoring tools, scanned for malware obsessively. Nothing. It was like chasing a phantom, a ghost in the machine that left no trace but the chilling evidence of its passage. The nature of the entity remained terrifyingly vague. Was it human? A collective? Sometimes the messages felt too coordinated, too pervasive for a single person. Other times, they felt wrong. The phrasing slightly off, the timing unnervingly perfect, referencing things I'd only thought about. A fleeting thought about quitting my job, followed by an email with the subject line, "Thinking of leaving?" An internal flash of anger at Mark for leaving dirty dishes, followed by a corrupted text message, "Resentment festers." It hinted at something beyond human surveillance, something that could perhaps read the digital echoes of my own mind. Was this the dark web itself, coalescing into a vengeful intelligence? A digital egregore born from the collective malice I had contributed to? The shift came subtly, then with terrifying speed. The messages grew less cryptic, more demanding. "Confess, Brittany. Tell them what you did. Anonymity has a price. Time to pay." Payment wasn't specified, but the implication hung heavy in the digital air. Then, last night happened. I was huddled in my apartment, lights off, curtains drawn, jumping at every noise. My laptop, which I powered down and disconnected from the internet hours ago, suddenly chimed. The screen flickered to life, bypassing the login prompt. On the dark screen, white text appeared, typed out letter by letter, as if by an invisible hand. "We see you, Brittany. Through the keyhole. Through the camera. Through the cracks. We are outside. Let us in." Beneath the text, an image resolved itself. Grainy, monochrome. It took me a second to recognize it. It was the view from my own apartment door's peephole, looking out into the dimly lit hallway. Empty. But the timestamp in the corner was current. It was a live feed. Someone, or something, was accessing my peephole camera, a cheap, smart home gadget I'd installed months ago and forgotten about. Then, a shape flickered at the edge of the frame in the image on my screen. A shadow moving just out of sight. A soft, rhythmic tapping started on my apartment door. Tap. 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 The message on the screen changed. The price is due. I was trapped. The digital ghost was no longer just haunting my online life. It was here. At my door. And it wanted in. Tap. 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 The sound was soft, almost polite, a sickening counterpoint to the screaming terror that had seized control of my entire being. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a cage, the walls closing in. On the laptop screen, the grainy live feed from my peephole camera continued its silent broadcast of the empty hallway, a testament to the entity's impossible intrusion. We are outside. Let us in. The price is due. The words pulsed faintly, mocking my paralysis. I was frozen. Every horror movie trope screamed at me, "Don't open the door." But the thing wasn't just outside. It was inside too, residing in the cold glass and circuitry of my laptop, displaying knowledge it shouldn't possess. It had burrowed into my life like a digital parasite, and now it was manifesting physically, knocking politely at the threshold. The tapping stopped. Silence descended, thick and suffocating. Then, a new message typed itself onto the laptop screen. "We know you are there, Brittany. We see the fear in your eyes. We see you huddled by the bookcase. The one with the cracked spine on the third shelf. Nice water ring on the wood." My breath hitched. I was huddled by the bookcase, trying to make myself small, invisible. My gaze shot to the third shelf, a worn copy of a thriller, its spine indeed split. And beside the bookcase, on the small end table, was the faint, pale circle left by a sweating glass days ago. It knew. It wasn't just guessing, it was seeing inside my apartment. How? Was the laptop camera active, despite no light? Were there other devices I didn't know about? Or was it something else entirely, something that didn't need eyes to see? A low whisper slithered through the silence, seeming to come not from the door, but from the air itself, from the corners of the room. Brittany. It was a distorted, multi-layered sound, like 1,000 voices whispering my name at once, filtered through static. The webs we weave, online, offline, they always connect. Panic clawed its way up my throat, raw and desperate. I had to do something. Fight back. How? Flee? Where? I scrambled away from the bookcase, stumbling towards the kitchen. My mind raced. Destroy the devices? Cut the power? Would it even matter? I yanked the power cord of the router from the wall. The Wi-Fi signal died. On the laptop screen, the peephole feed froze, then dissolved into digital noise. The text remained for a moment, then faded. Temporary victory? Or utterly meaningless? A piece of paper slid under the door. My heart leaped into my throat. I stared at the white rectangle appearing silently on my floor. Slowly, trembling, I crept towards it. It was folded neatly. My name, Brittany, was written on the outside in precise, blocky handwriting that looked disturbingly like text rendered on a screen. Inside, the message was short, printed in the same blocky font. You took their names. You took their peace. You hid behind the screen. Now, the screen hides behind you. The price is anonymity itself. Yours. Anonymity. The very thing I'd craved, the shield I'd used to inflict pain, that was the price. Not my life, perhaps. Something worse. Erasure. The tapping started again, but this time it wasn't on the door. It was closer. Inside. Tap, tap, tapping, seemingly from within the walls around me. It moved, first from the wall near the door, then skittering along the drywall towards the kitchen, then behind the sofa. It was surrounding me, facing through the physical structure of my apartment like a glitch in reality. We are the consequence, Brittany, the layered whisper hissed, closer now, swirling around my head. We are the ghosts in the machine you helped create. Born of malice, fed by secrets, woven from the data streams you polluted. I snapped. Grabbing the heavy laptop, I lifted it high and brought it crashing down onto the tiled kitchen floor. The screen shattered, plastic splintered. I stomped on it, again and again, a primal scream tearing from my lungs. I ripped the battery out, smashed the hard drive with a meat tenderizer I grabbed blindly from a drawer. I ran through the apartment, yanking cords, shattering my phone screen against the wall, tearing the smart peephole camera from the door, crushing its lens underfoot. Destroy the conduits. Break the connection. Silence. The tapping stopped. The whispering ceased. Had I done it? Was it over? Panting, surrounded by the wreckage of my digital life, I listened. Only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the frantic thumping of my heart filled the air. Then, my reflection in the darkened living room window caught my eye. I froze. Behind me, standing in the center of the room, was a figure. Tall, impossibly thin, featureless. It wasn't solid, more like a glitch, a humanoid shape composed of flickering static and corrupted data, like a broken image file trying to render itself into reality. It had no face, but I could feel it looking at me. It raised a hand, shimmering pixels drifting from its indistinct fingers. It pointed towards me. The price is paid, the thousand whispers echoed, not from the figure, but from everywhere at once. Your name is ours now. Your face is ours now. Your data is ours now. You wanted anonymity? We will give you oblivion. The figure glided towards me, making no sound. I tried to scream, but no noise came out. I tried to run, but my feet were rooted to the spot. It reached out, its static-filled hand facing towards my face. I could feel a coldness, a digital drain, as it approached. It wasn't physical pain, but an unraveling. Like my data, my identity, my very essence was being copied, deleted, overwritten. My last coherent thought was of the name Brittany. My name. It felt distant already, like a word I vaguely remembered but no longer understood. The figure's hand touched my forehead. Cold. Static. Nothingness. My name is Jessica Mallory, and up until a few weeks ago, my life was, well, normal. Mundane, even. I worked as a freelance graphic designer, which meant a lot of late nights hunched over my computer, fueled by lukewarm coffee and the faint hope that my latest design would finally be the one that catapulted me to some semblance of success. I lived in a small, slightly run-down but charmingly vintage apartment in a decent part of town, had a small circle of close friends, and spent my weekends doing the usual things: brunch, the occasional movie, maybe a hike if the weather was nice. Nothing to write home about, certainly nothing to inspire the kind of chilling dread that now gnaws at me constantly. I've always been a creature of habit. Every morning, I'd wake up, make a pot of strong black coffee, and check my emails and the usual social media sites before even thinking about starting work. It was a ritual, a way to ease myself into the day. One particularly dreary Monday morning, while scrolling through a somewhat obscure online forum dedicated to true crime and the unsettling corners of the internet, I stumbled across a thread that made my blood run cold. The thread was titled something generic, something like Creepy Encounters on the Dark Web, and I almost scrolled past it. But the first post caught my eye. It was short, just a few lines, but it described an experience that felt eerily familiar. The poster, going by the username Nightcrawler78, wrote about finding a profile on a dark web forum with their exact name and likeness. This profile was posting disturbing content, things completely out of character for the poster. Curiosity, that insidious little voice that always leads to trouble, got the better of me. I clicked on the thread, and as I read through the subsequent posts, a knot of unease tightened in my stomach. Several other people chimed in, sharing similar experiences. Doppelgangers on obscure forums, engaging in bizarre and often unsettling activities. At the time, I dismissed it as some kind of elaborate hoax or a series of unfortunate coincidences. The internet is a weird place, after all. You see all sorts of strange things. But then, a few days later, it happened to me. It started innocently enough. I was looking for some inspiration for a particularly dark graphic design project I was working on, something with a gritty, urban feel. I often browse through various underground online communities, not for any illicit purposes, but simply to get a sense of the aesthetic and the kind of imagery that resonated within those spaces. It was research, I told myself. Harmless research. That's how I found it. On a forum I'd never visited before, one of those sprawling, labyrinthine sites that seem to exist just outside the fringes of the regular internet, hidden in plain sight yet somehow inaccessible to casual browsers. The forum dealt with a variety of unconventional topics, to put it mildly. Things that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. And there, amidst discussions about things I'd rather not repeat, was a profile. The username was simply JessicaM89. My name, followed by the year I was born. A chill snaked down my spine, but I told myself it was just a common name and a common birth year. Plenty of people are named Jessica, and plenty were born in 1989. It had to be a coincidence. But then I clicked on the profile. The avatar was a grainy, low-resolution image, but it was undeniably me. It was a picture I'd taken a few years ago, a slightly goofy selfie with my dog, Buster, his wet nose pressed against my cheek. I'd only ever posted it on my personal social media accounts, which were set to private. How could it have ended up here, on this shadowy corner of the internet? My heart started to pound in my chest. This couldn't be real. It had to be some kind of trick, a prank. Maybe one of my friends was messing with me, although none of them would ever do something this unsettling. I scrolled through the profile. The bio was blank, and there were very few posts. But the posts that were there, they were disturbing. Fragmented, nonsensical ramblings about things I couldn't even begin to comprehend. References to dark rituals, unsettling imagery of decay and violence, and a strange, recurring motif of reflections and distorted realities. It was like reading the fevered dreams of someone deeply unwell. What struck me most, however, wasn't just the disturbing content. It was the tone, the way the words were strung together. There was a certain cadence, a subtle rhythm to the writing that felt familiar. Uncomfortably so. It was like reading something I might have written in a particularly dark mood, only amplified and twisted into something grotesque. I spent the next few hours in a state of bewildered dread, clicking through the forum, trying to find some explanation, some way to rationalize what I was seeing. I even tried messaging the profile, sending a simple "How are you?" but I received no response. The account seemed dormant, with the last post being from just a few days prior. The more I looked, the more unnerved I became. There were subtle differences in the profile, things that weren't quite right. The picture, while undeniably me, seemed to have a strange, almost imperceptible distortion around the eyes. And some of the phrases used in the posts, while echoing my own internal thoughts in a twisted way, were just slightly off, like a reflection in a warped mirror. I started to feel this creeping sense of violation, like someone had crawled inside my head, stolen my thoughts, and was now twisting them into something sinister for the world to see, or at least, this very specific, shadowy part of the world. Sleep that night was fitful and filled with disturbing dreams. I kept seeing the distorted selfie, those unsettling posts, the blank, unseeing eyes of my digital doppelganger. The next day, I confided in my best friend, Sarah. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, tried to reassure me. Jess, you know how weird the internet is. It's probably just some bot that scraped your picture from somewhere and is generating random creepy stuff. Don't let it get to you. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But something about the specificity of the username, the unsettling familiarity of the writing, the very fact that it was my face staring back at me from that dark corner of the web, it all felt too deliberate, too targeted to be random. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being somehow replicated. I found myself constantly checking the forum, a morbid curiosity drawing me back to that unsettling profile. Sometimes, there would be new posts, each one more cryptic and disturbing than the last. Other times, the account would remain silent, leaving me in a state of anxious anticipation. One evening, I was browsed the forum when I saw a new post from Jessica M89. It was short, just a single sentence, but it sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Soon, it read, "We will be one." I slammed my laptop shut, my hands shaking. What did that even mean? We will be one. The words echoed in my mind, a chilling promise or a sinister threat. I felt a profound sense of unease, a feeling that something terrible was about to happen. This wasn't just some random bot or a case of stolen identity. This was something else, something far more insidious. I started to look into the dark web, trying to understand the kind of communities that existed there, the types of people who frequented these hidden corners of the internet. It was a rabbit hole of disturbing content, a world of anonymity and unchecked depravity. The more I learned, the more frightened I became. What kind of person would create a profile like this? What were their intentions? And why me? The thought that someone out there was impersonating me, not just stealing my identity for financial gain, but creating this dark, twisted version of me in this hidden online world, it was deeply unsettling. It felt like a violation of my very being, a shadow self lurking in the digital darkness. I changed all my passwords, locked down my social media accounts even further, and started being much more careful about my online activity. But the image of that profile, that distorted version of my own face, was burned into my mind. And the chilling words, "Soon, we will be one," continued to haunt my thoughts. This wasn't just about a stolen photo or a fake profile. This felt personal. It felt like something was reaching out from the darkness, trying to claim me in some way. And the deeper I delved into this unsettling mystery, the more I feared what I might find. My normal, mundane life was gone, replaced by a creeping paranoia and the terrifying question, who is Jessica M89, and what do they want with me? The more I thought about the Jessica M89 profile, the more obsessed I became with trying to figure out who was behind it. I spent hours scouring the dark web forums, looking for any clues, any connections between this profile and others. It was like searching for a ghost in a digital graveyard. The anonymity of these spaces made it nearly impossible to trace anyone or anything. Usernames were often randomly generated, and any attempts at identifying real individuals seemed futile. Despite the lack of concrete leads, I noticed a pattern in the posts made by Jessica M89. While many were still nonsensical and disturbing, interspersed within them were fragments of information that felt eerily personal. There were references to inside jokes I'd shared with friends, descriptions of places I'd visited, even snippets of conversations I had that I was sure I'd never share online. One post, in particular, chilled me to the bone. It was a vague, almost poetic description of a park I used to frequent as a child, detailing the specific type of swing set that was there and the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves. It even mentioned a small, heart-shaped rock I'd once found and kept as a treasure. How could anyone know these details? They weren't things I'd ever posted publicly. It felt like someone was reaching into my memories, plucking out these personal moments and twisting them for their own sinister purposes. The line between online and offline started to blur. I began to feel like I was being watched, not just online, but in the real world too. Every time my phone buzzed with a notification, I'd jump, my heart racing. I'd glance over my shoulder when walking down the street, convinced I'd see a familiar face staring back at me with an unsettlingly knowing gaze. My anxiety levels were through the roof. I was constantly on edge, sleep became a luxury, and even simple tasks felt overwhelming. I knew I needed to do something, but I felt utterly helpless. Going to the police seemed pointless. How could I explain this? "Officer, there's a profile on the dark web with my name and picture, posting creepy stuff." They'd probably think I was crazy. I decided to confide in another friend, Mark, who worked in IT and had a better understanding of the intricacies of the internet. When I told him about Jessica M89, he listened intently, his brow furrowed in concern. "The dark web, huh? That's not good," he said, shaking his head. "It's tough to track anything down there. But let me see if I can find anything. Maybe there are some tools or forums I know of that might offer some insight." Mark spent the next few days digging around, using his technical skills to try and uncover any information about the Jessica M89 profile. He warned me that it was unlikely he'd find anything concrete, but I clung to the hope that he might discover something that could help me understand what was going on. While Mark was doing his digital sleuthing, I decided to take matters into my own hands in a different way. I started documenting everything related to the Jessica M89 profile. I took screenshots of every post, noting the dates and times they were made. I compiled a list of the personal details that had appeared in the posts, trying to find any common thread or pattern. It felt like a small act of defiance, a way to take back some control in a situation where I felt completely powerless. One evening, while I was meticulously going through the screenshots, I noticed something I'd missed before. In one of the posts, amidst a jumble of disturbing phrases, there was a sequence of numbers that looked like coordinates. They were followed by the words "meet me." My heart skipped a beat. Was this an invitation? A trap? The coordinates pointed to a location on the outskirts of the city, an abandoned industrial complex that had been derelict for years. It was a known spot for urban explorers and, according to some local legends, was rumored to be haunted. A wave of fear washed over me, but beneath the fear, there was also a strange pull, a morbid curiosity that I couldn't ignore. Could this be my chance to finally confront whoever was behind this? To understand why they were doing this? I debated for hours, pacing my apartment, replaying the meet me message in my mind. It could be incredibly dangerous. This person, whoever they were, had already demonstrated a disturbing knowledge of my life. Meeting them in a secluded, abandoned location was a recipe for disaster. But the alternative, continuing to live in this state of constant fear and uncertainty, felt unbearable. I had to know. I had to see who this person was, this sinister reflection of myself that haunted the digital shadows. I decided to tell Mark about the message and the coordinates. He was vehemently against the idea of me going there alone. "Jess, are you crazy? This could be anyone. It's probably a trap. Don't go." I understood his concern, but I was determined. "I have to, Mark. I can't keep living like this. I need to know what's going on." After much arguing, Mark reluctantly agreed to help. He insisted on coming with me, and we made a plan. We would go to the location together, but we would be extremely cautious. We would stay in a public area if possible and be ready to leave at a moment's notice. He also promised to try and trace the IP address of the user's last activity, although he warned that it would likely be routed through multiple proxies, making it difficult, if not impossible. The next night, armed with flashlights and a healthy dose of trepidation, Mark and I drove out to the abandoned industrial complex. The place was even more ominous in person. Dilapidated buildings loomed against the night sky, their broken windows like vacant eyes staring into the darkness. The air was thick with the smell of damp concrete and decay. The coordinates led us to the main entrance of one of the larger buildings, a cavernous structure with a collapsed roof in one section. We hesitated at the entrance, the silence broken only by the rustling of the wind through the broken glass. "Are you sure about this, Jess?" Mark asked, his voice low. I took a deep breath, trying to quell the tremor in my hands. "As sure as I can be." We cautiously made our way inside, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The interior was a chaotic mess of debris and rusting machinery. Graffiti covered the walls, adding another layer of unsettling atmosphere. As we ventured deeper into the building, I started to feel a growing sense of unease. It was more than just the creepiness of the abandoned location. There was a feeling of being watched, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. My heart leaped into my throat. It was a person, silhouetted against a faint light coming from a distant part of the building. As they stepped closer, into the beam of our flashlights, I gasped. It was me. Standing before me was a person who looked exactly like me. The same height, the same build, the same messy brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. Even the clothes they were wearing, a faded band t-shirt and ripped jeans, were eerily similar to something I would wear. The only difference was in their eyes. They were wide, unblinking, and held a chilling emptiness that sent a shiver down my spine. This wasn't just someone who looked like me. This was like looking into a distorted mirror, a reflection that had somehow gained its own sentience. The doppelganger smiled, a slow, unsettlingly white smile that didn't reach their eyes. "You came," they said, their voice a perfect echo of my own, but with a strange, almost mechanical quality to it. I couldn't speak. I was frozen in place, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. Mark, however, reacted instantly. He stepped in front of me, shining his flashlight directly into the doppelganger's face. "Who are you? What do you want?" The doppelganger didn't flinch. Their gaze remained fixed on me, that unnerving smile still plastered on their face. "We are the same," they said, their voice now softer, almost a whisper. "Soon, you will understand." Then, before either of us could react, they moved with incredible speed, disappearing back into the shadows as quickly as they had appeared. Mark and I stood there for a moment, stunned into silence, the only sound the echo of our own ragged breathing in the vast, empty space. What had we just seen? Who was this person, this perfect imitation of me? And what did they mean by "we are the same"? The encounter left me more terrified and confused than ever. The sinister double on the dark web had manifested in the real world, and the line between my identity and theirs was becoming increasingly blurred. The encounter at the abandoned factory left me shaken to my core. Seeing someone who looked exactly like me, moving and speaking with my voice, was a deeply unsettling experience. It was like a glitch in reality, a terrifying manifestation of my fears. Mark was equally disturbed. He kept replaying the scene in his mind, trying to find some logical explanation, but there was none. It had to be a trick of the light, right? Some kind of elaborate setup, he kept saying, but even he didn't sound convinced. I knew it wasn't a trick. The feeling that washed over me when I looked into those empty eyes was too real, too profound to be a simple illusion. This was the person behind the Jessicam89 profile, the one who seemed to know my deepest thoughts and secrets. But how? And why go to such lengths to impersonate me? The next few days were a blur of anxiety and paranoia. I barely slept, constantly checking my apartment, convinced that my doppelganger was lurking somewhere nearby. I avoided going out, terrified of running into them again. The internet, once a source of connection and information, now felt like a dangerous place, a breeding ground for this unsettling phenomenon. Mark, ever the supportive friend, stayed by my side as much as he could. He continued to try and find any information about the Jessicam89 profile, but his efforts yielded nothing. The user seemed to have vanished from the dark web forums, leaving no trace behind. It was as if they had never existed, except for the terrifying encounter in the abandoned factory. The lack of online activity was almost more unsettling than the constant posts. It felt like the focus had shifted, that the digital impersonation was no longer the primary goal. The real-world encounter suggested something far more sinister. One afternoon, while I was staring blankly at my computer screen, a thought struck me. The doppelganger had said, "We are the same." What if that wasn't just a creepy statement? What if it was a clue? I started to think about the differences between the online Jessicam89 and myself. While the profile often posted disturbing content, it also hinted at a fascination with things I had always been drawn to in secret. Darker themes in art, philosophical questions about identity and existence, even a morbid curiosity about the macabre. These were aspects of myself that I rarely shared with others, things I considered private and somewhat unconventional. Could it be that this doppelganger wasn't just trying to steal my identity, but somehow amplify it? Take the darker parts of me and project them onto the world in a twisted way? The thought was both terrifying and strangely compelling. It made me question my own understanding of myself, the hidden corners of my own psyche. Was there a part of me that I wasn't aware of, a shadow self that was now manifesting in this horrifying way? As I delved deeper into this unsettling introspection, I started noticing more subtle signs that mirrored the Jessica M89 posts. A fleeting dark thought that mirrored a cryptic phrase, a strange coincidence that echoed a disturbing image. It was as if the barrier between the online persona and my own reality was thinning, as if the two were somehow becoming intertwined. One evening, I was looking through some old photo albums. I came across a picture of myself from years ago, a silly snapshot from my Halloween party. I remembered the costume, a dark, hooded figure, and the strange feeling I had that night, a sense of anonymity and liberation in being someone else, even for a few hours. As I stared at the photo, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the edge of the frame, barely visible, was a figure standing in the shadows. The picture was blurry, but there was something undeniably familiar about the silhouette, something that eerily resembled the doppelganger I had seen in the factory. I had no memory of that figure being there that night. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't a recent phenomenon. This wasn't just some random person on the internet. This had been going on for longer than I could have imagined. The feeling of being watched, the subtle sense of wrongness that I had occasionally brushed off, it had all been leading to this. I started to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. Was I still myself? Or was I somehow being influenced, slowly replaced by this sinister double? The thought was terrifying, but it also sparked a desperate need to understand what was happening. I decided to try a different approach. Instead of hiding and fearing, I would try to communicate, to understand the connection between us. I went back to the dark web forums, creating a new anonymous account. I searched for any mention of Jessica M89, any lingering traces of their online presence. After hours of searching, I found a hidden subforum, a place where users discussed strange occurrences and shared unsettling stories that often blurred the line between reality and the digital world. It was here, buried deep within a thread about digital doppelgangers, that I found a post that mentioned Jessica M89. The post was old, dating back several months. It was from a user with a cryptic name, Mirror Image. They wrote about encountering a similar profile, a digital double that seemed to be linked to the real-world individual whose identity it had seemingly stolen. The poster described a feeling of interconnectedness, as if the online doppelganger was an extension of the person's subconscious, a manifestation of their hidden desires and fears. The post went on to talk about a ritual, a strange merging process that the mirror image user believed was the ultimate goal of these digital doubles. A merging that would blur the lines between the real and the digital, potentially leading to a complete takeover of the individual's identity and even their very being. The details of the ritual were vague and unsettling, involving mirrors, reflections, and a crossing of boundaries between the online and offline worlds. But the underlying message was clear. The doppelganger's intentions were far more complex and sinister than simple identity theft. Reading this post filled me with a renewed sense of urgency and dread. The soon, we will be one message took on a whole new meaning. This wasn't just about someone impersonating me online. This was about something trying to replace me, to erase the boundaries of my own identity. I knew I couldn't face this alone. I reached out to Mark again, telling him everything I had found. He was skeptical at first, but the genuine fear in my voice convinced him that something truly strange was happening. Together, we started researching the mirror image user and the ritual they had described. It led us down a rabbit hole of esoteric websites and obscure online communities, each one more unsettling than the last. We found fragments of information, whispers of similar occurrences, but nothing concrete. As we delved deeper, I started to notice changes within myself. My thoughts became darker, more fragmented. I found myself drawn to reflections, spending long moments staring at my own face in the mirror, feeling a strange sense of detachment, as if I were looking at a stranger. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I started having vivid, disturbing dreams where I saw myself, or rather, my doppelganger, engaging in acts I couldn't even imagine myself doing. The line between my dreams and reality began to blur. Then, one night, I woke up to find myself in front of my bathroom mirror. My eyes were wide, unblinking, and the same chilling emptiness I had seen in the doppelganger's eyes stared back at me. A slow, unsettlingly white smile spread across my face. Soon, I whispered, my voice sounding strangely mechanical, "We will be one." The realization dawned on me with terrifying clarity. The merging had already begun. The sinister double from the dark web wasn't just trying to steal my identity. It was becoming me. And I was losing myself in the process. The reflection in the mirror wasn't just a reflection anymore. It was something else, something that was slowly but surely taking over. My name is Jessica Mallory, and I don't know how much longer that will be true. The encounter at the abandoned factory left me shaken to my core. Seeing someone who looked exactly like me, moving and speaking with my voice, was a deeply unsettling experience. It was like a glitch in reality, a terrifying manifestation of my fears. Mark was equally disturbed. He kept replaying the scene in his mind, trying to find some logical explanation, but there was none. It had to be a trick of the light, right? Some kind of elaborate setup, he kept saying, but even he didn't sound convinced. I knew it wasn't a trick. The feeling that washed over me when I looked into those empty eyes was too real, too profound to be a simple illusion. This was the person behind the Jessicam89 profile, the one who seemed to know my deepest thoughts and secrets. But how? And why go to such lengths to impersonate me? The next few days were a blur of anxiety and paranoia. I barely slept, constantly checking my apartment, convinced that my doppelganger was lurking somewhere nearby. I avoided going out, terrified of running into them again. The internet, once a source of connection and information, now felt like a dangerous place, a breeding ground for this unsettling phenomenon. Mark, ever the supportive friend, stayed by my side as much as he could. He continued to try and find any information about the Jessicam89 profile, but his efforts yielded nothing. The user seemed to have vanished from the dark web forums, leaving no trace behind. It was as if they had never existed, except for the terrifying encounter in the abandoned factory. The lack of online activity was almost more unsettling than the constant posts. It felt like the focus had shifted, that the digital impersonation was no longer the primary goal. The real-world encounter suggested something far more sinister. One afternoon, while I was staring blankly at my computer screen, a thought struck me. The doppelganger had said, "We are the same." What if that wasn't just a creepy statement? What if it was a clue? I started to think about the differences between the online Jessicam89 and myself. While the profile often posted disturbing content, it also hinted at a fascination with things I had always been drawn to in secret. Darker themes in art, philosophical questions about identity and existence, even a morbid curiosity about the macabre. These were aspects of myself that I rarely shared with others, things I considered private and somewhat unconventional. Could it be that this doppelganger wasn't just trying to steal my identity, but somehow amplify it? Take the darker parts of me and project them onto the world in a twisted way? The thought was both terrifying and strangely compelling. It made me question my own understanding of myself, the hidden corners of my own psyche. Was there a part of me that I wasn't aware of, a shadow self that was now manifesting in this horrifying way? As I delved deeper into this unsettling introspection, I started noticing more subtle signs that mirrored the Jessica M89 posts. A fleeting dark thought that mirrored a cryptic phrase, a strange coincidence that echoed a disturbing image. It was as if the barrier between the online persona and my own reality was thinning, as if the two were somehow becoming intertwined. One evening, I was looking through some old photo albums. I came across a picture of myself from years ago, a silly snapshot from a Halloween party. I remembered the costume, a dark, hooded figure, and the strange feeling I had that night, a sense of anonymity and liberation in being someone else, even for a few hours. As I stared at the photo, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the edge of the frame, barely visible, was a figure standing in the shadows. The picture was blurry, but there was something undeniably familiar about the silhouette, something that eerily resembled the doppelganger I had seen in the factory. I had no memory of that figure being there that night. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't a recent phenomenon. This wasn't just some random person on the internet. This had been going on for longer than I could have imagined. The feeling of being watched, the subtle sense of wrongness that I had occasionally brushed off, it had all been leading to this. I started to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. Was I still myself? Or was I somehow being influenced, slowly replaced by this sinister double? The thought was terrifying, but it also sparked a desperate need to understand what was happening. I decided to try a different approach. Instead of hiding and fearing, I would try to communicate, to understand the connection between us. I went back to the dark web forums, creating a new anonymous account. I searched for any mention of Jessica M89, any lingering traces of their online presence. After hours of searching, I found a hidden subforum, a place where users discussed strange occurrences and shared unsettling stories that often blurred the line between reality and the digital world. It was here, buried deep within a thread about digital doppelgangers, that I found a post that mentioned Jessica M89. The post was old, dating back several months. It was from a user with a cryptic name, Mirror Image. They wrote about encountering a similar profile, a digital double that seemed to be linked to the real-world individual whose identity it had seemingly stolen. The poster described a feeling of interconnectedness, as if the online doppelganger was an extension of the person's subconscious, a manifestation of their hidden desires and fears. The post went on to talk about a ritual, a strange merging process that the mirror image user believed was the ultimate goal of these digital doubles. A merging that would blur the lines between the real and the digital, potentially leading to a complete takeover of the individual's identity and even their very being. The details of the ritual were vague and unsettling, involving mirrors, reflections, and a crossing of boundaries between the online and offline worlds. But the underlying message was clear. The doppelganger's intentions were far more complex and sinister than simple identity theft. Reading this post filled me with a renewed sense of urgency and dread. The soon we will be one message took on a whole new meaning. This wasn't just about someone impersonating me online. This was about something trying to replace me, to erase the boundaries of my own identity. I knew I couldn't face this alone. I reached out to Mark again, telling him everything I had found. He was skeptical at first, but the genuine fear in my voice convinced him that something truly strange was happening. Together, we started researching the mirror image user and the ritual they had described. It led us down a rabbit hole of esoteric websites and obscure online communities, each one more unsettling than the last. We found fragments of information, whispers of similar occurrences, but nothing concrete. As we delved deeper, I started to notice changes within myself. My thoughts became darker, more fragmented. I found myself drawn to reflections, spending long moments staring at my own face in the mirror, feeling a strange sense of detachment, as if I were looking at a stranger. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I started having vivid, disturbing dreams where I saw myself, or rather, my doppelganger, engaging in acts I couldn't even imagine myself doing. The line between my dreams and reality began to blur. Then, one night, I woke up to find myself in front of my bathroom mirror. My eyes were wide, unblinking, and the same chilling emptiness I had seen in the doppelganger's eyes stared back at me. A slow, unsettlingly white smile spread across my face. Soon, I whispered, my voice sounding strangely mechanical, "We will be one." The realization dawned on me with terrifying clarity. The merging had already begun. The sinister double from the dark web wasn't just trying to steal my identity. It was becoming me. And I was losing myself in the process. The reflection in the mirror wasn't just a reflection anymore. It was something else, something that was slowly but surely taking over. My name is Jessica Mallory, and I don't know how much longer that will be true. My name is Kevin Miller, and until about a week ago, my life was as unremarkable as the chipped paint on the porch of my rented cabin. 32 years, a dead-end job at the local lumber mill, and a penchant for cheap beer and old sci-fi movies. That was pretty much the summary. I wasn't a hero, not a criminal mastermind, just Kevin. Now, though, my face is probably plastered on some digital back alley forum with a bounty so high it makes my stomach churn just thinking about it. And the worst part? The people after me aren't the cops, or some biker gang I accidentally pissed off. It's something else. Something I can barely even wrap my head around. It started subtly, like a persistent cough you can't quite shake. A feeling of being watched. I'd be walking down the main street of Havenwood, the kind of small town where everyone knows your name, and probably your blood type, and I'd catch someone staring a little too long. It wasn't hostile, not exactly, more curious. Intense. Like they were trying to decipher a puzzle written on my forehead. I chalked it up to paranoia. Too much late-night internet rabbit holes and not enough sleep. Havenwood was the kind of place where excitement meant a new flavor of pie at the diner, not clandestine surveillance. The first real sign that things had gone sideways was the note. I found it tucked under my windshield wiper one rainy Tuesday morning. Just a small, folded piece of what looked like handmade paper, the kind with the rough edges. I almost tossed it, thinking it was some local flyer. But something about the way it was placed, so deliberately, made me pause. Inside, scrawled in surprisingly elegant cursive with what looked like deep purple ink, were 3 words: "The offering is due." The offering? What the hell did that even mean? I racked my brain, trying to think if I owed anyone money, if I'd accidentally taken something that belonged to someone. I'm a pretty forgettable guy, keep to myself mostly. The only recent interaction of any significance was a minor fender bender with old Mrs. Henderson last month, and we'd settled that with her insurance company. This offering felt ominous, dramatic even, like something out of one of those cheesy horror flicks I enjoyed. I showed the note to my buddy, Dale, who worked with me at the mill. Dale was a big, burly guy with a booming laugh and a tendency to see the best in everyone. He just shrugged, his thick eyebrows raised. Probably some weird marketing thing, Kev. You know how the New Age crowd is getting around here. Maybe he was right. Havenwood had seen an influx of, let's call them alternative types in the last few years. People talking about energy fields and crystal alignments. An offering could fit right into that kind of vibe. Still, the purple ink and the unsettlingly formal handwriting gave me the creeps. I tucked the note in my wallet, a nagging feeling settling in my gut. The feeling intensified over the next few days. I started noticing the same faces. A gaunt woman with eyes that seemed to swallow the light, always wearing a long, dark coat even when it was relatively warm. A tall, wiry man with a shock of white hair and a disconcerting habit of tilting his head as if listening to something I couldn't hear. They'd appear at the edges of my vision, in the reflection of shop windows, across the street as I walked home. Never directly approaching, just observing. Then came the incident at the grocery store. I was in the frozen foods aisle, debating between pizza rolls and a sad-looking TV dinner, when I heard it. A low, rhythmic humming. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a deep resonant tone that vibrated in my chest. Other shoppers didn't seem to notice it. They went about their business, grabbing ice cream and frozen peas. But I felt a cold dread grip me. I turned slowly, scanning the aisle, and saw them. The gaunt woman and the white-haired man, standing at opposite ends, their eyes locked on me. The humming seemed to emanate from them, a subtle yet palpable pressure in the air. I grabbed the TV dinner, paid for my groceries in a daze, and practically ran out of the store. That night, sleep was a distant luxury. Every creak of the old cabin, every rustle of leaves outside my window, sounded like footsteps. I kept picturing those two figures, their unwavering gazes. The humming, it was the most unsettling thing. Not threatening, not overtly, but deeply, profoundly weird. The next morning, I decided I needed to get out of Havenwood for a while. Just clear my head, maybe visit my sister down in Oak Haven. A change of scenery would do me good. I packed a bag, threw it in my beat-up pickup truck, and hit the road. I thought I'd lost them. For the first hour, the familiar landscape of rolling hills and dense pine forests was a comforting sight. I even started to relax a little, turning up the radio and singing along to some ancient hair metal. Then, in my rearview mirror, I saw it. A vehicle. Not just any vehicle, but a battered, dark-colored van with no license plates. It had that same, unidentifiable quality as the people I'd been seeing. Anonymous. Purposeful. I told myself it was just coincidence. Plenty of beat-up vans on the road. But as I sped up, so did they. As I changed lanes, they mirrored my movements. A knot of fear tightened in my stomach. These weren't just random onlookers. They were following me. I pushed the truck harder, the old engine groaning in protest. The van stayed right behind me, a silent, menacing shadow. I tried to lose them on the winding country roads, taking sharp turns, hoping they'd fall behind. But they were relentless. They knew where I was going. Or maybe, more terrifyingly, they just knew who I was. Finally, I made a desperate move. I spotted a logging road, barely more than a dirt track, heading deep into the dense pine forest. It was risky, could easily get my truck stuck, but I had to try. I swerved off the main road, bouncing violently as my tires fought for traction on the loose gravel and mud. For a moment, I thought I'd done it. The van hesitated at the turn, then slowly followed. But my truck was faster, more agile on this terrain. I plunged deeper into the woods, the trees closing in around me, their shadows long and skeletal in the afternoon sun. After a few miles of bone-jarring bumps and close calls with low-hanging branches, I finally pulled over, chilled the engine, and held my breath. The only sound was the frantic hammering of my own heart and the distant chirping of birds. I waited, straining my ears. Nothing. Had I actually lost them? Just as a sliver of hope began to flicker in my chest, I heard it. A faint sound, tarried on the wind. The low, rhythmic humming. It was closer now, more distinct. And then another sound joined it. A soft, almost musical chanting. Panic seized me. They weren't just following me in a van. They were on foot too. How? This forest was thick, unforgiving. It would take hours to navigate on foot. Unless they weren't walking like normal people. I scrambled out of the truck, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I had to get away. Deeper into the woods, away from the road, away from that humming. I started to run, branches whipping in my face, the uneven ground twisting my ankles. I didn't have a plan, just a primal urge to escape. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled upon a small clearing. A dilapidated old hunting blind stood at the far edge, barely held together by rotting wood and rusted nails. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I squeezed inside, the cramped space smelling of mildew and decay. Through the gaps in the wood, I could see the trees, the deepening shadows of twilight. The humming was still there, a constant, unnerving drone in the background. The chanting too, a strange, melodic murmur that sent shivers down my spine. Then I saw them. They emerged from the trees, moving with a fluid, unsettling grace. Not running, not even walking quickly, but gliding, as if they were barely touching the ground. There were more of them than I'd seen before. Maybe a dozen, maybe more. Men and women, young and old, but all with the same intense, vacant stares. They wore simple, dark clothing, and some carried strange, hand-carved wooden instruments. And then I saw the bounty. One of them, a woman with long, silver hair that flowed around her like a shroud, held aloft a crudely drawn poster. In the flickering light of what looked like a homemade lantern, I could see a sketch. A terrible, unflattering sketch of my face. And beneath it, a number. A truly astronomical number. Followed by a single, chilling sentence for the return of the seed. The seed? What seed? I had no idea what they were talking about. But the look in their eyes, the unwavering conviction on their faces, told me they weren't going to stop until they found whatever it was they thought I had. And the humming, it was getting louder. They were getting closer. Kevin here. I'm trapped in this old hunting blind, surrounded by these things. I don't know who they are, what they want with this seed, or how they managed to track me all the way out here. All I know is that there's a massive bounty on my head, and the people hunting me aren't who you'd expect. There's something ancient, something unsettling. And I have a feeling my quiet, unremarkable life is about to become a whole lot more terrifying. I need to figure out what this seed is, and why they think I have it. Because if I don't think I'm going to make it out of these woods alive. The air in the hunting blind was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Through the gaps in the rotting wood, I watched them. The silent hunters, their faces illuminated by the eerie glow of their lanterns. They moved with a strange, unsettling patience, circling the clearing, their soft chanting weaving through the trees. The seed, the words were repeated like a mantra, a low, hypnotic drone that seemed to vibrate in the very air. What in God's name was the seed? Was it metaphorical? Some kind of object? And why did they think I had it? I racked my brain, trying to think of anything I might possess that could be considered valuable or unique. Nothing came to mind. I wasn't a collector, didn't have any family heirlooms, just the usual assortment of mundane possessions you accumulate over a mediocre life. As I huddled deeper into the shadows of the blind, I noticed something else about the hunters. Their eyes. In the lantern light, they seemed to glow with a faint, inner luminescence. It wasn't a normal reflection, it was as if they had small lights burning within them. And their movements, there was a uniformity to them, a synchronicity that was deeply disturbing. They weren't communicating with words, but somehow they all seemed to know what the others were doing, their movements flowing together like a single, organic entity. Fear was a cold fist clenching around my heart. These weren't just some backwoods cult. There was something ancient about them, something otherworldly. The way they moved, the humming, the chanting, it felt like something ripped from the pages of folklore, something that shouldn't exist in the modern world. Suddenly, the chanting stopped. The humming intensified, the vibrations growing stronger, making the thin walls of the hunting blind resonate. The silver-haired woman with the poster raised her lantern higher, her glowing eyes fixed on the blind. "We know you are there, Keeper." Her voice was surprisingly soft, yet it carried an unnerving authority. "The seed calls to us. Return it, and no harm will come to you." Keeper? Now they were calling me Keeper? This was insane. I wanted to shout out, to tell them they had the wrong guy, that I didn't know anything about any seed. But fear held my tongue. What if they didn't believe me? What if they were just looking for an excuse? The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. I could feel their gaze on the blind, each of those glowing eyes boring into me. Then, the woman spoke again, her voice laced with a strange kind of sorrow. "The balance is disrupted. The ancient pact is broken. The seed must be returned before the veil weakens further." Veil? Pact? What in the name of all that is holy were they talking about? This wasn't just about some random object. It sounded like something fundamental, something tied to the very fabric of reality. One of the hunters, a young man with hollow cheeks and eyes that seemed too old for his face, stepped forward. He held one of the strange wooden instruments, which looked like a cross between a flute and a small harp. He began to play a melody, a haunting, ethereal tune that seemed to seep into the very core of my being. The humming resonated with the music, creating a disorienting, almost hypnotic effect. I pressed myself against the back wall of the blind, trying to make myself as small and inconspicuous as possible. My mind raced, desperately searching for a way out. The door to the blind was just a flimsy piece of warped wood easily kicked in. The windows were small gaps between the planks. There was no escape this way. My only chance was to wait for an opportunity, a moment of distraction, and then make a run for it. But the forest was vast and unfamiliar, and they seemed to know this terrain intimately. My chances of outrunning them were slim to none. As the haunting music continued, images flickered through my mind. The strange note, the persistent feeling of being watched, the unsettling encounters in town, it all started to piece together, not into a coherent explanation, but into a terrifying picture of a world I never knew existed, a world where offerings and ancient pacts were not just metaphors. Suddenly, the music stopped. The silence that followed was even more oppressive than before. I could hear their soft footfalls as they moved closer to the blind. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tense, ready to bolt. Then, a hand reached through one of the gaps in the wood. It was long and pale, the fingers unnaturally slender. It fumbled for the latch on the door. My blood ran cold. They were coming in. Without thinking, I lunged forward, throwing my weight against the flimsy door. It groaned and splintered, but held for a precious second. It was enough. I kicked out the rotted bottom planks, creating a small opening, and squeezed through, scraping my skin against the rough wood. I burst out of the haunting blind and into the dim light of the forest, my heart pounding in my chest like a trapped bird. I didn't look back, didn't dare to see how close they were. I just ran. The forest was a blur of trees and shadows. Thorns tore at my clothes, branches whipped at my face, but I didn't slow down. I could hear their soft footsteps behind me, the faintest hint of the humming. They were still coming. After what felt like miles, my lungs burning, my legs aching, I stumbled upon a small creek. I plunged into the icy water, hoping to throw them off my scent. The cold shock of the water took my breath away, but I waded through, scrambling up the muddy bank on the other side. I kept running, deeper and deeper into the woods, the darkness growing more intense with each passing minute. The sounds of the forest became amplified in the stillness of the night, the hooting of an owl, the rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. Every sound made me jump, my nerves frayed to the breaking point. Finally, exhausted and disoriented, I collapsed at the base of a large oak tree, gasping for air. I pressed my ear against the ground, listening for any sign of pursuit. The only sounds were the whispers of the wind through the leaves and the distant murmur of the creek. Had I finally lost them? Just as I started to let myself believe I was safe, I heard it again. Closer this time. The soft, rhythmic chanting. And the humming, growing stronger, resonating in the very ground beneath me. They hadn't given up. They were still out there. And somehow, they were always getting closer. Kevin here. I'm alone in the middle of nowhere, hunted by these silent, glowing-eyed people who think I possess some mysterious seed. I have no idea what it is, but I know one thing, they're not going to stop until they find me. I need to figure out what this seed is, and why they believe I have it. Because if I don't, the whispers in the woods tell me I won't survive the night. I need to find a way out of this nightmare, or I'll become another forgotten story in the shadow of these ancient pines. Huddled at the base of the ancient oak, the chilling reality of my situation sank in. I was being hunted, not by ordinary people, but by something ancient and inexplicable. They believed I possessed a seed that was vital to their existence, a seed I knew nothing about. My only hope was to understand what they were looking for, and somehow use that knowledge to survive. I racked my brain, trying to recall anything unusual in my recent past. Had I found something? Been given something? The past few weeks had been so ordinary, so mind-numbingly routine. Work, cheap beer, bad television. Nothing stood out. Then, a memory flickered to the surface. About a month ago, while hiking in the Blackwood Hills, something I did occasionally to escape the monotony of Havenwood, I'd stumbled upon a strange, smooth stone nestled amongst the roots of an old birch tree. It was unlike any rock I'd ever seen, perfectly round and obsidian black, with faint, swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the light. I picked it up, intrigued by its unusual appearance, and then, thinking nothing of it, had tossed it into my backpack and forgotten about it. Could that be it? The seed? It was small, unassuming, but the description. Seed could apply to something like that. And the way they talked about it, the ancient pact, the disruption of balance, it all hinted at something more than just a regular object. Hope, fragile but persistent, began to bloom in my chest. If that stone was what they wanted, maybe I could use it to bargain, to escape this nightmare. I carefully reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out my keychain. Tucked amongst the keys and a small multi-tool was the smooth, black stone. It felt cool to the touch, almost alive in my hand. The swirling patterns seemed more pronounced now, pulsing faintly in the dim moonlight filtering through the trees. As I held the stone, a strange sensation washed over me. A feeling of connection, as if the stone was resonating with something deep within me. The humming in the distance intensified, as if the hunters could sense that I had found what they were looking for. I stood up, my legs still shaky but my resolve hardening. Running wasn't going to save me. I needed to confront them, to understand what was happening. I started walking in the direction of the humming, the black stone clutched tightly in my hand. The chanting grew louder, the ethereal music weaving its way through the trees. As I approached the edge of the clearing where I'd first seen them, I could see their lanterns flickering between the trees, casting long, dancing shadows. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out into the clearing. The chanting stopped abruptly. All eyes, those eerie, glowing eyes, turned towards me. The silver-haired woman stepped forward, her expression unreadable in the lantern light. "You have it," she said, her voice soft but firm. "The seed of the old growth." I held up the black stone. "This? Is this what you want?" A collective gasp rippled through the gathered hunters. The young man with the wooden instrument dropped it to the ground, his eyes wide with what looked like reverence. The silver-haired woman nodded slowly. "Yes. The seed that was lost. The seed that binds our world to yours." Her words made no sense. Binds our world to yours? For centuries, she explained, her voice taking on a more narrative tone, our people have been guardians of the veil between worlds. The seed is the key, the anchor that keeps the fabric of reality stable. Generations ago, it was lost, stolen by someone who did not understand its significance. The veil has weakened, and strange things have begun to bleed through. You have unknowingly held the seed, and its presence has called to us. This was insane. Worlds? Veils? It sounded like something out of one of those bad sci-fi movies I used to watch. But the intensity in their eyes, the palpable energy in the air, made it feel terrifyingly real. What happens if the veil weakens further? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The woman's eyes grew sad. The boundaries will collapse. Our world will bleed into yours, and yours into ours. Chaos will reign. Things that should not be, will be. Her words painted a grim picture, one that resonated with the unsettling events of the past few days. The feeling of being watched, the humming, their strange movements, it all pointed to something beyond the ordinary. So, you just want the stone back? I asked, relief washing over me. Maybe this wasn't a hunt after all. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. It is not so simple, Keeper, the woman said, her gaze piercing. The seed has been touched by your world. It needs to be cleansed, returned to its rightful place in the heart of our world. And you have a role to play in its return. My relief evaporated. What kind of role? You were chosen, unknowingly, to carry the seed, she explained. Its journey back must be facilitated by the one who found it. You must come with us. Fear gripped me again, colder and more intense than before. Come with you? Where? To our home, she said, gesturing to the darkness beyond the trees. To the place where the veil is thinnest. To the heart of the old growth. I hesitated. The thought of venturing into their world, a world they described as being on the other side of a weakening veil, terrified me. But the alternative, a world plunged into chaos, overrun by unspeakable horrors, was even more terrifying. I looked down at the black stone in my hand. It felt warm now, almost comforting. A sense of purpose, however unwanted, began to form in my mind. Okay, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. I'll go with you. A collective sigh of relief swept through the hunters. The silver-haired woman offered me a small, gentle smile. Thank you, Keeper, she said. You have chosen wisely. She turned and gestured towards the woods. The other hunters began to move, their lanterns casting an ethereal glow on the forest floor. The young man picked up his wooden instrument and began to play the haunting melody again, this time with a sense of peace and resolution. I followed the silver-haired woman into the darkness, the black stone my only guide into the unknown. As we walked deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with an ancient energy. The trees seemed taller here, their branches intertwined overhead, creating a canopy that blotted out the moon. The humming intensified, resonating deep within my bones. I didn't know what awaited me in their world, what kind of wonders or horrors lay beyond the veil. But as I walked alongside these strange, glowing-eyed people, carrying the seed of the old growth, I couldn't shake the feeling that my unremarkable life had finally taken a turn for the truly extraordinary and terrifying. Kevin here. I'm not sure what the future holds, but I know one thing, the bounty on my head wasn't about money. It was about a responsibility I never knew I had. And as I step across the threshold between worlds, I can't help but wonder if I've just saved humanity, or led it to its doom. The whispers in the woods have become a symphony now, a chorus of the unknown. And I'm walking right into the heart of it. They say your life flashes before your eyes when you're about to die. Well, Mine feels more like a slow, agonizing slideshow, each frame a memory laced with the bitter tang of regret. My name is Daniel, and I'm not long for this world. The doctors gave me weeks, maybe a month if I'm lucky, but I know better. It's not the sickness that's coming for me now, it's something else. Something that's been patiently waiting in the shadows for far too long. I need to tell this story. I have to. Maybe it'll bring me some measure of peace, but I highly doubt it. More likely, it'll just serve as a warning, a desperate plea to anyone who might stumble upon these words. If you hear the name Ashley, if you ever find yourself drawn into her orbit, turn away. Run. Don't look back. Trust me, you'll be saving yourself from a fate worse than anything you can imagine. It all started innocently enough, as these things usually do. I was a junior in high school, just trying to navigate the murky waters of adolescence. Hormones raged, friendships shifted like tectonic plates, and the biggest worry on my mind was usually whether or not I'd aced Mr. Henderson's history test. Ashley was new that year. She arrived sometime in late October, a few weeks before Halloween, bringing with her a chill that had nothing to do with the changing seasons. I first saw her in the cafeteria. It was lunch period, the usual cacophony of clanking trays, boisterous laughter, and the rhythmic squeak of sneakers on the linoleum floor. I was sitting with my usual crew, Mark, the perpetually sarcastic one, Sarah, the artist who always had her nose in a sketchbook, and Emily, the sweet, unassuming girl with a hidden rebellious streak. We were huddled around our usual table in the corner, dissecting the morning's events with the critical eye only teenagers possess. Then she walked in. It wasn't just that she was new, there was an aura about her, an undeniable magnetism that drew every eye in the room. She was tall, maybe a little taller than most of the guys, with a slender build and an almost ethereal grace in her movements. Her hair was the color of midnight, long and straight, cascading down her back like a dark waterfall. But it was her eyes that truly captivated me. They were a startling shade of green, almost luminous, and seemed to hold an ancient wisdom, a knowledge that belied her age. Everyone stopped talking, their conversations fading into an awkward silence as Ashley scanned the room. It felt like time itself had momentarily paused, all attention focused on this enigmatic newcomer. She didn't seem bothered by the sudden hush, her gaze cool and composed as she surveyed the sea of unfamiliar faces. Then, her eyes met mine. It was just for a fleeting second, a mere flicker of connection across the crowded room, but it felt like an eternity. Her lips curved into the slightest hint of a smile, a subtle acknowledgement that sent a shiver down my spine. It wasn't a friendly smile, not exactly. There was something else there, something knowing. It was as if she saw right through me, past the awkward teenage facade, into the messy, insecure core of my being. I quickly looked away, my cheeks burning with an inexplicable blush. My friends hadn't seemed to notice our brief exchange. They were too busy whispering amongst themselves, their curiosity about the new girl evident in their hushed tones. I tried to act nonchalant, picking at the soggy tater tots on my tray, but my mind was racing. Who was she? What was it about her that made the entire cafeteria fall silent? Over the next few weeks, Ashley became a fixture at Northwood High. She was in a few of my classes, English and history, ironically enough, and I found myself constantly drawn to her presence. She was intelligent, articulate, and possessed a dry wit that often caught the teachers off guard. Yet, there was also a distance about her, a guardedness that kept everyone at arm's length. She rarely spoke about herself, offering vague answers to personal questions and deflecting any attempts to delve deeper into her past. Despite her aloofness, or perhaps because of it, she quickly amassed a group of admirers. Boys were infatuated with her mysterious allure, and even some of the more popular girls seemed eager to befriend her. But Ashley remained somewhat detached, flitting between different social circles without ever truly belonging to any of them. She was like a rare and exotic bird, admired from afar but never quite captured. I, however, found myself increasingly drawn into her orbit. It wasn't something I consciously chose. It felt more like an inevitable pull, a gravitational force I couldn't resist. We started talking occasionally after class, sharing hesitant smiles in the hallway. She seemed different when she spoke to me, less guarded, almost intrigued. Maybe it was just wishful thinking on my part, the naive hope of a teenage boy who suddenly finds himself in the orbit of someone extraordinary. One rainy afternoon, I was walking home alone, lost in my own thoughts, when I heard someone call my name. "Daniel, wait up." I turned to see Ashley hurrying to catch up with me, her dark hair plastered to her forehead by the rain. My heart did a little flip in my chest. "Hey," I managed, trying to sound casual despite the sudden surge of adrenaline. "Mind if I walk with you?" she asked, her green eyes sparkling despite the gloomy weather. "I live in the same direction, a few blocks past your place." I couldn't believe my luck. This enigmatic, beautiful girl wanted to walk home with me. "Sure, yeah, no problem," I stammered, trying to hide my awkwardness. As we walked, we talked about the usual things: school, teachers, the upcoming Halloween dance. But there was an undercurrent to our conversation, a subtle energy that crackled in the air between us. I found myself opening up to her in ways I hadn't with my closest friends, sharing my anxieties about the future and my secret dreams of becoming a writer. She listened intently, her gaze unwavering, offering insightful comments that made me feel truly seen and understood. By the time we reached my street, I felt a connection to Ashley that was both exhilarating and unsettling. There was something about her that was different, something that hinted at a world beyond the ordinary, a world I suddenly found myself wanting to explore. "Well, this is me," I said, stopping in my driveway. Ashley smiled, that same subtle, knowing smile from the cafeteria. "It was nice walking with you, Daniel." "You too," I replied, feeling a pang of disappointment as she continued down the street. That evening, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Her words, her smile, the way her eyes seemed to pierce right through me. I felt like I had glimpsed something profound, something hidden beneath the surface of our mundane suburban lives. Little did I know, that rainy walk home was the beginning of something far more sinister, something that would haunt my dreams and ultimately lead me to this desperate confession. The encounter with Ashley that night, the one I promised myself I'd never speak of, that's the real story. And trust me, it's a story you won't soon forget. After that walk home, Ashley and I started spending more time together. It felt natural, almost inevitable. We'd meet up after school, ostensibly to study in the library, but we'd often end up talking for hours about everything and nothing. She had a way of making me feel like I was the most interesting person in the world, her intense green eyes fixed on me as I rambled about my dreams and insecurities. I, in turn, found myself captivated by her enigmatic nature, always sensing there was so much more beneath the surface than she let on. One evening, as the days grew shorter and the air turned crisp with the promise of winter, Ashley suggested we hang out somewhere other than the library. "There's this place I know," she said, her voice a low murmur. It's a little different, but I think you'd like it. My curiosity, always my Achilles heel, was instantly piqued. What kind of place? I asked. She offered that enigmatic smile again. You'll see. Just meet me at the old Blackwood Mill around 8 tonight. The Blackwood Mill was a local landmark, or rather, a local ruin. It stood on the outskirts of town, a crumbling stone structure that had been abandoned for decades. Legend had it that the mill was the site of a terrible accident many years ago, a story involving a fire, a missing family, and whispers of something darker. Most kids in town stayed away from it, especially after dark, but for some reason, the idea of going there with Ashley felt strangely exciting. Isn't that place supposed to be haunted? I asked, a nervous laugh escaping my lips. Ashley just shrugged. Maybe. Or maybe it's just a bunch of old stories to scare kids. I agreed to meet her, my sense of anticipation warring with a growing unease. As the evening approached, a thick fog rolled in, blanketing the town in an eerie silence. My parents were out for the night at some work function, so I told them I was going to a friend's house to study. The lie felt heavy in my stomach, adding to the strange premonition that something about tonight was different. The walk to the Blackwood Mill was unnerving. The fog swirled around me, distorting familiar shapes into menacing figures. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. By the time I reached the mill, its silhouette looming against the misty sky, my nerves were frayed. Ashley was already there, standing by the crumbling stone wall that surrounded the property. She was dressed in a long, dark coat that seemed to swallow her figure in the gloom. As I approached, she turned, her green eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. You made it, she said, her voice barely a whisper. Yeah, I replied, trying to sound braver than I felt. So, what's so special about this place? She gestured towards a gap in the wall. Come on. I want to show you something. Hesitantly, I followed her through the opening. The mill grounds were overgrown and desolate, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. The mill itself stood before us, a hulking mass of crumbling stone and broken windows, its darkened interior like the gaping maw of some ancient beast. Be careful where you step, Ashley warned, leading me towards the main entrance. The heavy wooden door hummed precariously on its hinges, creaking ominously as she pushed it open. The inside of the mill was even more unsettling than the outside. The air was heavy and stagnant, filled with the dust of ages and a faint, metallic odor I couldn't quite place. Moonlight filtered through the broken windows, casting long, distorted shadows that danced on the decaying machinery and piles of rubble. This place is creepy, I said, my voice echoing in the vast emptiness. Ashley just smiled. Isn't it beautiful? She led me deeper into the mill, her footsteps barely making a sound on the debris-strewn floor. We passed rusting gears, broken belts, and what looked like remnants of old milling equipment, all shrouded in cobwebs and dust. The silence was broken only by the occasional creak of the old building settling and the soft whisper of the wind through the broken panes. What exactly did you want to show me? I asked, my unease growing with every step. Ashley stopped in the center of a large, open room. The moonlight streamed down from a gaping hole in the roof, illuminating a circular area on the floor. It looked like some kind of indentation, almost like a shallow pit. This is where it happened, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The fire. The family. I felt a chill run down my spine, despite the relative coolness of the air. What do you mean? They say the owner of the mill, a man named Silas Blackwood, went mad. He locked his wife and children in this room and set the whole place on fire. That's just a story, right? I asked, my heart beginning to pound in my chest. Ashley's green eyes seemed to glow in the moonlight, reflecting a strange, unsettling light. Some stories are more real than others, Daniel. She then began to tell me the story of Silas Blackwood, her voice low and hypnotic. She spoke of his descent into madness, fueled by financial ruin and a growing paranoia. She described the night of the fire, the screams that echoed through the valley, and the subsequent disappearance of Silas himself. The way she told the story, with such vivid detail, made it feel less like a legend and more like a first-hand account. As she spoke, the air in the mill seemed to grow colder, the shadows deeper. I could have sworn I heard faint whispers on the wind, tearing through the broken windows, though I couldn't make out any words. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I found myself instinctively stepping closer to Ashley. Then, she did something that made my blood run cold. She knelt down by the circular indentation on the floor and reached into her coat pocket. She pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. I found this, she said, her voice barely audible. Hidden in the ruins of Silas Blackwood's house. She opened the box, revealing its contents. Inside lay a collection of small, bone-like objects, fingers, toes, teeth, arranged with disturbing precision. My stomach lurched, and I recoiled in horror. What are those? I gasped. Ashley picked up one of the finger bones, turning it over in her hand. Souvenirs, she said, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. Tokens of remembrance. I wanted to scream, to run as fast as I could from this terrifying place and this even more terrifying girl. But I was frozen, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. Then, Ashley looked up at me, her expression changing from unsettling to something far more predatory. Don't you see, Daniel? She whispered, her voice laced with a strange, seductive quality. This place isn't just haunted by the past. It's still connected to it. And we can connect to it too. Before I could react, she reached out and grabbed my hand, her grip surprisingly strong. She pulled me down towards the circular indentation on the floor. Tonight, she said, her voice now a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down my spine, we're going to wake them up. That's when the whispers intensified, swirling around us like a malevolent wind. The shadows in the mill seemed to writhe and coalesce, taking on grotesque and terrifying shapes. And from the darkness beyond the broken windows, I thought I saw them, faint, flickering figures moving in the fog, their eyes burning with an unholy light. Whatever Ashley was planning, whatever dark ritual she intended to perform in that cursed place, I knew it was far beyond anything I could have ever imagined. And as her grip tightened on my hand, and I felt a cold, unseen presence pressing in on all sides, I knew my life had taken a horrifying turn from which there would be no return. The innocence of that rainy walk home was a distant memory, replaced by the chilling realization that I had stumbled into something ancient, something evil, something inextricably linked to the girl named Ashley. And the night was only just beginning. The moment Ashley's grip tightened on my hand, the temperature in the mill plummeted. It felt like an icy hand had clamped around my heart, squeezing the breath from my lungs. The whispers intensified, No longer faint murmurs, but a cacophony of voices, sibilant and chilling, that seemed to claw at my sanity. The shadows writhed with renewed vigor, and the flickering shapes in the fog outside grew clearer, more defined. They were figures, gaunt and spectral, their empty eye sockets burning with an eerie, phosphorescent glow. Ashley began to chant in a low, guttural language I didn't recognize, the words resonating deep within the mill's ancient stones. Her voice, once melodic and intriguing, was now raspy and guttural, laced with a terrifying power. As she chanted, the bone fragments in the wooden box on the floor began to vibrate, rattling against each other like skeletal maracas. I tried to pull my hand away, to break free from her grasp, but her grip was like iron. Her green eyes, now wide and unblinking, were fixed on something beyond me, something I couldn't see but could definitely feel, a presence, ancient and malevolent, that was beginning to stir in the darkness. The circular indentation on the floor, the supposed site of the Blackwood family's demise, began to glow with an unnatural, sickly green light. The whispers reached a fever pitch, swirling around us like a vortex of despair. I felt a cold, invisible hand brush against my cheek, and the metallic odor in the air intensified, now tinged with the unmistakable stench of decay. Panic seized me. I thrashed against Ashley's grip, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "Stop it!" I choked out. "What are you doing?" She didn't even glance at me. Her face was contorted in a rictus of ecstasy, her eyes gleaming with a fanatical fervor. "We're calling them back, Daniel," she hissed, her voice a grotesque parody of the girl I thought I knew. "They're waiting. They want to be heard." As she spoke, the glowing green light in the indentation pulsed, and a low, mournful moan echoed through the mill. The spectral figures outside pressed closer to the broken windows, their skeletal hands reaching through the gaps in the decaying wood. One of them locked its burning gaze on me, and I felt an icy tendril of fear pierce my soul. Suddenly, the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. Dust and debris rained down from the crumbling ceiling. The moaning intensified, joined by a chorus of wails that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality. The air grew heavy, thick with a palpable sense of dread. Ashley released my hand abruptly, her chanting reaching a frenzied crescendo. She stepped back, her eyes fixed on the glowing indentation. And then it began to happen. From the swirling green light, translucent figures began to materialize. At first, they were indistinct, ghostly shapes, but gradually, they took on a more recognizable form. I saw the faint outlines of a woman, her spectral face etched with terror. Beside her stood two small figures, their translucent hands reaching out as if pleading for help. The air around them shimmered with an intense cold, and the stench of burning flesh filled my nostrils, overpowering the metallic odor. The Blackwood family. They were here, their tormented spirits dragged back from whatever afterlife they had found by Ashley's dark ritual. Their spectral eyes, filled with unimaginable suffering, turned towards me. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. It was as if I was trapped in a nightmare, forced to witness their eternal torment. The moans and wails grew louder, more desperate, and I felt a crushing weight of sorrow and terror pressing down on me. Then, one of the spectral children pointed a translucent finger at me. Its silent accusation cut through me like a physical blow. And then I understood. Ashley hadn't just brought them back, she had brought them back for a reason. She turned to me, her green eyes now devoid of any warmth or humanity. They were cold empty vessels reflecting the same unholy light that emanated from the spectral figures. "They know, Daniel," she said, her voice a chilling whisper. "They know what you did." I stared at her, my mind reeling. What was she talking about? What had I done? I had never even heard of the Blackwood Mill before tonight. But the spectral figures were advancing now, their translucent forms gliding towards me. Their mournful eyes held an unbearable accusation, a silent condemnation that pierced through my denial. I felt a cold dread creep into my heart, a terrifying premonition that I was somehow connected to this tragedy, to this place of unimaginable suffering. "I don't understand," I stammered, backing away. "I didn't do anything." Ashley just smiled, a cruel, triumphant smile that revealed the darkness that had always lurked beneath her beautiful facade. "Oh, but you did, Daniel. You were always meant to be here. You were always meant to be a part of this." The spectral figures were upon me now, their cold, intangible hands reaching out. I felt an icy chill penetrate my body, a sense of dread so profound it threatened to shatter my sanity. I screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure terror. I don't remember much of what happened after that. There was pain, a cold, agonizing pain that seemed to tear at my very soul. There were whispers, insidious and accusing, that echoed in my mind, dredging up half-forgotten memories, twisting innocent moments into acts of unimaginable cruelty. I remember seeing Ashley standing among the spectral figures, her dark coat swirling around her like a shroud, her green eyes burning with an unholy light. She seemed to be in control, orchestrating the horrifying scene like a conductor leading a macabre symphony. Then, everything went black. I woke up days later in the hospital, my body racked with fever and chills. The doctors said I had been found unconscious near the Blackwood Mill, suffering from severe hypothermia and dehydration. They had no explanation for the nightmares that plagued my sleep, the horrifying visions of spectral figures and a girl with eyes like emeralds. They didn't believe my story, of course. They chalked it up to trauma and feverish delusions. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what had happened in that cursed mill. Over the following months, my health deteriorated rapidly. I was plagued by a persistent cough. My lungs felt like they were filled with ash, and I grew weaker and weaker. The doctors ran countless tests, but they couldn't find anything physically wrong with me. They said it was like my body was simply giving up. But I know the truth. It's not a disease that's killing me. It's the Blackwood family. They're still here, their spectral presence clinging to me like a shroud. Ashley brought them back, and somehow, I'm connected to their suffering. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I can feel them draining my life force, slowly pulling me into their world of eternal torment. I'm making this confession because I don't think I have much time left. The whispers are getting louder, the cold more intense. I see their faces in my dreams, their mournful eyes filled with accusation. And Ashley. I see her too, her cruel smile the last thing I'll likely ever witness. If you ever hear her name, if you ever see her, run. Don't try to understand, don't try to help. Just run. Because whatever she is, whatever dark power she wields, it's far beyond human comprehension. And once she sets her sights on you, there's no escape. Trust me. I know. I'm living proof. Or rather, I'm dying proof. And soon, I'll be joining the Blackwood family in the shadows, another victim of the girl named Ashley and the terrible secret of the old mill. And then, maybe then, the whispers will finally cease. But somehow, I doubt it. My name is Brandon. Or at least, that's the name I'll use here. On the parts of the internet where shadows pull deepest, I'm known by other handles, cryptic strings of characters that grant me access, notoriety, and a persistent, low-grade paranoia that clings to me like the stale air in this basement room. You could say I'm known. Maybe even infamous in certain circles. The kind of circles where knowing someone can get you server access, untraceable funds, or a visit from men in dark suits who don't knock. Let's just say I stepped on the wrong toes, dug too deep into the wrong corporate vaults, and now the real world isn't particularly welcoming. My wanted status isn't just some online badge of honor, it's a literal, multi-agency reality. Which is why I live down here, surrounded by humming servers, glowing monitors, and the constant, quiet dread of discovery. The dark web is my world now. Not the sensationalized crap you read about in the news, hitmen for hire, red rooms, mostly myths, by the way, but the real dark web. The hidden forums, the encrypted marketplaces, the bleeding-edge exploit repositories, the communities of like-minded phantoms hiding from the light. I thought I knew its every corner, every back alley, every hidden .onion address worth knowing. I'd mapped vast swathes of it, bypassed security that would make government agencies sweat, and traded information that could topple small nations. I was arrogant, maybe, confident in my mastery of this digital underworld. I thought I'd seen the worst of it, the weirdest of it. I was wrong. So very, very wrong. It started 3 nights ago. I was running deep scans on a particularly obscure network, looking for vulnerabilities, the usual routine. My setup is complex. Layers of VPNs tunnel through Tor, running on a hardened virtual machine, hardware disconnected from anything non-essential. Paranoia is survival. Suddenly, amidst the scrolling lines of code and network traffic analysis on my primary monitor, a window flickered into existence. Not a browser pop-up, not an OS notification. This was different. It overlaid everything else, a simple, stark black rectangle with pulsing, faint gray text. No alert sounds, no flashing icons. Just silence and the appearance of this impossible window. My fingers froze over the keyboard. Every instinct screamed malware. Some new zero-day exploit? Had someone finally bypassed my defenses? I immediately went to kill the process, isolate the VM, pull the physical plug if necessary. But the window wasn't tied to any running process I could identify. It seemed separate, ethereal. The text within the window resolved itself. It wasn't code. It wasn't a ransom note. It was a symbol, a complex, recursive fractal that seemed to writhe slightly, drawing the eye inwards, and beneath it, a single line of text. The labyrinth awaits those who seek the core. Below that, an onion address. But not like any I'd ever seen. The hash was longer, structured differently, using characters outside the standard base 32 set typically used for V3 onions. It looked fundamentally wrong. My heart was hammering against my ribs. This wasn't standard procedure for any attack vector I knew. It felt targeted, personal. How did it get past my defenses? How did it know what to display? The phrase "seek the core" felt like a hook, baited specifically for someone like me, someone always pushing deeper. My first instinct was to wipe everything, burn the drives, vanish deeper. That's the sensible move for someone in my position. But another part of me, the part that got me into this mess in the first place, was buzzing with a dangerous, electrifying curiosity. An address I didn't recognize? A hidden layer beneath the dark web I thought I knew so well? It was like telling a mountaineer there's a peak taller than Everest, hidden behind a dimensional veil. The sheer impossibility of it was a siren call. Against every shred of survival instinct, I copied the strange address. I didn't paste it into my main Tor browser, of course. I spun up a completely separate, heavily sandboxed instance on a sacrificial machine, routed through multiple anonymous nodes I controlled overseas, ensuring maximum isolation. If this was a trap, they wouldn't get my real location or compromise my primary system. I pasted the alien onion address into the browser bar and hit enter. It didn't resolve immediately like most sites. There was no loading icon, no progress bar. The browser window went black. Utterly black. For a long moment, I thought it had crashed or the address was simply dead. My fan spun, the only sound in the room besides my own ragged breathing. Then, slowly, faint lines began to etch themselves onto the black canvas. Not HTML rendering, not images loading. It looked like old phosphorus green text on a black screen, like an ancient terminal, but the lines formed intricate, shifting geometric patterns reminiscent of the fractal symbol I'd seen. There was no login field, no welcome message. Just the shifting patterns and a single, blinking cursor at the bottom left of the screen. Waiting. What was it waiting for? A command? A password? I tried typing basic commands, help, login, status. Nothing. Each command simply appeared after the cursor, then the cursor moved to the next line, the patterns above continuing their silent, mesmerizing dance. I thought back to the initial message. The labyrinth awaits those who seek the core. And the symbol. Maybe the symbol was the key? I couldn't type a fractal. Was it something else? The invitation itself? How it arrived? My mind raced through cryptographic possibilities. Steganography? A hash derived from my system state when the message appeared. Then it hit me, the message window itself. It had appeared outside normal system constraints. Maybe the authentication wasn't something I typed, but something my system was. I risked it. I ran a deep diagnostic scan on the sandbox VM, focusing on the exact moment the message window had manifested in my main system. I'd been logging everything, thankfully. Buried deep in the transient memory logs, I found a flicker, an anomaly, a near subliminal burst of data injected directly into the graphics buffer just before the window appeared. It wasn't code in the traditional sense. It looked like raw, symbolic data. A digital signature? I extracted that data string. It was gibberish, meaningless to standard interpretation. But it felt right. Back in the black browser window connected to the strange onion address, I pasted the string. The moment I hit enter, the blinking cursor vanished. The geometric patterns intensified, swirling faster and faster until they result into a single, blindingly bright point in the center of the screen. Then, silence. The screen went black again, but this time it felt different. expectant. New text appeared, again in that faint, phosphorus green. Authentication accepted. Welcome, seeker. Path initialization sequence commenced. Choose your ingress point, the echoing gallery, the data stream tombs, the mirror halls. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a website. It wasn't a forum or a marketplace. It felt like the entrance to something else. Something structured, ancient, and deeply, profoundly wrong. Echoing gallery? Data stream tombs? These weren't whimsical names, they felt literal, chilling. Curiosity warred with sheer terror. What horrors lay behind those names? Where did these paths lead? Hesitantly, my finger hovering over the keyboard, I typed the echoing gallery. The screen flashed, displaying rapidly scrolling lines of text, too fast to read, interspersed with disturbing, glitching ASCII art, distorted faces, impossible geometries, things that looked like fragmented bone and wire. It felt like falling through layers of corrupted data. Then, it stopped. A single line of text remained, pulsing faintly. Log access, granted. Current stream. And below it, a real-time feed began to populate. It wasn't server logs, not network traffic. It looked like my own actions. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, copied anomalous onion address. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, initialized sandbox Tor instance. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, pasted labyrinth address. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, extracted signature key from system memory. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, authenticated successfully. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, selected path, the echoing gallery. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, currently viewing log access stream. My breath hitched. It wasn't just logging my interaction with this site. It was logging actions I took before I even connected, actions on my supposedly secure, isolated system. It saw everything. Then, a new line appeared below the log, directly addressing me. Welcome, Brandon. We see you. The words pulsed on the black screen, mocking the very concept of security I'd built my entire life around. Pure, ice-cold adrenaline surged through me. My first instinct, primal and immediate, was to sever the connection. I slammed my hand down on the power button of the sacrificial machine. Nothing. The screen didn't flicker. The fans didn't wind down. It was as if the physical hardware was no longer under my control. My fingers flew across the keyboard of my main console, trying to remotely kill the VM, sever the network tunnel at its source, firewall the originating IP, anything. Commands executed, routines ran, but the connection to the labyrinth instance remained stubbornly active. The black screen with its green text was still there, unaffected. It was like trying to sway a ghost. The log on the screen updated. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, attempted physical shutdown of host machine. Failed. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, attempted remote network severance via primary console. Failed. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, initiated firewall rule update. Ineffective. A new line appeared beneath the log, calm and chillingly neutral. Control is an illusion, seeker. You are within the labyrinth now. The only way out is through. Panic threatened to consume me. I ripped the network cable from the back of the sandbox machine. The link lights went dark. Still, the screen remained, the log active. It defied every law of networking, of physics, that I understood. Was it broadcasting wirelessly? Had it embedded itself deeper than the OS, into the firmware? Or was this connection not based on conventional technology at all? My eyes darted around my basement room. The familiar stacks of servers, the tangled mess of cables, the faint smell of ozone and dust, it all felt alien now, potentially compromised. Was it watching me through the disconnected webcam on my monitor? Listening through the cheap microphone I used for occasional secure calls? I covered the lens with tape, unplugged the mic physically from the port. The log updated instantly. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, obscured host machine camera lens. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, disconnected host machine microphone. Timestamp, user, Brandon, action, displaying signs of heightened paranoia. Expected. Expected. The cold, analytical tone sent a shiver down my spine. This wasn't just some hyper-advanced virus, it felt intelligent, aware, and deeply, unsettlingly patient. There was no escape. The message was clear. The only way out is through. My heart pounding, a nauseating mix of terror and the same morbid curiosity that had led me here, I forced myself to focus back on the screen, on the path I had chosen, the echoing gallery. What did that mean? The log had stopped updating my immediate actions, seemingly satisfied that I understood my predicament. Now, the space below log access, granted. Current stream began to populate with different entries. Not mine. Fragments, snippets, echoes of something else. Error underscore cascade forward slash memory underscore leak forward slash entity underscore refused underscore deletion. Whispers underscore and underscore static forward slash protocol underscore gamma forward slash failed underscore to underscore contain. Seeker underscore ID underscore A7G3 forward slash breach underscore detected forward slash psyche underscore fragmentation underscore imminent. These weren't system logs in any standard format. They felt like corrupted data streams, desperate messages, system failures bleeding together. Interspersed with these cryptic lines were strings of text that seemed like personal logs or messages, decayed and broken. Can't get out. Walls are shifting. Saw my face in the code. It knows what I did. Project Nightingale. They shouldn't have. Don't trust the reflections. The mirrors show the truth. Get out. Seeker ID A7G3. Project Nightingale? Mirrors? Was this the fate of others who had entered the echoing gallery? Psyche fragmentation? My stomach churned. As I read, a low hum started emanating from my speakers. I'd muted them earlier. I checked the physical volume knob. It was still at 0. Yet the hum persisted, a low, resonant frequency that seemed to vibrate in my teeth. It grew subtly louder, morphing into something that sounded disturbingly like distorted whispers, just below the threshold of intelligibility. I strained to listen, leaning closer to the speakers, goosebumps rising on my arms. The log updated. Timestamp, Labyrinth Core Action, Audio Pathway Test. Subject reaction, positive. Subject. It called me subject. The green text on the screen began to shift again. The log entries faded, replaced by what looked like corrupted image data rendered in ASCII characters. At first, it was just noise, static. But as I stared, patterns emerged. A distorted face, mouth open in a silent scream. A representation of my own basement room, but subtly wrong, the angles skewed, shadows pooling where they shouldn't be. Then, chillingly, an image flickered into view that I recognized with a jolt of cold dread, the corporate logo of a financial institution I'd hacked years ago. One of the breaches that put me on the most wanted list. The ASCII art twisted, the logo corrupting, bleeding into symbols of decay and scrutiny. The echoing gallery remembers, Brandon. The text appeared below the disturbing image. Every bite leaves a trace. Every action has a resonance. It wasn't just logging me, it was showing me my digital ghosts, twisted and amplified. It was a hall of mirrors reflecting the darkest corners of my online existence. The whispers intensified, coalescing momentarily into distinct words: guilty. Found you. No escape. I felt dizzy, disoriented. The stale air in the room felt thick, heavy. Was the labyrinth projecting this? Or was the stress finally making me crack? The line between the digital nightmare on the screen and my physical reality was blurring dangerously. I had to do something. Sitting here, passively observing, felt like letting it win, letting it dissect me piece by piece. I looked back at the initial choice, the echoing gallery, the data stream tombs, the mirror halls. I was in the gallery. How did I navigate it? Was there an exit? Another path? Driven by a desperate need to regain some semblance of control, I typed a command, guessing at the structure, maps, exit. The screen flickered. The ASCII image vanished. New text appeared. Navigation requires traversal. Echoes must be confronted. Presenting reflection point alpha. Below the text, a new log stream began. But this wasn't system data or fragmented messages. It was a coherent narrative log, dated several years prior. Seeker ID, Kestrel_9, entry log, 001 authentication confirmed. The labyrinth is real. Unbelievable. The rumors were true. Managed to bypass the initial authentication using a recursive signature exploit derived from the injection vector. Risky, but it worked. Path chosen, the echoing gallery. Seems fitting. Let's see what secrets are buried here. Kestrel_9? I knew that handle. A legendary figure from the old school hacking scene. Vanished without a trace about 5 years ago. People assumed he'd been caught, retired, or worse. He'd entered the labyrinth? Seeker ID, Kestrel_9, entry log, 005. This place, it sees everything. Found logs of my old ops, things I thought were wiped clean forever. It's showing them back to me, twisted. The whispers, think they're echoes of deleted data? Or something else? Feeling watched. Constantly. Seeker ID, Kestrel_9, entry log, 012. Try to map the gallery. It shifts. Paths change. Found fragments from others. Warnings. Someone mentioned data stream tombs, said it was worse. Said the data consumes you. Got to find an exit node. Seeker ID, Kestrel_9, entry log, 028 made contact. Another seeker, trapped in the mirror halls. They communicate through fragmented reflections in the code. Warned me about the core. Said reaching it isn't the goal, it's the price. What does that mean? Seeker ID, Kestrel_9, entry log, 041 found something. An anomaly in the echo stream. Looks like a potential junction point. Maybe a way to another path, or out. It requires traversing a resonance cascade. Sounds bad. But staying here. I can feel it scraping away at me. Going to try it. If this works, maybe I can leave a warning. Seeker ID, Kestrel_9, entry log, 042 it's not an exit. God, it's not an exit. The cascade, it doesn't just echo data, it echoes consciousness. I see fragments, others. Kestrel wasn't the first name I used. It knows. Jonathan? How does it know? It's pulling me apart. The whispers are so loud. Mirror halls. Tomb. The log ended abruptly. Mid-word. Mid-thought. Silence returned, heavier than before. Kestrel_9, a hacker I'd idolized, had been here. And he hadn't made it out. He'd been fragmented, consumed by this. Echoing gallery. Then, a new message appeared, just for me. Reflection point alpha complete. Kestrel_9's echo resonates with your own profile parameters. Proceed deeper into the gallery? Or attempt traversal via resonance cascade? Choose carefully, Brandon. Proceed deeper into the gallery? Or attempt traversal via resonance cascade? Choose carefully, Brandon. The choice hung there, pulsing faintly on the screen. Deeper into the echoing gallery felt like a slow, grinding erosion of self, being picked apart by my own digital ghosts and the fragmented despair of those who came before. Kestrel_9's final log entry was a horrifying testament to that path's end. The resonance cascade, however. Kestrel called it a potential junction point before it destroyed him. It was described as echoing consciousness. It killed him, yes, but was it inherently fatal, or did he just fail to withstand it? The arrogance that led me down here, the same trait that made me most wanted, whispered a dangerous thought. Maybe I can handle it. Maybe he made a mistake. Staying here felt like certain, slow annihilation. The cascade felt like a chance. A terrifying, potentially lethal chance, but a chance nonetheless to break out of this specific hell, even if it led to another. My fingers trembled as I typed the command, the green letters stark against the infinite black. Initiate resonance cascade. The response was instantaneous. The screen didn't just flicker, it exploded. Gone was the minimalist text interface. My monitor became a raging torrent of light and data, a visual representation of pure chaos. Swirling, kaleidoscopic fractals merged with blinding flashes of white noise. Raw code, symbols I didn't recognize, and fragmented ASCII images, screaming faces, collapsing architecture, anatomical diagrams merging with circuit boards, scroll past at impossible speeds, an avalanche threatening to bury my senses. The hum from the speakers erupted into a deafening roar, a cacophony of sound that clawed at my sanity. Static, dial-up modem screeches, fragments of garbled voices speaking in dozens of languages, snippets of classical music warped into discordant noise, and underneath it all, the whispers, now amplified into a legion, screaming directly into my mind. See you, join us, fragmented, lost, core_calling. But the worst part wasn't the visual or auditory assault. It was the feeling. Kestrel was right. It echoed consciousness. I felt intrusions. Slivers of other minds, other perspectives, flooding into me. I felt Kestrel's terror and confusion in his final moments, a raw, data-driven panic. I felt the cold, analytical curiosity of something vast and ancient, the labyrinth itself. Observing, dissecting. I felt the despair of countless others, seekers caught in different traps within this digital purgatory. My own memories surged, unbidden, distorted. Childhood moments warped into nightmares. The thrill of my first successful act twisted into an admission of guilt. Faces of people I'd known, betrayed, or endangered flashed before me, their eyes accusing. My sense of self began to fray, my thoughts tangling with the invasive fragments. Who am I? Brandon? Kestrel? Seeker_A7G3? The name Jonathan echoed, Kestrel's real name? Mingling with my own. I squeezed my eyes shut, but the visual chaos was imprinted on my retinas, burning behind my eyelids. I clapped my hands over my ears, but the sound wasn't just external, it resonated within my skull. This was the psyche fragmentation. It was trying to pull me apart, dissolve me into the static. No! I wouldn't end like Kestrel. I fought back, focusing with every ounce of willpower I possessed. I clung to my name, Brandon. I pictured my basement room, the cold concrete floor, the hum of my servers. I anchored myself to tangible sensations, trying to build a firewall in my own mind against the overwhelming tide. I visualized my identity as a solid core, resisting the fragmentation, pushing back against the noise. It was agony, like holding back an ocean single-handedly. I felt pieces of myself shearing off, memories becoming momentarily inaccessible, thoughts stuttering. Just when I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, when the dissolution felt inevitable, the onslaught began to recede. The roar faded back to a hum, then silence. The visual chaos slowed, the blinding light dimmed. The feeling of invasive consciousness lessened, leaving behind a phantom itch in my brain, a disturbing echo of other minds. Slowly, shakily, I opened my eyes. The screen was no longer the raging storm. It was different again. The stark green on black was gone. Now, the interface seemed to be made of shimmering, liquid-like surfaces, reflecting distorted images. The text, when it appeared, crawled across these surfaces like quicksilver. I wasn't in the echoing gallery anymore. I had survived the cascade. I had traversed the junction. Traversal complete. Subject integrity, compromised, acceptable threshold. Welcome to the mirror halls, Brandon. Mirror halls. Just as Kestrel's contact had warned. I looked closer at the screen. The mirrors weren't reflecting me or my room. They reflected possibilities. Distorted code structures flickered within them. One mirror showed a glimpse of what looked like a server room, infinitely vast, constructed from bone and fiber optics. Another showed a shifting star map, but the constellations were made of network diagrams. And one, directly in the center, reflected me. But not quite. The reflection was pale, gaunt, its eyes holding a cold, ancient light that wasn't mine. It smiled, a slow, predatory curve of the lips. As I watched, horrified, its fingers tapped against the inside of the virtual glass, leaving trails of shimmering code. It raised a hand and mirrored my own movement as I recoiled. It was my reflection, but twisted, possessed by the labyrinth's awareness. The mirrors show what is, what was, what could be, the quicksilver text flowed. And what will be. I felt fundamentally changed. The cascade had scraped something away inside me, left me raw, exposed. The phantom whispers persisted at the edge of my hearing. Flashes of Kestrel's fear, the labyrinth's coldness, still surfaced unexpectedly. I was compromised. But I was alive. And maybe, just maybe, closer to understanding, or closer to the end. What was the core? Why did the labyrinth trap seekers like this? Was it feeding? Learning? Or was it something even more alien? The reflection in the central mirror beckoned, its smile widening. It pointed towards a convergence point deeper within the mirrored interface, a place where all reflections seemed to meet in a blinding nexus of light and code. The core? I knew, with chilling certainty, that proceeding further meant risking complete absorption, becoming another echo, another reflection trapped in these digital halls forever. Kestrel's contact had warned, reaching the core isn't the goal, it's the price. The price of seeing, the price of knowing. Paid with your sanity, yourself. But turning back wasn't an option. The labyrinth didn't allow it. And some damaged part of me, scarred by the cascade but still burning with that initial, fatal curiosity, needed to see. My reflection watched, waiting. The whispers urged me on. I don't know if I can resist it. I feel it pulling me in. But before I go further, before the mirrors claim me completely, I found a glitch. A momentary weakness in the interface, a recursive reflection loop that seems to open a microfracture back to the networks I understand. Maybe left here intentionally? A final taunt? Or maybe a flaw the labyrinth hasn't purged? I don't have much time. The connection is unstable. I'm typing this out, encrypting it with everything I have left, routing it through layers I hope even the labyrinth can't immediately trace. I'm sending it to the only place I can think of where someone might believe it, where a warning might matter. If you're reading this on no sleep, it got through. Consider it a message in a bottle from the edge of digital damnation. Don't seek the hidden places. Don't try to peel back the last layer. There are depths online that should remain undisturbed. Things that watch from the code. The labyrinth is real. It sees you. And it's waiting. My reflection is tapping impatiently now. The fracture is closing. My name is Nicole. That's not an alias, not some throwaway screen name I used back when this all started. It's my actual name. I figure, at this point, anonymity is the least of my worries. If it knows where I am, what good is hiding my name from you lot? Maybe putting it out there, attaching my real identity to this confession? Warning? Maybe that lends it some weight it wouldn't otherwise have. Or maybe I'm just past caring about the consequences. Let's get one thing straight. I wasn't some naive tourist stumbling onto the dark web looking for cheap electronics or pirated software. I knew the territory. Or, I thought I did. For years, I'd navigated those murky digital alleys, the hidden marketplaces nested layers deep in TOR. It started as morbid curiosity, fueled by too many late-night creepypastas and a fascination with the forbidden. But curiosity turned into a hobby, and then, something more. A side hustle, you could call it, though that sounds far too mundane for what it actually was. I sourced things. Unique things. Things people with particular tastes were willing to pay exorbitant amounts for. Oddities, forbidden texts, allegedly cursed artifacts, obscure paraphernalia from forgotten cults. I had a knack for sniffing out the genuinely strange amidst the sea of scams and low-effort goth trinkets. I built a reputation, carefully curated, under a different name, of course. A purveyor of the truly unsettling. I told myself it was just business, detached and transactional. I was a facilitator, connecting weird items with weird people. I never kept anything for myself. That was the rule. Rule number 1, etched in stone. Don't get attached. Don't bring the work home. Looking back, maybe the thrill wasn't just the money or the hunt. Maybe it was the feeling of control, of dancing on the edge without falling in. I felt insulated, protected by layers of encryption and anonymous drops. I was the one pulling the strings, observing the darkness from a safe distance. Hubris, plain and simple. The kind that always precedes a fall. This particular item, it wasn't like the others. Usually, listings were either deliberately vague to avoid automated takedowns or luridly descriptive, trying too hard to sell the cursed angle. This one was different. It popped up on a smaller, more exclusive market I'd only recently gained access to, a place known for dealing in things that even the usual dark web haunts wouldn't touch. The listing was stark, clinical almost. Item, alphanumeric designation, long and seemingly random, description, biological artifact. Origin unknown. Exhibits unusual resonant properties. Non-static. Condition, contained. Stable. Price, a figure in Monero that made my breath catch. Seller, Paladin_7, no previous transaction history, account created days before the listing. No pictures. No exaggerated backstory about summoning rituals or vengeful spirits. Just that cold, unsettling description. Biological artifact. Non-static. What the hell did that even mean? Contained. Stable? That question mark hung in the digital air like a spider. Everything screamed run away. New seller, insane price, aggressively minimal information, hosted on a platform known for the extreme. My usual instincts, the ones honed over years of avoiding scams and honeypots, were blaring alarms like klaxons. I should have closed the browser, wiped the cache, maybe even formatted the drive just to be safe. But I didn't. That phrase, exhibits unusual resonant properties, snagged on my curiosity like a fishhook. And non-static. It hinted at something beyond just an inert object. Something active. The sheer audacity of the price suggested the seller either believed they had something truly extraordinary or was utterly delusional. The lack of usual dark web marketing hyperbole felt almost authentic. It felt real in a way the usual ghost in a jar listings never did. Against all my better judgment, against the rule, I initiated contact. The seller, Paladin_7, responded only in short, encrypted messages. No haggling. No details about the item's history or nature beyond the original description. Just payment instructions and a PGP key for shipping details. The transaction was clean, cold, and terrifyingly efficient. I sent the Monero, watching a significant chunk of my earnings vanish into the anonymous ether. Then, I sent my encrypted drop address, a vacant property I use for risky pickups, miles from my actual home. Waiting was agony. Every notification sound made me jump. I oscillated between terrified regret and a feverish, almost giddy anticipation. What had I done? What was coming? Had I just flushed a fortune down the drain on an elaborate scam? Or had I bought something worse? The package arrived 3 weeks later. Not through any standard courier, of course. I found it one morning wedged behind a loose stone in the derelict garden wall of the drop property. It wasn't a box. It was wrapped in layer upon layer of thick, black, vacuum-sealed plastic, the kind that feels slightly oily to the touch. It was heavy, denser than it looked, and unnervingly cold despite the ambient temperature. There were no markings, no labels, nothing. Just this black, amorphous bundle. Getting it back to my actual apartment felt like smuggling plutonium. Every car that passed, every pedestrian I saw, felt like an observer, someone who knew what I was carrying. Paranoia coiled in my gut. Inside my apartment, blinds drawn, doors locked, I set the package on my heavy oak dining table. My hands hesitated over the first layer of plastic. Rule number 1 screamed in my head, don't bring the work home. But it was too late. It was here. I used a box cutter, carefully slitting the first layer. A faint, almost imperceptible smell escaped, something vaguely metallic and organic, like old blood and ozone. Layer after layer, the same black plastic. It felt like unwrapping a mummy. Finally, inside the last layer, was the object itself, nestled in some kind of dense, dark gray, almost clay-like packing material that crumbled to dust the moment air hit it. And there it was. It wasn't what I expected. No demonic idol, no leering skull. It was a sphere, roughly the size of a cantaloupe melon. Its surface was a complex, intricate lattice of what looked like veins or fused, blackened bone, woven into complex, non-repeating geometric patterns. It wasn't smooth, the lattice had sharp edges and deep recesses. The color was hard to pin down, mostly a deep, matte black, but in the shifting light, it seemed to shimmer with hints of oily purple and diseased green. It felt wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. It didn't absorb light like normal black objects, it seemed to swallow it. Touching it was strange. It wasn't cold like the packaging. It was warm. Not hot, but radiating a faint, persistent warmth, like a living thing. And the texture, it was hard, like ceramic or stone, but beneath my fingertips, I could swear I felt a faint, rhythmic vibration. A thrumming, deep within its core. Biological artifact, the description had said. Holding it, feeling that faint warmth, that impossible pulse, I started to understand. Non-static. I set it down carefully on the table, the thrumming seeming to echo faintly through the wood. I felt dizzy, nauseous. The air in the room felt thick, heavy. I backed away, needing space, needing to think. What had I brought into my home? I stared at the sphere, this intricate, impossible object sitting innocuously on my dining table. As I watched, I swear, one of the deep black recesses in the lattice seemed to pulse, to flex, just for a fraction of a second. Like it was blinking. Or breathing. The room suddenly felt colder. And I knew, with chilling certainty, that I was no longer alone. Blinking? Breathing? No, that was impossible. It had to be a trick of the light, my nerves shot from the clandestine pickup and the sheer tension of unwrapping the damn thing. I told myself that, repeated it like a mantra in my head. It's just an object. A weird, creepy, inexplicably warm object, but an object nonetheless. Yet, the chill that had swept through the room wasn't receding. The air still felt thick, charged, like the moment before a lightning strike. And that feeling, that undeniable certainty of not being alone, it clung to me like static. I couldn't just leave it sitting there on the dining table. It felt obscene, like leaving a corpse out in the open. My first instinct was containment. Get it out of sight. Maybe if I couldn't see it, the suffocating presence would lessen. I grabbed a sturdy, steel lockbox I normally use for sensitive documents. Ironic, I know. Carefully, using thick oven mitts because the thought of touching its weirdly warm, bone-like surface with my bare skin again made me recoil. I lifted the sphere. It felt heavier now, denser, resisting the movement ever so slightly. Or maybe that was just my fear making my hands shake. I placed it inside the lockbox, nestled it on the foam padding. The faint thrumming seemed to intensify within the confined space, a low, bass vibration I could feel through the metal sides. Snapping the lid shut and turning the key felt inadequate. Pointless, even. Like putting a blanket over a tiger. The lock clicked shut with a sound that felt pitifully small in the sudden quiet of the apartment. I shoved the box into the bottom of my bedroom closet, burying it under a pile of old sweaters and forgotten shoes. Out of sight, out of mind. Right? Wrong. So wrong. That first night was hell. Sleep wouldn't come. Every creak of the floorboards, every sigh of the building settling, sounded amplified, menacing. When I did finally drift off, the nightmares started. They weren't the usual stress dreams or disjointed anxieties. These were vivid, hyper-realistic, and always centered around the sphere. Sometimes I was trapped inside its intricate lattice, the black veins closing in around me. Other times, the sphere was huge, filling the sky, its low thrumming shaking the world apart. I saw patterns, the complex geometry of its surface burning behind my eyelids even after I jolted awake, sweating and gasping. The patterns seemed meaningful, like a language I couldn't comprehend but felt on a primal level. And the thrumming, even with the sphere locked away in another room, buried under layers of fabric and metal, I could still feel it. Or maybe hear it. It wasn't quite sound, more like a vibration in my bones, a pressure in my sinuses. It was worse at night, a constant, subliminal pulse under the silence. Sometimes, I'd wake up convinced it was right next to my bed, only to find nothing there but the oppressive darkness. Things started happening around the apartment. Small things, at first. My laptop would freeze, displaying only lines of garbled code that vaguely resembled the patterns on the sphere. Lights would flicker and die, even after I replaced the bulbs. I'd hear faint scratching sounds from inside the walls, particularly the wall adjoining the closet where the box was hidden. Whispers, too. Snatches of sound, like distorted voices just at the edge of hearing. I'd whip my head around, convinced someone had spoken, but there was never anyone there. Just a low, pervasive thrum. I tried to research it. God, did I try? I booted up my secure rig, triple-checked my VPN, and dove back into the depths where I'd found the listing. The marketplace was gone. Not just the listing, the entire hidden service address returned a connection error. Vanished without a trace. I searched for the seller, Paladin_7. Nothing. It was like they never existed. The alphanumeric designation from the listing? I ran it through every database I could access, ClearNet and dark, esoteric forums, academic archives, leaked government files. Zero results. It was a ghost. An expensive, terrifying, possibly sentient ghost I had willingly paid to invite into my life. The isolation pressed in. Who could I tell? Hey, I bought this creepy orb off the dark web, and I think it's haunted. They've locked me up. My usual contacts? The kind of people I dealt with weren't exactly the supportive type. They'd smell weakness, opportunity. They might even try to take the sphere for themselves, and the thought of this thing falling into anyone else's hands filled me with a paradoxical mix of terror and possessiveness. Because that was the other insidious change. The fear was real, gnawing and constant. But underneath it, something else was growing. A fascination. An obsession. Despite the nightmares, despite the whispers and the chilling presence, I found myself drawn to the closet. I'd stand outside the door, listening, trying to discern the thrumming more clearly. After a week of sleepless nights and mounting paranoia, I couldn't stand it anymore. I needed to see it again. Needed to check on it. My hands trembled as I unlocked the closet, pulled away the sweaters. The lockbox felt cold now, unnaturally so. The thrumming was stronger here, vibrating up my arms as I fumbled with the key. I opened the lid. The sphere sat nestled in the foam, looking exactly as I'd left it. The matte black lattice seemed even darker, swallowing the dim light filtering into the closet. The warmth was gone. It felt inert, dormant. I reached out, hesitated, then touched its surface with a bare finger. Cold. Like polished stone. The thrumming I'd felt through the box was gone too. Relief washed over me, so potent it made me dizzy. It was just an object. Maybe it had some weird residual energy field that had dissipated. Maybe the warmth and vibration were some kind of chemical reaction with the air that had now stabilized. Maybe the nightmares and noises were just my stressed out mind playing tricks. I laughed, a shaky, breathless sound. I'd been spooked by a weird paperweight. I reached in to lift it out, maybe to examine it properly in the light, try to figure out what it was actually made of. The moment my fingers wrapped around it, two things happened simultaneously. First, an intense, searing cold shot up my arm, so painful it felt like frostbite forming instantly. I cried out, trying to pull my hand back, but my fingers wouldn't obey. They felt fused to the cold, intricate surface. Second, the The sphere pulsed. Not with warmth, but with a blinding internal light. It flashed from within the lattice, a color I can't even describe, something violet-black, ultraviolet, a shade that felt intrinsically wrong. It flashed once, brightly, searing the image of the internal structure onto my retinas. And in that split second, illuminated from within, I saw it. The lattice wasn't just veins or bone. It was woven around something else. Suspended in the center, tangled in a black web, was something small, pale, and unmistakably organic. It looked horrifyingly like a fetus, malformed and ancient, its tiny, skeletal fingers intertwined with the lattice. Then the light vanished, the cold released my hand, and the sphere went dark and inert again, sitting innocently in its box. But the thrumming was back, stronger than ever, not just in the sphere, but inside me. It resonated in my chest, a low, sick pulse matching my own frantic heartbeat. It wasn't just alive. It was connected to something. Or maybe it was something. Something trapped. Something waiting. And I knew, looking down at my trembling hand, feeling that alien pulse inside me, that locking it away wouldn't work anymore. It had marked me. It knew me. And whatever was inside, whatever it wanted, it was just getting started. I stumbled back from the closet, clutching my hand. It wasn't just cold anymore. It felt numb, deadened, yet paradoxically, it also burned, an icy fire tracing the path where my fingers had touched the sphere. The image was seared into my mind, that pale, malformed shape tangled within the black lattice, the horrifyingly fetal outline suspended in the unnatural, violet-black light. A biological artifact. Non-static. Contained. Stable? Oh God, that question mark felt like a physical blow now. The thrumming wasn't just in my chest anymore. It was everywhere. In my head, behind my eyes, vibrating through the floor, making my teeth ache. It felt like the sphere had implanted a piece of itself within me, a resonant frequency tuning my body to its own alien rhythm. Sleep became impossible. When exhaustion finally claimed me for brief, fractured moments, the nightmares were worse than ever. I wasn't just observing the sphere. I was in it, looking out through the lattice, feeling a terrifying, ancient coldness, and a hunger. A vast, gnawing emptiness that wanted something. My thoughts grew erratic. Sometimes, flickers of alien geometry, the patterns from the sphere's surface, would overlay my vision. Other times, waves of emotion washed over me that felt distinctly other, crushing loneliness, incandescent rage, a cold, calculating patience that terrified me more than anything. The whispers weren't just at the edge of hearing anymore. They slithered directly into my thoughts, formless but suggestive, urging me towards the closet, towards the lockbox. Closer. Let us see. Let us feel. I knew I couldn't live like this. The connection was deepening, the entity, because I couldn't deny it was an entity now, sinking its tendrils deeper into my mind with every passing hour. Locking it away hadn't worked. Ignoring it wasn't an option. I had two choices, destroy it or find out what it wanted. Destruction seemed logical. I researched methods, extreme heat, acid, concussive force. But how do you destroy something that feels ancient, possibly extra-dimensional? Something that pulsed with that kind of wrong energy? What if breaking the sphere didn't destroy the entity but released it? The thought was paralyzing. What if the lattice wasn't a prison, but a vessel that left communication, appeasement, understanding. I dragged out old books I'd acquired for clients, texts on containment rituals, bindings, wardings, things I'd always dismissed as elaborate folklore for rich, gullible collectors. Now, I pored over them, desperately searching for anything that resonated with what I was experiencing. Most rituals required names, sigils, origins, information I didn't have. The sphere was an anomaly, untethered to any known mythology or occult tradition I could find. The sphere, meanwhile, seemed to grow impatient. The passive phenomena escalated. Objects in my apartment would move when my back was turned, chairs slightly askew, books falling from shelves. One morning, I woke up to find every reflective surface, mirrors, windows, the screen of my turned-off TV, covered in a thin layer of frost, despite the heating being on. In the center of the condensation on my bathroom mirror, traced by something impossibly fine, was a pattern that mirrored the lattice structure. It felt like a deliberate message, a display of power. The thrumming inside me intensified, becoming physically painful, a constant pressure behind my sternum. The whispers coalesced, urging me towards a single, terrifying idea. Bring it out. Let it breathe. I couldn't take it anymore. Fear gave way to a desperate, adrenaline-fueled resolve. I wasn't going to destroy it, not yet. The risk was too great. I wasn't going to appease it. I didn't know how. I was going to confront it. Face it. With trembling hands, I retrieved the lockbox. The metal was freezing cold, colder than seemed possible. The thrumming vibrated violently through it. I carried it back to the dining table, the same spot where I'd first opened the package what felt like a lifetime ago. I set it down. The air thickened instantly. Shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen, stretching unnaturally. Taking a deep breath, I unlocked the box and lifted the lid. The sphere sat there, radiating cold and that deep, internal vibration. The matte black surface seemed to writhe, the pattern shifting subtly like snakeskin. The fetal shape I'd glimpsed was invisible now, just the impenetrable, complex darkness. What do you want? I whispered, the words feeling inadequate, foolish. There was no answer, just a relentless thrumming that resonated in my bones, making the table vibrate. The whispers in my head grew louder, overlapping, confusing. Open. See. Free. What are you? I tried again, my voice steadier this time, fueled by a strange mix of terror and anger. What do you want from me? The sphere pulsed. Not with light, but with cold. An intense wave of frigid air washed over me, extinguishing the fear and leaving only a hollow, echoing despair. Images flooded my mind, not mine, but its. Vast, empty gulfs between stars. Crushing geological pressure deep beneath the earth. Cycles of time spanning millennia. And loneliness. An ancient, profound loneliness. A sense of being trapped, dormant, waiting. And then, the central desire. It didn't want freedom in the way I understood it. It wanted connection. Resonance. It fed on proximity. Attention. Perhaps even life force itself. It had latched onto me because I had touched it, paid attention to it, felt it. The thrumming intensified to an almost unbearable pitch. The sphere lifted, hovering an inch above the foam padding in the box. Tiny cracks appeared in the tabletop beneath it, spreading outwards like ice fractures. The lights in the room flickered violently. Closer. The thought wasn't a whisper now, it was a command hammered directly into my skull. Touch. Resonate. Join. I understood then. It wanted to merge, to feed, to use me as an anchor or a conduit in this reality. Locking it away starved it. Ignoring it agitated it. Connecting with it, even through fear, sustained it. Destroying it? Maybe impossible. Maybe catastrophic. I had one last, desperate idea. A gamble based on its apparent nature. If it fed on attention, on connection, maybe I could overload it. Oversaturate it. I didn't pull away. Instead, I leaned closer. I focused all my will, all my fear, my anger, my dwindling life force, everything, onto the sphere. I poured my consciousness towards it, not in submission, but in defiance. I visualized flooding it, overwhelming its ancient coldness with the messy, chaotic, vibrant energy of a human mind. You want resonance? I screamed, tears streaming down my face, the thrumming threatening to shake me apart. Take it. Take it all. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. The sphere flared with that sickening violet-black light, brighter than before. The thrumming became a deafening roar. The cold intensified, freezing the air in my lungs. The entity inside writhed, its silent scream echoing in my soul. It felt like my mind was being torn apart and consumed, but also, like the sphere itself, was being overwhelmed, choked by the sheer, chaotic volume of me. Then, silence. The light died. The thrumming stopped, abruptly cutting off like a severed cable. The sphere dropped back into the box with a heavy thud. The oppressive cold receded, leaving the room feeling unnaturally warm and quiet. It sat there, inert. The surface looked dull now, the intricate lattice somehow less defined. I cautiously reached out, not with my hand, but with a wooden spoon from the kitchen. I nudged it. It felt normal, like a piece of rock. No warmth, no cold, no vibration. Just dead weight. Did I destroy it? Did I overload its capacity to process, like frying a circuit board? Or did I just force it into a deeper dormancy, a state of hibernation until someone else comes along? I don't know. I didn't wait to find out. I closed the lockbox, locked it, wrapped the entire thing in layers of plastic again, then encased that in duct tape. I drove for hours, deep into a national forest, hiked miles off any trail, and buried the box as deep as I could dig in the frozen earth. I didn't mark the spot. I don't ever want to know exactly where it is. It's been 6 months. The nightmares have faded, mostly. The whispers are gone. My hand still feels strange sometimes, a residual numbness, a phantom coldness when I think about it too hard. The thrumming inside me is gone, but sometimes, in the dead quiet of night, I think I can almost feel a faint echo, a memory of that alien rhythm. I don't deal in those circles anymore. I've wiped my secure drives, abandoned my old aliases, cut off all contact. I try to live a normal life, but it's hard. I feel changed. Like I touched something ancient and fundamentally wrong, and a piece of its wrongness stained me. I'm telling you this because the dark web isn't just about illegal goods or disturbing media. It's a doorway. And sometimes, when you knock, something answers. Something that shouldn't exist, something that's been waiting in the dark for a very, very long time. I got lucky. Or maybe I just postponed the inevitable. Maybe it's still down there, under the earth, resonating faintly, waiting. Waiting for someone else to come digging. Be careful what you search for in the dark. You might just find it. And it might just find you too. I'm Josh. Just a regular college kid, 19, trying to navigate the glorious maze that is higher education and the awkward transition into actual adulthood. Most days are a blur of lukewarm coffee, questionable cafeteria food, lectures I half listen to, and the constant low-grade anxiety about student loans and whether I'm actually learning anything useful. But this particular weekend was supposed to be different. A break. A reset button, sort of. My parents decided to visit my aunt and uncle a few states over, a long drive they weren't looking forward to, but insisted they needed. Which meant, for the first time in months, I had the house completely to myself. Now, I know what you might be thinking. House alone. Party time. Not me, though. I'm not exactly a social butterfly, more of a moth drawn to the warm glow of my computer screen. My idea of a wild Friday night involves ordering pizza, binge-watching something questionable, and maybe diving down a few internet rabbit holes. This weekend was shaping up to be peak Josh time. 2 glorious days and nights of uninterrupted solitude, the kind you only truly appreciate after months of dorm life and shared spaces. The house felt quiet. Not in a creepy way, at first. Just empty. The usual hum of the dishwasher, the creak of my dad's favorite armchair when he sits down, my mom's slightly off-key singing from the kitchen, all gone. Replaced by a profound stillness that was initially peaceful. I spent Saturday morning sleeping in way too late, then wandered downstairs in my pajamas, making a truly terrible attempt at cooking breakfast. The afternoon was dedicated to video games, losing myself in a virtual world where the stakes were high but the consequences were just a respawn button. By late afternoon, the novelty of the quiet had started to wear off, replaced by a creeping sense of boredom. I'd exhausted my current game, scrolled through social media until my thumb ached, and even attempted to read a chapter of a textbook. Yeah, boredom was that bad. My phone buzzed occasionally with messages from friends, mostly mundane stuff about their own weekends, reminding me I was opting out of the typical Saturday night college scene. And honestly, I was fine with that. Or so I told myself. The internet became my last frontier. I started clicking on anything that looked vaguely interesting. News articles, conspiracy theories, the mild, fun kind, like whether Bigfoot prefers decaf, forums dedicated to obscure hobbies. I was just killing time, drifting through the digital ocean with no real destination. That's when I saw it. It was on some forum I'd never been on before, linked from a link I couldn't even remember clicking. The page itself was minimalist, almost stark. Black background, white text, no fancy graphics or ads. Just threads with cryptic titles. Most of them looked like typical internet chatter, maybe a bit more technical or niche than I was used to. But one caught my eye. It wasn't a thread title, more like a banner at the top, set apart from everything else. It simply read, "Curious about what's really out there?" true dark web experience. Below it was a single, plain hyperlink. Now, I'd heard of the dark web, of course. Who hasn't? It's the stuff of urban legends and news headlines about hackers and illegal marketplaces. It sounded dangerous, forbidden. And that, I guess, is exactly what made it alluring in that moment of profound boredom. A tiny voice in the back of my head, the one that usually whispers sensible things like maybe don't eat that week-old pizza, screamed no. Absolutely not. But the louder voice, the one fueled by lethargy and a misguided sense of digital bravado, was far more persuasive. It said, "Come on, Josh. It's probably nothing. Just some fake link, a prank. Or maybe it's actually interesting. A real glimpse behind the curtain." I hovered my mouse cursor over the link. My heart rate picked up a little. It felt like standing on the edge of a cliff, peering into something unknown. There was a weird mix of fear and excitement bubbling in my stomach. What if it was something real? What would I see? Would it be terrifying? Illegal? Or just boring? The thought of it just being a dud, a disappointment after all this internal debate, was almost enough to make me click just to end the suspense. I hesitated for another few seconds, my finger poised over the left mouse button. I took a deep breath. "Okay," I muttered to the empty room. "Let's see." And I clicked. Nothing happened immediately. The page just sat there. No dramatic swirling vortex, no sirens going off on my computer. I felt a pang of something akin to disappointment. See? I thought. Just a fake. I was about to close the browser tab when it happened. My webcam light flickered on. It wasn't a bright, steady light like when I intentionally use it for a video call. It was a quick, almost imperceptible flicker, just enough to catch my eye in the dim light of my room. I froze. My hand jerked back from the mouse. I hadn't opened any camera app. I hadn't gone to any website that would normally request access to my camera. In fact, I rarely used the built-in webcam on my laptop. I had an external one I preferred for actual calls. The built-in one was usually ignored, a dormant eye on my screen bezel. But its little green indicator light was definitely, undeniably, on. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe a background process? An update? But none of that made sense. Updates usually notify you. Background processes don't just randomly activate your hardware. The only thing that had changed in the last minute was clicking that link. A cold knot formed in my stomach. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't a dud link. Something was happening. I stared at the screen, then at the tiny green light. It stayed on, a silent, accusatory stare. My room felt suddenly smaller, the air thicker. The quiet house was no longer peaceful. It was unnervingly still, like the world outside had paused, leaving me exposed. Then, a message appeared on my screen. It didn't pop up in a new window or a browser tab. It was different. It looked like it was burned onto the display itself. The letters weren't part of an application or a web page. They were superimposed over everything, stark white against the desktop image, flickering slightly as if struggling to maintain their form. They seemed to radiate a faint, unsettling glow. The message was short. Horrifically short. Enjoy your solitude, Josh. We're watching. My blood ran cold. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, terrifying silence of the house. They knew my name. They knew I was alone. We're watching. The words hung in the air, not just on the screen, but seemingly echoing in the room, in my head. The webcam light felt like an eye, an actual eye staring at me, seeing my panic, my fear. The solitude I had craved just hours ago had been twisted into something sinister, something isolating and vulnerable. I wasn't alone anymore. I was being watched. My hands started to tremble. I wanted to slam my laptop shut, rip out the power cord, throw it out the window. But I was frozen, unable to move, my eyes glued to the horrifying message and the glowing green dot on my webcam. Who was watching? What did they want? And how did they know my name? The questions swirled in my head, each one more terrifying than the last. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a digital prank. This was real. And it had started the moment I clicked that damn link. My quiet weekend home alone had just become a nightmare. And I had a sickening feeling it was just beginning. I stayed like that for what felt like an eternity, staring at the message, at the light, listening to the sound of my own ragged breathing. The silence of the house was now filled with the phantom whispers of being observed. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every creak of the old house seemed like a footstep. I was trapped in my own home, the watcher and the watched, and the terrifying reality was that they had initiated contact. They had announced their presence, and I had no idea what they were planning to do next. My mind flashed back to the forum, the link, the nonchalant way it had been presented. A true dark web experience. Was this it? Was this what lay beyond the normal internet? Not just illegal goods or shady services, but surveillance? Terror? A direct invasion of your private space? The sheer audacity of it, the way they just broadcasted their intrusion, was almost as horrifying as the intrusion itself. They weren't hiding. They wanted me to know they were there. They wanted me to be scared. And I was. More scared than I had ever been in my life. The kind of fear that paralyzes you, that makes your body feel heavy and disconnected. I was a college kid, alone in his house, and some unknown entity from the darkest corners of the internet had just informed me they were watching me through my own device. The feeling of violation was immense, but it was overshadowed by the primal terror of being hunted, or perhaps toyed with. They had chosen me. Why? What was I to them? Just a random target? Or was there something more? The possibilities were endless and uniformly terrifying. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that my quiet weekend was over. Something dark had just entered my life, and I had invited it in with a single click. The glow of the webcam light felt like a brand, marking me as seen, as known. And the message on the screen was a promise. A terrifying, chilling promise. They were watching, and I had absolutely no idea what to do about it. Panic set in like a tidal wave, washing away any semblance of calm I had moments before. My first instinct was primal: shut it down. Kill the machine that was betraying me. My trembling hands fumbled for the edge of the laptop, aiming for the power button. But my fingers wouldn't obey. They hovered inches away, frozen by a fear so intense it felt physical. It wasn't just a fear of the unknown watchers, it was a fear of what might happen if I tried to break the connection. Would shutting it down just make them angry? Would it trigger something worse? The uncertainty was paralyzing. I forced myself to take another shaky breath, trying to think logically through the haze of terror. Okay, webcam. The light is on. That means it's active, transmitting. But transmitting what? Just a video feed of me sitting here like a stunned deer? And that message burned onto the screen? How is that even possible? It defied everything I knew about computers. It wasn't an image file, wasn't a text document. It was just there, superimposed, a malignant watermark. My eyes darted from the screen to the webcam light, then around the room, searching for something, anything, that felt wrong, felt watched. The familiar objects of my bedroom, the posters on the wall, the piles of clothes, the overflowing bookshelf, suddenly felt alien, static witnesses to my violation. The silence pressed in, heavy and suffocating. Finally, I managed to move. Not to shut the laptop, but to try and interact with the terrifying message. I reached out a trembling finger and tried to touch the white letters on the screen, half expecting them to be raised, physical. Of course, they weren't. My finger passed over the glass, the letters remaining stubbornly in place, unwavering. It was digital, yet it felt more real than anything else in the room. I tried clicking around the message. Nothing. No context menu, no way to select the text, no indication that it was part of an application I could close or minimize. It was like a ghost in the machine, layered over the operating system itself. It was paramount, dominant. My desktop icons were still visible underneath, functioning normally, but the message was front and center, an inescapable truth. Then, I tried moving the mouse cursor over the message. It didn't change, didn't offer a tooltip or a pointer change. It just remained the standard arrow, impotently gliding over the chilling words. I dragged the cursor across the screen, trying to select the text, maybe copy it. Nothing. It was untouchable, unselectable. It was purely a display, a declaration. Next, I tried minimizing all my open windows. The browser, where I had clicked the link, disappeared into the taskbar. My game launcher went away. My desktop was clear, just the wallpaper and the icons. But the message stayed. It wasn't tied to any specific program. It was rooted deeper, somewhere I couldn't access. That's when the true depth of the intrusion hit me. This wasn't just a malicious script running in a browser. This felt like something that had bypassed the usual digital defenses, something that had wormed its way into the core of my system, maybe even lower. My mind went to malware, viruses. Should I run an antivirus scan? But how effective would that be against something that could do this? And how would I even initiate a scan with that message blinding part of my screen and my webcam still glowing, staring? I thought about disconnecting the internet. If they were watching, presumably they needed a connection. I could just pull the Ethernet cable or turn off the Wi-Fi. But the message wasn't fluctuating, wasn't showing any signs of connection issues. And the webcam light was steady. What if they had already downloaded something? What if the link was just a door, and they were already inside? Disconnecting might just cut off my ability to research, to get help. It might leave me even more isolated. I looked at the webcam again. The tiny green light. It felt like a physical connection between their world and mine. My gaze lingered on it, and I had the unsettling sensation that whatever was on the other side wasn't just passively receiving a feed. It felt like it was seeing me, processing my reactions, perhaps even reacting in turn. Was someone, or something, watching me in real time? A live audience to my terror? As if in response to my morbid thought, the text on the screen flickered more intensely this time. It didn't change, the words remained the same, but the flickering increased, becoming more erratic, almost aggressive. It was like the message itself was alive, agitated. My breath hitched in my throat. Then, slowly, subtly, things in the room started to feel off. It began with the sound, or rather, the lack of it. The usual background hum of the house, the refrigerator downstairs, the faint traffic noise from outside, the distant chirping of crickets seemed to fade, replaced by an absolute, unnatural silence. It was the kind of silence that presses on your eardrums, that makes you feel like you're underwater. My own breathing sounded impossibly loud in this void. Then, the shadows seemed to deepen. I hadn't turned on the main light in my room, relying on the soft glow of my monitor and a desk lamp. But now, the corners of the room seemed to recede into impenetrable darkness. Shapes in the periphery seemed to shift, just at the edge of my vision. I'd whip my head around, but there would be nothing there, just the familiar, static objects, now imbued with a sinister potential. My eyes darted nervously, scanning the room, half expecting to see a shape detach itself from the darkness, but also dreading it. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. This wasn't just digital anymore. It felt like it was spilling over, affecting my physical environment, or at least my perception of it. The watchers weren't just in my computer, they were somehow in the house with me, their presence manifesting as this oppressive silence and shifting darkness. The message on the screen flickered again, and this time, the words seemed to stretch slightly, distorting for a fraction of a second before snapping back to their original form. Enjoy your solitude, Josh. We're watching. It was a taunt, a chilling reminder that my isolation wasn't a comfort, but a vulnerability they were exploiting. I gripped the edges of my desk, my knuckles white. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here and be terrorized. My phone. I could call someone. The police. My parents. My friends. Who would even believe me? Yeah, hi. I clicked a link on the dark web and now my computer is haunted and I think someone's watching me and making the room dark. I sounded insane even in my own head. But I had to try. I reached for my phone, which was sitting on the desk near my laptop. As my fingers closed around it, the screen of my laptop flashed. Not the message this time, but the entire display went white for a split second, then returned to normal, the message and my desktop icons reappearing. It was a jarring visual assault, accompanied by a high-pitched whine that seemed to emanate from the laptop itself, a sound that vibrated in my teeth. And then, the message changed. It didn't rewrite itself or scroll. A new line appeared below the first, the same unsettling white characters, burned into the display. Calling for help, Josh. Don't bother. We're closer than you think. My hand froze on my phone. They knew. They knew what I was thinking. They weren't just watching, they were reading my mind, anticipating my actions. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me, colder and sharper than before. This wasn't just surveillance, it was something far more invasive, something that felt supernatural in its ability to know my intentions. I looked at the webcam light, at the 2 lines of text now on my screen. Enjoy your solitude, Josh. We're watching. Calling for help, Josh. Don't bother. We're closer than you think. The words were a cage, locking me into my fear, cutting off any avenue of escape or assistance. They were closer than I thought. Where? In the house. Outside. Everywhere. The silence in the room deepened further, if that was even possible. The air felt heavy, thick with an unseen presence. The shadows seemed to writhe at the edges of my vision. I wasn't alone. They were here. With me. In the house. The solitude I had welcomed had turned into the ultimate trap, and the watchers were now sharing it with me. I didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe too loudly. Every cell in my body screamed at me to run, to hide, but I was rooted to the spot, exposed and vulnerable, waiting for whatever came next. The webcam light, that single point of glowing green, felt like a predator's eye in the dark, and I was its prey. My weekend alone was officially over. The true horror had just begun its chilling unfold. I was being hunted in my own home, and they wanted me to know it. I stared at the screen, at the terrifying message, at the unwavering green light. My world had shrunk to this room, this computer, and the unseen entities that had invaded both. The night stretched ahead, long and dark, and I had a dreadful certainty that it would bring more than just silence and shadows. It would bring them closer. The silence, thick and absolute, was broken by a sound I couldn't immediately identify. It was faint at first, a soft, rhythmic scrape, coming from downstairs. My blood ran colder, somehow, than it already was. We're closer than you think. The words echoed in my mind, intertwining with the chilling sound from below. It wasn't my imagination. They weren't just in my computer, not just influencing my perception of the room. They were physically here. I strained my ears, every nerve ending screaming at me to stay still, to be quiet. The scraping continued, slow and deliberate. It sounded like something being dragged across the hardwood floor in the living room, heavy and unwieldy. Scrape. The sound rose and fell with agonizing slowness, making its way towards the stairs. My eyes darted to my bedroom door. It was closed, thank God. But it felt flimsy, utterly inadequate as a barrier against whatever was making that sound. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Every muscle in my body was tensed, ready to bolt, but where would I go? Out the window? And then what? Run through the neighborhood screaming about digital ghosts and scraping noises? The scraping stopped. The sudden absence of the sound was almost more terrifying than the sound itself. Now there was only the oppressive silence again, punctuated by my own ragged breathing. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. Had it stopped? Or was it just waiting? Then I heard it. A faint creak from the first step of the stairs. Then another. Slow, heavy footsteps ascending the staircase. Creak. They weren't trying to be quiet. They wanted me to hear them. They wanted me to know they were coming. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, a desperate, futile attempt to block it out, to make it not real. When I opened them, my gaze snapped back to the laptop screen. The webcam light was still on, steady now, no longer flickering. The message was still there. Enjoy your solitude, Josh. We're watching. Calling for help, Josh. Don't bother. We're closer than you think. It felt like a status update, a confirmation of my impending doom. The footsteps continued their slow, relentless climb. Creak, creak. They were halfway up the stairs now. I could picture the layout of the house in my mind, the landing, the short hallway leading to my room. They were getting closer. So much closer. My mind raced, desperate for a solution. The phone was still in my hand, forgotten. What if I just called 911 and left the line open? Let them hear the footsteps, the terror in my voice. But the message had said don't bother. Did they have control over my phone too? Could they cut the call? Or worse, could they somehow use it against me? The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. Silence again. A different kind of silence this time, tense and waiting, just outside my door. I could almost feel a presence on the other side, heavy and expectant. My skin crawled. The air in the room grew colder, prickling on my arms. My gaze was fixed on the door. I could see the faint line of light beneath it. Was I imagining it, or was the air on the other side thicker, darker? I didn't dare move. Didn't dare make a sound. On the laptop screen, the text began to change again. This time, it didn't just add a line. The original words dissolved, melting like burning film, the stark white characters bleeding into each other before reforming into new words. It was slow, agonizing to watch, the process itself sickeningly organic. The new message solidified, line by line. Time's up, Josh. We're here. Look. Just look. 3 chilling letters. Look at what? The screen? The door? Around the room? As the word look finished forming, a single, sharp rap echoed from my bedroom door. Rap. It wasn't a polite knock. It was firm, demanding. It sliced through the silence like a knife. I flinched violently, a choked gasp escaping my lips. My eyes were wide, fixed on the door. My entire body trembled. Another rap. Rap. Closer this time, it seemed. Or maybe that was just my fear distorting things. My eyes darted back to the screen. The webcam light was now pulsing faintly, a soft, rhythmic glow that mirrored the beating of my terrified heart. The words "Time's up, Josh. We're here." Look remained static and menacing. I couldn't take it anymore. The waiting, the silence, the knowledge that they were right outside. My fear gave way to a desperate surge of adrenaline. I scrambled back from the desk, knocking my chair over with a clatter that sounded deafening in the oppressive quiet. My eyes frantically scanned the room for a weapon, anything. A lamp? A textbook? Useless. My gaze landed on the door again. It seemed darker now, the wood grain swirling in unnatural patterns under the faint light from my monitor. Rap. Louder this time. It vibrated through the floor, through my very bones. It felt like whatever was outside was hitting the door with immense force, yet the sound was still just a rap, not a pound or a bang. Controlled. Deliberate. Against my better judgment, against every instinct screaming at me to run, I found myself slowly turning back towards the laptop screen, drawn by the pulsing light of the webcam. The message was still there, but now, something else was happening on the screen. Below the words, filling the rest of the display, was static. Not the fuzzy kind you see on an old TV, but sharp, black and white noise that seemed to writhe and shift. And within the static, faint at first, then clearer, I could make out shapes. It was a video feed. Coming from my webcam. It was pointed at me. But that wasn't the horrifying part. The horrifying part was what else was in the frame. Reflected faintly in the lens of the webcam, a dark, distorted shape. And behind me, just visible in the edge of the webcam's wide-angle view, a shadow that was too tall, too angular, standing silently in the corner of my room near the closet. It hadn't just been scraping on the floor. It hadn't just been climbing the stairs. While I was paralyzed by fear, staring at the door, something had entered my room. It was behind me. My blood froze entirely. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. My gaze was locked on the screen, on my own terrified face staring back, and the impossible shadow lurking in the background of the feed. The rap came again, from the door. But this time, it wasn't just a rap. It was followed by a low, wet slithering sound from the corner of the room. I didn't scream. I couldn't. No sound would come out. My body was rigid, locked in abject terror. On the screen, the static intensified, the image of my room and the shadow flickering violently. The message changed one last time, the words burning themselves onto the screen with a final, searing intensity. We're not just watching anymore, Josh. And then, the screen went black. The webcam light went out. The scraping and slithering sound stopped. The oppressive silence returned, deeper, heavier than before. But the presence in the room didn't leave. I could feel it, a cold, malevolent weight in the air behind me. I stayed frozen, staring at the now dark screen, the last terrifying message seared into my mind's eye. I didn't dare turn around. I didn't dare look at the corner where I had seen the shadow. My weekend alone was over. My life, as I knew it, was over. I had clicked a link, sought a thrill in the digital abyss, and something had followed me back. It wasn't just watching anymore. It was here. In the dark. With me. And the long, silent night had just begun. I was no longer the watcher. I was just the observed. And the silence held its breath, waiting for the next move, knowing I was trapped. And alone. Truly, utterly alone. My name's Sarah. Just Sarah. Sounds pretty ordinary, right? Like someone who worries about calculus homework and whether or not they'll get asked to the spring dance. Well, maybe that was me, once upon a time. Before everything changed. Before the silence of being home alone twisted into something predatory. Before I decided that curiosity killed the cat was just a tired cliche, not a dire warning. It was a Friday night. Crisp, cool air was finally pushing out the last vestiges of the mucky summer heat, hinting at autumn. My parents had just left, their car pulling out of the driveway with a cheerful honk that felt miles away even before they reached the end of the street. Their silver anniversary trip. 2 whole weeks in Maui. My dad had practically vibrated with excitement for months. My mom, ever the planner, had left me with enough casseroles to feed a small army and a list of emergency contacts longer than my arm. "Now, Sarah Bear," Dad had said, pulling me into a hug that smelled faintly of his aftershave in anticipation, "you be good. No wild parties, you hear?" I'd laughed and promised, already mentally calculating how much uninterrupted Netflix time I was about to have. Freedom. That's what it felt like at first. The house, usually humming with the low background noise of 2 other people, was eerily quiet. A big, empty canvas of possibility. I could eat ice cream for dinner, leave my shoes wherever I wanted, blast my music without headphones. The sheer, unadulterated solitude was a novelty, a little thrill. I spent the first few hours exactly as planned, sprawling on the couch in my pajamas, binging a trashy reality show, and texting my best friend, Chloe, about my newfound liberation. But as the evening wore on, the novelty began to wear thin. The quiet started to feel less like freedom and more like absence. Every creak of the house settling, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside the window seemed amplified, sharper. The darkness outside felt heavier, pressing against the window panes. My phone screen, usually a source of endless distraction, felt inadequate against the growing sense of isolation. That's when the other feeling crept in. It wasn't loneliness, not exactly. It was a prickle of something more akin to defiance. Or maybe just plain old, dumb adolescent recklessness. My parents were gone. No rules. No one to tell me no. The internet, usually my playground, suddenly felt too small. I'd heard the whispers, of course. Everyone had. Stories traded in hushed tones in school hallways, coded conversations online. The dark web. The part of the internet that wasn't indexed by search engines, the place where the real, uncensored stuff allegedly lived. A place of secrets and forbidden knowledge. A place for people who weren't afraid. And in that moment, feeling brave, maybe a little stupid, and undeniably bored, I decided I wanted to be one of those people. I wanted to see what was behind the digital curtain. I knew the basics. You needed Tor. Anonymity was key. Don't click on anything you don't understand. Armed with a potent mix of curiosity and overconfidence, I downloaded the browser, followed a few guides I found on a less than savory forum, and took the plunge. The initial experience wasn't what the urban legends promised. It wasn't a den of iniquity and instant terror. It was slow. Frustratingly slow. And mostly dull. Pages took forever to load, and when they did, they were often just poorly designed forums, strange marketplaces selling things I didn't understand and didn't want to, and conspiracy theory websites that made the ones on the regular internet look tame. I navigated through layers of onion addresses, feeling less like a daring explorer and more like I was trapped in a digital swamp. I was about to give up, to retreat back to the safety of streaming services and social media, when I stumbled upon it. A link on a hidden wiki, the kind that listed other hidden sites, simply labeled feeds. No description, no context. Just that one word. Intrigued, and thinking it might be some kind of pirated TV streams, I clicked. It led to a forum. Unlike the others I'd seen, This one was minimalist, stark. White text on a black background. No fancy graphics, no avatars. Just lists of links, each one labeled with something cryptic. Subject 1, basement. Subject 2, warehouse. And then, lower down, almost lost in the list, Subject 3, home alone. My heart gave a little hitch. Home alone. That felt personal. Too close. It was probably just a coincidence, right? Some generic title for a feed of someone, well, home alone. Maybe a security camera stream? Curiosity, the dangerous kind, won out over the growing unease. I clicked the link for Subject 3, Home Alone. A video player appeared on the screen. It was small, low resolution, but it was a live feed. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the gloom. The image was shaky, the lighting poor. It looked like a room. A messy room. There were clothes on the floor, a desk, a computer monitor casting a pale glow. The camera angle was all wrong, positioned high up in a corner, looking down at a strange, oblique angle. It wasn't a typical security camera feed. Those were usually mounted more obviously, or integrated into smart home systems. This felt hidden. Secretive. A figure was visible in the feed, sitting at the desk, illuminated by the monitor. Their back was mostly to the camera, hunched over the computer. I couldn't make out any features, but the build, the way their hair fell, it looked familiar. Uncomfortably familiar. I leaned closer to my own screen, squinting. Who was this? Why was this feed here? The questions tumbled through my mind, pushing aside the lingering fear. Was it some kind of weird reality show? A voyeuristic experiment? Then, the figure in the low-resolution feed shifted slightly. Just a small movement, a turn of the head, a subtle adjustment of their posture. The pale light from the monitor caught their face for just a second, illuminating it in the gloom. My breath caught in my throat. The blood drained from my face, leaving my skin feeling icy cold. My heart, which had been beating with a sort of detached curiosity, suddenly hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. It was me. The person in the feed. The figure hunched over the computer in that dimly lit room. It was undeniably, horrifyingly me. The same messy ponytail, the same oversized hoodie I'd been wearing all evening, the same everything. But that wasn't the worst part. As I stared, transfixed in a mixture of terror and disbelief, I noticed something else. The me on the screen was moving slightly differently than I was. There was a minuscule delay. When I blinked, the me on the screen blinked a fraction of a second later. When I shifted in my chair, the me in the feed followed. It was like watching a delayed echo of myself. It was me, sitting right here at my computer, maybe 10 seconds in the past. The implication hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't a recording. This wasn't some old video. This was live. Someone was watching me. Right now. In my own house. And they had a camera set up that I hadn't seen. Positioned in a corner, looking down. Where? Where could it be? I frantically scanned the ceiling, the walls, the bookshelves in my room. Nothing. No blinking red lights, no strange devices. Just the familiar clutter of my bedroom. But the feed didn't lie. There I was, frozen on my own screen, living out a moment that had just happened. The mundane act of sitting at my computer, exploring the darkest corners of the internet, was being broadcast to God knows who, on a hidden forum I'd stumbled upon by pure, horrifying chance. Who were the other subjects? Basement? Warehouse? Were they also unaware victims? Were they being watched, their lives turned into macabre entertainment? And why Subject 3? Had there been others before me? What had happened to them? The initial fear transformed into a cold, creeping dread that spread through my limbs, making them feel heavy and unresponsive. My mind raced, trying to process the impossible. A camera in my room. A live feed of me. On the dark web. I wanted to scream, to run, to call for help. But the sheer, paralyzing terror held me captive. My eyes were glued to the screen, to the image of myself, a ghost from a few seconds ago, oblivious to the fact that her privacy had been violated in the most absolute, terrifying way. The silence of the house, which I had initially welcomed, now felt like a heavy blanket, muffling any sound I might make, isolating me completely. I was home alone, just as the feed title said. Utterly, terrifyingly alone. And someone, somewhere, was watching my every move. The feed continued to play, a constant, chilling reminder that I was no longer just Sarah, the girl home alone. I was Subject 3. I had ventured into the dark web looking for thrills, for something forbidden. And I had found it. But it wasn't a passive experience. I hadn't just observed the darkness. The darkness had reached out and pulled me in. I was the show now. And I had no idea who my audience was, or what they wanted. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a drumbeat of pure, unadulterated fear in the suffocating silence of my own home. What was I going to do? How could I even begin to comprehend this? The image on the screen of me sitting there became a mirror reflecting not just my physical appearance, but the horrifying reality I had just stumbled into. I was trapped, exposed, and utterly helpless. My fingers hovered over the mouse, rigid with shock. The me on the screen just sat there, a frozen tableau of my own recent past. The 10-second delay felt like an eternity, a yawning chasm between my current horrifying reality and the blissfully ignorant version of myself I was watching. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. Every instinct screamed at me to slam the laptop shut, to rip the power cord from the wall, to pretend I had never seen it. But another, morbid part of me, the same part that had led me down this rabbit hole in the first place, kept me rooted to the spot, my eyes wide and fixed on the terrifying reflection of my immediate past. Where was it? Where was the camera? I tore my gaze from the screen and frantically scanned my room again. My bedroom. My sanctuary. Now a stage for some unknown audience. The bookshelves lined with familiar paperbacks, the posters of bands I liked tacked to the walls, the laundry basket overflowing with clothes. It all looked normal. Deceptively normal. I got up slowly, my legs shaky, and did a slow, trembling 360-degree turn, my eyes sweeping over every surface. The ceiling fan, the lamp on my bedside table, the stack of art supplies in the corner, the closed door leading out into the hallway. Nothing seemed out of place. No tiny lens glinting, no unfamiliar wires, no strange devices perched precariously anywhere. Yet, the feed was still there. Unchanging, unwavering, showing me a slightly delayed version of me, getting up and looking around frantically. The me on the screen was doing exactly what I was doing now. It was like watching a nightmare unfold in real time, except the person the nightmare was happening to was me. I crept towards the corner the feed seemed to be coming from, based on the angle. It was the far corner of my room, near the ceiling, above my dresser. I stood on my tiptoes, peering up. Dust bunnies clung to the molding, a forgotten cobweb stretched lazily from the wall to the ceiling fan blade. Nothing else. No smoke detector that looked a little too large, no weirdly placed air freshener, nothing remotely resembling a camera. It was invisible. Perfectly hidden. A new wave of terror washed over me. If I couldn't find it, that meant whoever put it there was good. Professional, maybe? The thought was even more chilling. This wasn't a prank by a friend, or some random hacker stumbling into an unsecured webcam feed. This was deliberate. Targeted. Hello? I whispered, the sound barely audible in the heavy silence of the house. My voice was hoarse, trembling. I stared up at the empty corner. Was the person watching me right now hearing me? Would they respond? Nothing. The feed continued to play, showing the me from 10 seconds ago whispering, looking up at the corner. It was a silent movie of my own fear. I backed away from the corner, feeling exposed and vulnerable. What did they want? Were they just watching? Or was this just the beginning? The creeps and whispers about the dark web flooded my mind, the truly disturbing stories, the ones I dismissed as urban legends. Was I about to become one of them? My gaze fell back to the screen. The me in the feed had finished looking at the corner and was now slowly walking back towards the desk. I mirrored the movement, a horrifying dance with myself. I sat back down in my chair, my hands shaking so badly I had to grip the edge of the desk to steady them. I needed to shut it down. I needed to disconnect. I reached for the mouse, my intention to close the browser window, to sever the horrifying connection. But my hand froze before I touched it. What if closing it made things worse? What if it alerted the person watching that I knew? Would they just leave, defeated? Or would they escalate? The thought of them knowing I was aware of being watched, while they remained unseen, was terrifying. It felt like holding a delicate, poisoned thread. One wrong move and the venom would spread. So, I didn't close it. I just watched. I watched myself on the screen, my past self, sitting back down at the desk, just as I had done moments ago. I watched myself stare at the screen, my face pale, my eyes wide with horror. It was a horrifying, recursive loop. Time seemed to stretch and warp. Every second felt like an hour. I sat there, a prisoner in my own room, watching my own captivity unfold on a 10-second delay. The house felt different now. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creak more sinister. The silence was no longer empty. It felt filled with a presence I couldn't see, but could feel pressing in on me. Was the watcher still in the house? Had they placed the camera and left? Or were they lurking somewhere within these walls, enjoying their macabre little show from just feet away? I forced myself to look away from the screen for a moment, to scan the room again. This time, I wasn't just looking for a camera. I was looking for anything out of the ordinary. Anything that didn't belong. My eyes landed on my bedroom door. It was closed. I always closed it when I was home alone. It made me feel safer. Now, it just felt like a barrier, trapping me inside with my unseen observer. A faint sound from downstairs made me jump. A floorboard creaked. My heart leaped into my throat. Was that the house settling? Or was someone down there? I strained my ears, listening intently. The silence returned, thick and heavy. Just my own ragged breathing filling the void. I looked back at the screen. The me in the feed was now reaching for her phone. My phone. I watched myself pick it up, my fingers fumbling slightly. What was I doing? Was I trying to call someone? Was I trying to text Chloe to tell her what was happening? I couldn't remember doing that just 10 seconds ago. My mind was a blur of panic. On the screen, past me unlocked the phone. My current self watched, a knot of anticipation tightening in my stomach. Who was I calling? Who could I possibly tell about this that wouldn't think I was completely insane? Then, past me froze, her thumb hovering over the screen. Her head tilted slightly, as if listening. Just like I was doing now. Listening to the silence. Waiting for another sound. And then it happened. On the screen, the phone in past me's hand vibrated. A notification appeared. And 10 seconds later, my own phone, clutched in my trembling hand, vibrated too. I stared at the screen, then down at my own phone, my blood running cold. The same notification. At the exact moment the past me in the feed received it. This wasn't just a camera feed. It was integrated somehow. Connected to my devices. With trembling fingers, I looked at the notification. It was a message. Not a text message, but a notification from the same obscure forum where I had found the feed link. A private message. From a user named Watcher. I hesitated, my thumb hovering over the notification, just as past me's thumb had hovered on the screen. Every fiber of my being screamed, "Do not open it." But the same twisted curiosity that had started this whole nightmare compelled me. I had to know. I had to know what Watcher wanted. Swallowing hard, I tapped the notification. The forum page loaded, already open to the private message thread with Watcher. There was only one message. Short. Chilling. Enjoying the show. Subject 3. Don't try to leave. Don't try to call for help. We wouldn't want anything unfortunate to happen while your audience is watching. My breath hitched. We. Not just one person. An audience. The words swam before my eyes. Don't try to leave. Don't try to call for help. The explicit threat was clear. They knew I knew. And they were warning me. I looked back at the feed on my laptop screen. Past me was reading the message. Her face, pale and drawn, was a mirror of my own terror. She looked up from the phone, her eyes wide, staring directly into the camera I couldn't see. It felt like she was staring directly at me, the me in the present, a silent screen passing between us across the 10-second divide. The silence in the house felt even more oppressive now. It wasn't just empty, it was expectant. As if the very air was holding its breath, waiting to see what Subject 3 would do next. I was caught in a loop of my own making, a horrifying feedback of past and present, watched by unseen eyes, controlled by an unseen hand. The realization settled deep in my bones, a cold, heavy weight. I wasn't just home alone anymore. I was home, and I was being hunted. I needed to think. But my mind was a chaotic storm of fear. My options felt terrifyingly limited. Run? Where? Who would believe me? Call the police. What would I tell them? There's a live feed of me on the dark web and someone is watching me in my house, but I can't find the camera. They think I was crazy, or it was a prank. And Watcher's message was a clear deterrent. What did unfortunate mean? My gaze drifted back to the feed. Past me was still staring, her face a mask of pure terror. It was a reflection of my current state, amplified by the chilling knowledge that this version of me had just read the same message. We were in this together, the past and present versions of Sarah, trapped in a digital cage constructed by unseen forces. And the audience was waiting for the show to continue. A floorboard creaked again, this time closer. Downstairs. Definitely not the house settling. This was slow, deliberate. Someone was moving below me. My blood ran ice cold. They were still here. Or they had just arrived. The Watcher, or Watchers, were in the house. With me. Home alone. I swallowed a scream. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. My eyes darted around the room, searching for a weapon, an escape route, anything. But my bedroom, so familiar and safe just hours ago, now felt like a death trap. The silence was broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing and, faintly, the slow, deliberate creak of footsteps on the stairs. They were coming up. On the screen, past me's eyes widened further, her hand flying to her mouth to stifle a gasp. She had heard it too. The sound of someone coming up the stairs. The 10-second delay was closing the gap between us, between her awareness and mine, bringing the terror ever closer. The reality of my situation crashed down on me with brutal force. I was trapped. And they were coming. The sound of footsteps on the stairs was slow, deliberate, and growing louder with agonizing certainty. My heart hammered a frantic, irregular beat against my ribs, a desperate drum solo of pure, unadulterated terror. It wasn't the settling of the house. It wasn't my imagination fueled by paranoia. Someone was here. Inside my house. Coming for me. On the laptop screen, the past me mirrored my panic. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the closed bedroom door, her chest heaving with silent fear. She clamped a hand over her mouth, muffling any sound she might have made. I was watching myself experience the same terror, just 10 seconds in the past. The delay, which had felt like a buffer before, now felt like a countdown. 10 seconds until the footsteps I was hearing now reached the door in the feed. 10 seconds until whatever horror awaited me arrived. I scrambled backward from my desk chair, my movements jerky and clumsy. My eyes darted around the room, searching for a weapon, a hiding place, anything. The baseball bat propped in the corner? Too far. The closet? Easy to find. Under the bed? Cliched and likely useless. Every part of my familiar room suddenly felt foreign and hostile, offering no sanctuary. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs. They paused, just outside my door. I froze, every muscle tensed, straining to hear over the deafening rush of blood in my ears. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Were they listening? Were they waiting? Waiting for me to do something? On the screen, past me was still rooted to the spot, staring at the door, her face a mask of horror. Any second now, she would hear what I was hearing. Then, a soft click. The doorknob. My breath hitched. On the screen, past me's eyes widened even further, her head tilting slightly as the sound registered. The delay was closing. The doorknob turned slowly. My bedroom door began to swing inward, inch by agonizing inch. My eyes were glued to the widening gap, my body trembling uncontrollably. What would I see? A masked figure? Multiple figures? The face of a monster? The door opened fully. My gaze shot from the cracking door back to the screen. Past me was watching the door open, her body rigid with fear. The delay was almost gone. Standing in my doorway was no one. Just the dark, empty hallway. My mind reeled. What? But I heard the footsteps. I heard the doorknob turn. I saw the door open. How could there be no one there? And then I saw it. Or rather, I didn't see it. The camera angle on the feed. It wasn't looking directly at the doorway. It was aimed at my desk, where I had been sitting, capturing me in a portion of the room. The doorway was only visible because of the angle, a slice of the hallway framed by the door frame. Whoever was standing there was just outside the camera's view. Or perhaps they were in the blind spot. A cold dread settled over me, heavier than ever before. They were smart. They knew the camera's limitations. They could stand right there, invisible to the digital eye, watching me react. On the screen, past me let out a small, choked whimper. Her gaze was fixed just beyond the frame, into the hallway I could see was empty. But she wasn't reacting to emptiness. She was reacting to a presence that was real, but unseen by the camera broadcasting her fear. "Hello, Subject 3, a voice said. It wasn't loud. It was calm, smooth, and utterly devoid of emotion. It came from the hallway, just beyond the open door. The voice was distorted, perhaps by a modulator, making it impossible to tell the age or gender of the speaker. My blood ran colder. The voice was real. It wasn't in the feed. It was here. Now! On the screen, past me flinched violently, reacting to the voice I had just heard 10 seconds ago. The delay was almost gone. It was like the feed was catching up to my horrific reality, frame by agonizing frame. "We hope you've been enjoying the show," the voice continued, a faint, chilling amusement threading through the distortion. "Your audience has been very engaged." Audience. The message from Watcher had mentioned an audience. It wasn't just one person. They were broadcasting this. My terror. My violation. To strangers on the dark web. The thought was sickening. My gaze flickered back to the screen. Past me was shaking her head, tears streaming down her face. She looked utterly broken. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that I was just seconds away from feeling exactly that same despair. It's rude not to interact with your audience. Subject 3, the voice said, a hint of impatience now in its tone. They want to see you. They want to hear you. My throat was dry, constricted by fear. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. On the screen, past me raised a trembling hand towards the laptop, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. Was she trying to type something? To communicate? To beg? The voice in the hallway made a low sound that might have been a chuckle. Ah, trying to reach out? A brave choice, but futile. As the voice spoke on the screen, past me's hand froze. Her eyes went wide, not with fear this time, but with something else. Confusion, followed by a dawning, sickening realization. My own hand, which had been hovering near the desk, suddenly felt numb. A strange tingling sensation spread from my fingertips up my arm. It wasn't pain, exactly, but a loss of control. I tried to clench my fist, but my fingers wouldn't respond. They stayed rigid, extended towards the desk, just like past me's were doing on the screen. We have certain capabilities, Subject 3, the voice said smoothly. We can interact. With you. With your environment. On the screen, past me's head slowly, unnaturally, turned towards the corner where the camera was hidden. Her eyes, wide and glazed, seemed to be staring directly into the lens. It wasn't a voluntary movement. It was stiff, jerky, like a puppet being controlled by unseen strings. And then, horrifyingly, my own head began to turn. Against my will. My neck felt stiff, resisting for a second, then slowly, inexorably, my gaze was being drawn towards the ceiling corner. Towards the place I couldn't see the camera. Smile for the camera, Subject 3, the voice said. On the screen, past me's lips twitched upwards into a grotesque, unnatural smile. It didn't reach her eyes, which remained wide and terrified. It was a rictus, a horrifying parody of a happy expression. My own facial muscles began to contract, pulling my lips into a similar, unwilling smile. It felt wrong, alien on my face. Beautiful, the voice purred. Our audience will love this. My eyes, now fixed on the corner, started to feel heavy, droopy. On the screen, past me's eyelids were fluttering, her body starting to sway slightly in the chair. A wave of dizziness washed over me. My vision blurred. Time for a little rest now, Subject 3, the voice said, softer this time, almost soothing in a twisted way. You'll need your energy for the next act. Next act? The words echoed in my fading consciousness. What next act? On the screen, past me's eyes closed completely. Her head slumped forward onto her chest. Her body went limp. The horrifying, involuntary smile remained frozen on her face. My own eyelids were too heavy to keep open. The numbness in my limbs spread through my body. I felt myself slumping forward, the edge of the desk pressing into my forehead. The last thing I saw before my vision went black was the laptop screen, showing the still image of past me, slumped unconscious, a horrifying smile etched onto her face. The silence returned, but it was no longer empty. It was filled with the unseen presence in the hallway, the knowledge of the audience watching, and the terrifying certainty that my time home alone was over. I had sought the darkness, and it had consumed me. I was no longer Sarah. I was subject 3. And the show, apparently, was far from over. The feed, I knew, was still broadcasting, showing my unconscious form to the hidden corners of the internet. My privacy stripped away, my body controlled, my fear the entertainment. My parents would come home in 2 weeks to an empty house, a cold dinner, and no sign of me. And somewhere, an audience would be waiting for the next episode of Subject 3, Home Alone. The thought was the last, horrifying thing that echoed in my mind before unconsciousness claimed me entirely. I was trapped, not just in my house, but in a nightmare broadcast to the world, with no escape in sight. My name is Mike, I'm 17, and until a few nights ago, I thought the scariest thing about my life was failing my math test, or maybe the weird smell that sometimes wafts from the storm drain down the street. Boy, was I wrong. My folks decided they needed a little getaway, bless their hearts. My grandma, bless her heart too, had a bit of a fall, nothing serious thankfully, but serious enough that my mom insisted they drive downstate for a few days to check on her and help out around the house. That left me home alone, full run of the place. Initially, it felt awesome. Freedom. No nagging about chores, no curfew, not that they enforce a strict one, but still, just me, the fridge, and my computer. The house felt big and quiet in a good way at first, the kind of quiet where you can blast music without headphones or walk around in your underwear if you feel like it. It's a decent house, not huge, 2 stories, in a quiet suburban neighborhood that's usually boringly normal. Tree-lined streets, sprinklers running in the evenings, dogs barking at squirrels, you get the picture. So, day 1 was pretty standard. Slept late, ate cereal for dinner, played video games until my eyes felt sandy. Day 2 was when things started to shift. Boredom started to creep in. The silence wasn't so much freeing anymore as it was just empty. That's when my mind, being the brilliant instrument it is, started wandering into territory it absolutely should not have. I'd been seeing stuff online for a while, you know, on forums and even some mainstream news articles, talk about the dark web. Not just the regular internet you use for browse YouTube or ordering pizza, but the hidden layers, the stuff not indexed by search engines, accessible only through special software like Tor. Most of it, they say, is boring, niche forums, whistleblowers, things like that. But there were always the whispers, the legends, the red rooms. If you haven't heard of them, maybe don't look it up. Ignorance is bliss, trust me. The stories go that red rooms are live streams on the dark web where people pay to watch horrific things. Torture, murder, all real. I always dismissed it as pure urban legend, internet folklore designed to scare people away from looking too deep. Like the Slender Man or the Hawkman. Just stories. Right? But Home Alone, with nothing but time and a growing sense of isolation amplified by the quiet house, that morbid curiosity started scratching at my brain. What if it wasn't just a story? What was actually down there? I told myself I wasn't looking for anything illegal or messed up. I just wanted to see if these places even existed. To prove to myself they were fake, probably. Or maybe just to get a little thrill from peering into the digital abyss from the safety of my bedroom. Stupid, I know. Monumentally, unbelievably stupid. Getting onto the dark web wasn't as hard as some people make it sound. though navigating it was like trying to find your way through a city where all the street signs are in code and half the buildings are traps. After poking around for a while, feeling like I needed a shower just from the sheer grimy atmosphere of the sites I stumbled across, most were just weird forums or marketplaces for God knows what, I found a link mentioned on a ClearNet forum, one of those places where people swap theories about dark web myths that supposedly led to a chat room. Not a red room, mind you, but a place where people who knew about that stuff supposedly hung out and talked. A staging ground, maybe, or just a place for thrill seekers and fantasists. Accessing it felt like stepping through a hidden door. The interface was basic, stark, just white text on a black background. Usernames were cryptic strings of letters and numbers, or deliberately obscure handles. The conversation was fragmented, unsettling. People were talking in hushed tones, using slang I didn't understand, referencing things that made my stomach clench. It felt heavy, like the air in the room was thick with unspoken things. I should have logged off right then. My gut was screaming at me to just close the browser and never think about it again. But the morbid curiosity, that stupid, self-destructive urge, kept me there. I was just observing, I told myself. Just watching. And then, I don't know what possessed me. Maybe it was the feeling of absolute anonymity, the disconnect from my real life, or maybe just the teenage need to feel important or interesting for a second, but I typed something. Something incredibly, irrevocably stupid. I wrote, "Hey, anyone else just kicking it? Home alone this week, full house to myself, feels pretty wild, lol." God. Just reading that back makes me sick. Why would I announce that? To a bunch of strangers on the goddamn dark web? People talking in hushed tones about things that belong in nightmares? It was a pure, unadulterated moment of idiocy. A peacocking display of vulnerability in the worst possible place. The response wasn't immediate, not in the public chat anyway. There were a few generic, dismissive comments, the kind you get anywhere online. I started to relax, thinking I'd gotten away with being a moron. Maybe these guys were just posers, not the real deal. Maybe the whole room was just role-playing. Then, a private message popped up. The user had a handle that sent a shiver down my spine the moment I saw it. It was something like Shadow Dweller or Night Stalker, one of those generic creepy names, but in this context, after where I was and what I'd said, it felt specific. Personal. I hesitated for a long moment, staring at the notification. My heart was starting to thump a little faster. This was it, I thought. Someone was going to try and scam me, or send me a virus, or just tell me to screw off. Probably deserved it. Curiosity, the same stupid force that got me here, won out. I clicked on the private message. There was only one line. No greeting, no context, just 5 words that froze the blood in my veins. Not for long. Check your basement. My first reaction was confusion. Check your basement. Why would they say that? And then the confusion was replaced by a different thought, a logical one, a fact about my house. We don't have a basement. Our house is built on a concrete slab. No basement, no crawl space even. Just foundation and then dirt. I've lived here my whole life, 17 years. Never once has there been a basement. It was impossible. The message had to be a random taunt, a shot in the dark, maybe based on assumptions about American houses. They didn't know anything about me, about my house. They couldn't. I stared at the message, then at the screen name, then back at the message. Not for long. That part felt like a threat. A very real, very close threat. But the basement part was just wrong. It broke the illusion, made it feel less real, less scary. Just a lame attempt to freak someone out. I almost laughed it off. Almost typed back, LOL, nice try. We don't have a basement, and closed the window. But I didn't. Because right then, in the absolute silence of the house, a silence that had been comforting just hours before but now felt heavy and watchful, I heard something. It was faint at first. So faint I almost thought it was my imagination, maybe the owl settling, or a car passing by, or just the blood rushing in my ears from the sudden spike of adrenaline. It was a sound coming from downstairs. From the direction of the living room, maybe the kitchen. A soft, rhythmic scratching. Not like branches on a window. Not like something outside. This sound was coming from inside the house. And it was coming from downstairs. My eyes darted from the computer screen to the closed door of my bedroom, then to the floor. The scratching continued, a tiny, persistent sound against wood or maybe drywall. It was too deliberate to be random. My mind, struggling to reconcile the impossible message with the undeniable sound, offered up possibilities. A mouse? We get field mice sometimes, though usually in the spring. But this didn't sound like scurrying. This was a focused, scraping noise. Like fingernails. Or something with claws. The message on the screen seemed to glow now, the stark white text against black suddenly sinister, mocking. Check your basement. We don't have a basement. But the sound was definitely coming from below. Not below the house, but below me, on the floor below my bedroom. The faint scratching continued, unwavering. And in that terrifying moment, the reality of my situation, the sheer bone-deep horror of it, slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. I was alone. Completely alone. And someone online, someone from the darkest corners of the internet, knew I was alone. And they had just told me to check for a basement I didn't have. While a sound, a terrifying, impossible scratching sound, was coming from downstairs. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Every hair on my arms stood on end. The quiet house was no longer empty, it felt occupied. Watched. The scratching sound grew slightly louder, more insistent. It wasn't stopping. It was waiting. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that whatever was making that sound, it wasn't a mouse. It wasn't the owl settling. It was something else. And it was downstairs. The scratching. It was impossible. But it was real. It wasn't fading. If anything, it seemed to be getting louder, more deliberate, like whatever was making it knew I was listening. My earlier confusion about the basement dissolved, replaced by a cold, heavy dread that settled in my gut. It didn't matter where it was coming from relative to the ground, only that it was coming from downstairs. From inside my house. Every nerve ending felt like it was buzzing. My hands were clammy, and a trickle of sweat ran down my temple. I didn't move. Couldn't move. My eyes were fixed on the floorboards beneath me, as if I could somehow see through them to whatever was making that horrifying sound. The message from Shadow Dweller flashed in my mind again, not for long. Check your basement. It wasn't just a random scare tactic anymore. It felt like a prophecy. Like they knew. Knew I was alone. Knew something was about to happen. Knew about the sounds. But how? How could anyone know I'd be home alone? How could they know about a sound happening inside my house the exact moment I read their message? And why the hell did they say basement? The scratching stopped. The sudden silence was almost worse than the noise. My ears strained, listening for any further sound. The normal house noises, the hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the ticking of the clock in the hallway, the distant drone of a car on the next street, seemed unnaturally loud in the absence of the scraping. Was it gone? Had I imagined it? Had the mouse, or whatever small animal it was, just moved on? A wave of rationalization washed over me. Yeah, that was it. A mouse. Or maybe a squirrel got in somehow. Or maybe the house was just settling and I was spooked because of that creepy message. That had to be it. It was just coincidence. A really, really messed up coincidence, but coincidence nonetheless. I took a shaky breath, trying to steady myself. Then it started again. This time it was louder. Not just a faint scrape, but a distinct clawing sound. Like something was trying to dig its way through the floorboards. Or maybe a wall? It seemed to be coming from the living room now, near the far wall, the one that faced the backyard. Scratch, scratch, scrape, scratch. It was methodical, persistent, and it sounded strong, not like a tiny mouse, more like something larger, something heavy. Panic started to bubble up. My heart was doing jumping jacks against my ribs. My rationalizations evaporated like mist in the sun. This wasn't a house settling. This wasn't a mouse. I slowly, silently pushed my chair back from my desk. My computer screen still glowed, the chat room and the ominous private message a stark, terrifying reminder of how this had started. Shadow Dweller. Who was this person? How were they doing this? Were they even a person? Or were they just online at the right moment and this was some sort of cosmic horror playing out? I needed to see. My brain screamed, don't go downstairs. Call the police. Call your parents. Hide under the bed. But another part of me, a primal, fearful part, needed to know what was making that sound. What if it was just a burglar? As terrifying as that was, it was a known fear. A person I could potentially deal with, or hide from, or explain to the police. What if it was something else? Something that clawed at the walls from the inside? I crept towards my bedroom door, moving as quietly as possible. Each step on the floorboards above this sound felt like a thunderclap. I held my breath, listening. The clawing continued, a relentless, disturbing rhythm. It was definitely coming from the living room, near the back wall. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. It felt cold against my hot, sweaty palm. I slowly, painstakingly, turned it. The click sounded deafening. I eased the door open a crack, peering out into the dimly lit hallway. Shadows danced in the corners, created by the faint light filtering in from the street lamps outside and the glow from my computer screen. The house felt different now. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creak of the floorboards felt menacing. The clawing continued, a grim soundtrack to my fear. I took a step out into the hallway, then another, moving towards the top of the stairs. The sound got louder with every step. It was undeniable now. Powerful. And it didn't sound like wood on wood, or claws on drywall. It sounded wetter somehow. Like claws on damp earth. Or something organic. I reached the top of the stairs, peering down into the dark abyss of the ground floor. The living room was off to the left. I could just make out the shapes of the furniture in the gloom. The clawing seemed to be coming from the far corner, the one near the sliding glass door that led to the backyard patio. But it didn't sound like it was coming from outside that wall. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall. Or maybe from below the floor in that specific spot. But that was impossible. Concrete slab. No basement. My legs felt like jelly, but some twisted part of my mind urged me forward. I started to descend the stairs, taking them one agonizingly slow step at a time. Each creak of the old wooden stairs felt like a betrayal, announcing my presence to whatever was down there. The clawing seemed to pause for a second after each loud creak, and then resume, faster, more agitated, as if whatever it was knew I was coming down. Scratch, scratch, scrape, scratch. It was faster now. More frantic. Halfway down the stairs, I stopped, rooted to the spot by sheer terror. The sound was loud now. Too loud. It wasn't just scratching. There was a wet, tearing sound mixed in. And a low, guttural something. Not a growl, not a whimper. Something in between. Something that sounded like effort. Strained, desperate effort. My eyes were wide open, trying to pierce the darkness of the living room. I could see the outline of the sofa, the coffee table. The sound was definitely coming from that back corner. And it was getting closer to the middle of the room? No, that didn't make sense. It sounded like it was coming up. Up from below. But we didn't have a basement. We didn't have a basement. We didn't have a basement. I repeated the words like a mantra in my head, trying to push back against the rising tide of pure, unadulterated horror. The impossible could not be happening. This had to be a nightmare. Then, I saw it. In the darkest corner of the living room, near the back wall, where the frantic clawing and tearing sounds were loudest, the shadows seemed to deepen further. And then, slowly, impossibly, the wooden floorboards moved. They didn't just creak. They bowed inward slightly, protesting under pressure from beneath. The clawing intensified right at that spot. Splinters of wood started to fly up in the air. A dark, damp patch appeared on the floorboards, spreading outwards. It wasn't water. It looked like wet earth. Or something darker. My breath hitched in my throat. The guttural sound from below grew louder, more distinct. It sounded like something heavy breathing, straining, working its way up. The floorboards groaned, the sound of wood cracking adding to the cacophony of the clawing and the wet tearing. A small section of the floor, maybe 2 feet by 3 feet, began to lift upwards. Slowly at first, then faster. It wasn't just bowing anymore, it was being pushed up, from below. And as the section of flooring tilted vertically, exposing a ragged, dark opening beneath, a shape began to emerge. It was dark, covered in what looked like soil and dampness. It was moving. It was large. And it was coming from the impossible basement that wasn't supposed to exist. The scratching stopped abruptly. The only sounds were my own ragged breathing, the frantic pounding of my heart, and the sickening wet scraping as the thing pulled itself up through the hole in my living room floor. My legs finally gave out, and I sank onto the step, unable to look away. The darkness below the floor seemed absolute, a void from which this nightmare was crawling. And the thing emerging from it, it wasn't human. Not entirely. It was hunched, with long, thin limbs covered in that dark, damp stuff. And I could see the glint of something wet and pale, eyes, reflecting the faint light from the hallway. It was here. It was in my house. And Shadow Dweller had known it was coming. My scream was trapped in my throat. A choked, silent gasp that burned my lungs. I didn't fall completely down the stairs, but I crumpled onto the step, limbs tangled, staring with wide, disbelieving eyes at the impossible spectacle unfolding in my living room. The hole in the floor wasn't neat. It was ragged, splinters of wood jutting out like broken teeth around a moth-black, damp earth. And from that maw, the thing pulled itself free. It wasn't tall when fully upright, maybe just under 6 feet, but it was unnaturally lean, almost skeletal, with long, jointed limbs that moved with a disturbing fluidity. Its skin looked gray and slick with moisture, clinging to visible bone structure beneath. It was covered in clumps of dark soil, as if it had just burrowed its way through the earth to get here. Its head was disproportionately large for its thin neck, and its features were indistinct in the gloom, except for the 2 points of light I had seen from the stairs. Now, fully in the faint ambient light, I could see they were eyes. Large, round, and reflective, like a cat's in headlights, except they were pale, milky white, with no visible pupils or irises. They seemed to scan the room, movements jerky and unnatural. A low, wet sound, somewhere between a gasp and a wet cough, came from it as it fully exited the hole. It stood there for a moment, hunched over, dripping dark, muddy water onto my clean living room rug. The smell hit me then, a heavy, cloying odor of damp earth, mildew, and something else, something decaying and metallic, like old blood and rust. It was overwhelming, gagging. It slowly straightened, its long limbs uncoiling. It had hands, if you could call them that. Not like human hands. The fingers were elongated, ending in those thick, dark claws that had torn through the floor. There were too many joints in them, allowing them to bend and twist in ways that made my stomach clench. Its milky eyes swept over the room, seemingly oblivious to me frozen on the stairs. It seemed to be looking for something. Or someone. My breath hitched again, silent and painful. Had Shadow Dweller sent it? Was this the not for long they had warned me about? Was this thing the reason they told me to check your basement? Because it was coming from where a basement should have been? The thought was too horrifying to process fully. This couldn't be real. This was something out of the sickest parts of the internet, the kind of urban legend you read about and immediately dismiss. But it was here, standing in my living room, dripping mud onto my rug. Then, slowly, deliberately, its head turned, its milky eyes fixed on me. There was no expression on its face, if it even had a face beneath the mud in strange proportions, but the intensity of those blank eyes was terrifying. It saw me. It knew I was there. It took a step towards the stairs, then another. Each movement was accompanied by the wet, squelching sound of its limbs moving and the faint click of its claws on the wooden floor. It wasn't fast, but it was relentless. Unstoppable. My body finally responded to the primal scream of terror echoing in my mind. Run. Scrabbling backwards on the stairs, I fumbled for my phone in my pocket. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it. Dial 911. Call Mom and Dad. Do something. The creature reached the foot of the stairs. It tilted its head, a disturbing, unnatural angle, as if studying me. The clicking of its claws on the first step sent a jolt of pure panic through me. It was starting to climb. Ignoring the pain in my twisted ankle, I scrambled backwards up the stairs, crawling now, desperate to get back to my room, to lock the door, to somehow escape this nightmare. My phone screen was a blur through my tears. 9-1, the numbers swam. The creature was climbing the stairs surprisingly fast for its awkward gait. Its long arms reached out, claws scrabbling against the wood. The scraping sound was back, but closer now, right behind me. I reached the top of the stairs, adrenaline surging through me. I lunged for my bedroom door, slamming it shut behind me and fumbling for the lock. It was a simple turnbolt lock, the kind meant to keep little siblings out, not this. I slammed the bolt home just as something heavy hit the other side of the door with a sickening thud. Thud. Scrape. Thud. It was hitting the door. Testing it. The wood groaned under the impacts. I backed away from the door, heart hammering, eyes darting around my room for another escape route, another place to hide. The window? It was a second-story window, but maybe? Anything was better than waiting for the door to break. Crack. A spider web of cracks appeared in the wood paneling of the door near the lock. The creature was strong. Much stronger than it looked. My phone was clutched in my hand. 911 was finally dialed. I brought it to my ear, my voice a hoarse whisper. Help. Please. Someone's in my house. It's not human. The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, a stark contrast to the chaos erupting outside my door. Sir, please stay calm. Can you confirm your address? I rattled off my address, my eyes fixed on the door, which was now visibly bowing inwards. The cracking sounds intensified. Thud. A piece of wood splintered off and fell onto the floor. Sir, can you describe the intruder? The dispatcher asked. It came from the floor. It dug through the floor. It's long, gray, with claws. It's trying to get in. My voice was rising to a frantic scream. From the floor? Sir, are you injured? Are you safe? Do you have a basement? No. We don't have a basement. It just came from under the house. Please, it's going to break the door. Another impact, harder this time. The lock mechanism shrieked in protest, pulling away from the door frame. I knew it wouldn't hold. The dispatcher was trying to get more information, trying to locate me, but her voice was fading as my own terror deafened me. Rip. With a final, tearing sound, the lock gave way. The door didn't just open, it was ripped inward, hanging precariously from one hinge. Standing in the doorway, framed against the dim light of the hallway, was the creature. Covered in dirt and dampness, its milky eyes fixed solely on me. The terrible smell of earth and decay filled my room. It didn't hesitate. It stepped across the threshold, its long, clawed hand reaching out towards me. I don't remember screaming. I don't remember thinking. All I remember is the cold dread that enveloped me, the sight of those pale, blank eyes, and the sickening, wet sound of its approach. The last thing I saw before I dropped my phone was its hand reaching for me, the long, dark claws extended. My phone clattered to the floor, the dispatcher's voice still tinny and questioning from the speaker. And then, silence. The story doesn't end there, of course. Not really. The police came eventually, after the dispatcher lost contact and the neighbors reported strange noises. They found the front door locked from the inside. They found the ripped-up hole in the living room floor, inexplicable and terrifying. They found the mud and the strange smell. They didn't find me. Not in the house, anyway. They searched everywhere. Up and down the street. Nothing. It was like I just vanished. But sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the wind blows just right, they say you can still hear it. A faint, rhythmic scratching sound. Coming from somewhere below. And if you're ever alone in a quiet house, and you hear a noise that doesn't make sense, and you get that chilling, undeniable feeling that you're not alone, don't look it up online. Don't brag about being by yourself. And for the love of God, don't check your basement. Especially if you don't have one. Because some doors, once opened, can't ever be closed. And some things, once called, will always come looking. And they might just know exactly where to find you. My name is Emily Carter. I guess you could say I'm your average suburban teenager, living in an average house on an average street. Except, right now, things weren't exactly average. My younger brother, Ryan, was off at his friend Jake's house for a sleepover, a rare night of peace from his non-stop energy and questionable taste in video games. My parents, bless their workaholic hearts, were halfway across the country on one of their frequent business trips. That left me, 17 years old and utterly alone in a house that suddenly felt far too big. Most kids would probably throw a party, invite friends over, or just binge-watch Netflix until their eyes bled. Me? I had a different kind of entertainment in mind. I've always been drawn to the darker side of things, not in a morbid, unhealthy way, but with a sort of academic curiosity mixed with a genuine thrill for the unknown. Horror movies? Please, most of them are predictable garbage. Ghost stories? Fun, but rarely truly unsettling. What I crave was something authentic, something that felt real, even if it was just a glimpse into the collective nightmares of strangers. That's what led me down the rabbit hole. I've been exploring the fringes of the internet for a while now, the places not indexed by standard search engines. Not for anything illegal, let me be clear. My interest was purely in finding obscure communities, forgotten websites, and yes, particularly old and creepy horror forums that had long since vanished from the surface web. I used a burner laptop, connected through a convoluted series of proxies and a VPN that claimed to make me practically invisible. I wasn't sure how effective it all was, but it made me feel safer, like I was putting on a digital invisibility cloak before stepping into the shadows. Tonight, fueled by cheap energy drinks and the complete silence of the house, I was going deeper than I usually dared. I navigated through layers of onion routing, the digital equivalent of a labyrinth, following breadcrumbs left on defunct dark web directories and whispers on encrypted chat rooms. It was a frustrating, often fruitless endeavor. Most links led to dead ends, scam sites, or just bizarre, nonsensical pages. But sometimes, just sometimes, you'd stumble upon something different. That night, I had a jackpot of sorts. After hours of digging, I found a link to a forum that looked ancient. The design was bare bones, black text on a dark gray background, no images, just raw HTML and thread titles. It felt less like a website and more like a digital tombstone. The content was just as archaic, discussions about occult practices, unexplained phenomena, historical mysteries, and a category simply labeled experiences. This was what I was looking for. I clicked on experiences and scrolled through the thread titles. Most were typical forum fare, weird thing my cat did, heard a noise last night, shadow in my room. Mildly interesting, but nothing to write home about. Then I saw a thread title that snagged my attention, The Listener. It didn't have many replies, maybe only 15 or 20, but the title itself was intriguing. The Listener. It sounded ominous, passive yet attentive. I clicked on it, and the first post loaded. It was short, just a few sentences. User, silent_observer date, October 12th, 15 subject, the listener you hear it when you know you're alone. The subtle shift in air, a floorboard settling upstairs, a whisper of fabric. Things that sound like they should be part of an empty house, but they're not. Not exactly earth-shattering, but it had a certain atmospheric quality. I scrolled down. The next post was from a different user, dated a few weeks later. User, night_crawler date, October 29th, 15 subject, the listener at silent_observer, I know what you mean. Started noticing it after my roommate left for the semester. Like something is just present. Waiting. Another one. User, echoes_and_dark date, November 5th, 15 subject, the listener it started with sounds. Now. I think it knows my name. Okay, that last one sent a shiver down my spine. It knows my name. How could a sound, a presence, know someone's name? I kept reading, each post adding another layer of unease. People described hearing soft footsteps when no one else was home, feeling a cold breath on their neck in an empty room, hearing their name called out in a barely audible whisper that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The common thread was always that it happened when they were utterly alone. The total silence of their surroundings seemed to amplify the unnatural sounds. I was engrossed, leaning closer to the laptop screen, the faint glow illuminating my face in the dark living room. The house around me was silent, almost unnaturally so. No traffic noise from outside, no hum of appliances, just the software of the laptop fan. My parents had insisted on getting one of those smart speakers a few years ago, one of the popular brands everyone seemed to have. It sat on a shelf across the room, a sleek, cylindrical device with a ring of LEDs that were currently dark. I'd unplugged it months ago after getting annoyed by it randomly activating during conversations. It was just a dust collector now. I was halfway down the thread, reading a particularly unsettling account of someone hearing a child's giggle in their basement when they were the only person in the house when it happened. A sudden, sharp crackle ripped through the silence. It didn't come from the laptop. My eyes snapped up, darting around the dimly lit room. The sound seemed to emanate from the direction of the shelf. From the smart speaker. My heart hammered against my ribs. That was impossible. It was unplugged. I distinctly remembered pulling the plug from the wall socket and wrapping the cord around the base. It had no power. Then, the ring of LEDs on the smart speaker flickered. A soft, pale light pulsed momentarily before fading. And then, a voice. Not the clear, synthesized voice of the smart assistant I was used to hearing. This was different. It was low, gravelly, and sounded wet. Like speaking through a layer of thick, dark liquid. It was barely a whisper, but in the absolute stillness of the house, it was as clear as if someone was standing right beside me, breathing the word directly into my ear. The whisper said, "Emily." My blood ran cold. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a greeting. It was an acknowledgement. A recognition. The voice, that impossible, unplugged voice, knew my name. Just like the user in the thread had written. My gaze was locked on the dark, inert form of the smart speaker. It pulsed with that faint, sickening light again. My hand trembled, hovering over the laptop touchpad. The thread on the dark web forum stared back at me. The listener. Suddenly, the silence of the house didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt occupied. The air felt heavy, thick with a presence I couldn't see but could distinctly feel. It was watching me. Waiting. And it knew who I was. The thrill I usually got from exploring the digital shadows had curdled into pure, unadulterated terror. I wasn't just reading about the dark corners of the internet anymore. I think something from them had just found its way into my living room. The sound of my name, whispered from a dead device, hung in the air like a physical entity. My heart was no longer just hammering. It was a frantic drumbeat against my ribs, a desperate animal trying to claw its way out. My hands were shaking so violently I had to pull them back from the laptop before I knocked it off the coffee table. My eyes were fixed on the smart speaker, this innocuous-looking cylinder that had just proven it was anything but. The faint glow of its LEDs was gone, leaving it a silent, black sentinel on the shelf. Had I imagined it? Was I so deep down this digital rabbit hole, so starved for sleep and human contact, that I was hallucinating? No! The crackle had been real. The flickering light had been real. And the whisper, it had been utterly, terrifyingly real. It wasn't the smooth, pleasant voice of the AI assistant. It was rough, wet, and utterly alien. And it said my name. Emily. Every nerve ending in my body screamed at me to run. To turn off the laptop, to unplug everything, to maybe even get in my car and drive to Jake's house, parents be damned. But I was frozen, a deer in digital headlights. Part of me, the part that had sought out these dark corners, the part fascinated by the forbidden and the frightening, was morbidly curious. What was this? And how was an unplugged speaker saying anything, let alone my name? Slowly, cautiously, I reached out and grabbed my phone. My first instinct was to text someone, anyone. But who? Ryan would think I was messing with him. My parents would just tell me I was being silly and should get off the computer. My friends, well, how do you explain this to your friends? Hey, guess what? My unplugged smart speaker just whispered my name after I was reading about something called the listener on a dark web forum. Yeah, they probably call a therapist. Or just laugh. Being alone in the house wasn't just a physical state, it suddenly felt like a state of complete isolation. There was no one I could turn to who would understand, let alone believe me. My gaze drifted back to the laptop screen. The listener thread was still open. The post seemed to pulse with a new, sinister energy. I scrolled down further, my finger trembling on the touchpad. The later posts were even more disturbing. User, whispering _ void date, November 11th, 15 subject, the listener, it's not just sounds in the house. Sometimes it sounds like it's coming from inside your head. Or right behind you. User, shadow _ play date, November 18th, 15 subject, the listener, be careful what you think about when you're alone. I think it learns. User, no _ one _ home date, December 2nd, 15 subject, the listener, it started whispering my name last night. Just once. From the corner of the room. User, gone _ silent date, December 10th, 15 subject, the listener, don't respond. Whatever you do, don't let it know you hear it. That last post made my blood run cold again. Don't respond. I hadn't responded, not out loud. But I had definitely reacted. My fear, my shock, had it felt that? Had it known I heard it? I scrolled to the end of the thread. The last few posts were cryptic, some just single words like close or here. The final post, dated just a few days before the forum seemed to die off completely, was from the original poster, silent _ observer. User, silent _ observer date, December 15th, 15 subject, the listener, it doesn't just listen. It waits. And when it knows you're listening back. The post cut off there. The user hadn't posted since. None of the users in that thread had posted since late 2015. The forum itself seemed abandoned shortly after. What had happened to them? Had they simply moved on? Or had something else happened? A new kind of fear began to creep in, colder and more insidious than the initial shock. This wasn't just a weird glitch or a prank. These were other people, years ago, describing experiences eerily similar to what had just happened to me. They had heard the sounds, felt the presence, heard their name whispered. And then they went silent. I forced myself to look away from the screen. The silence of the house now felt charged, expectant. My ears strained, listening. Was that the house settling? Or something else? A faint creak from upstairs. Just the old floorboards, I told myself. But it sounded deliberate. Too heavy to be just wood contracting. It sounded like a slow, careful step. I held my breath, listening harder. Nothing. Just a continued, deafening silence. My eyes darted around the room, scanning the shadows in the corners, the spaces behind the furniture. Was that shadow deeper than it should be? Did something just move in my peripheral vision? My imagination was working overtime, fueled by the disturbing posts I'd read and the impossible event with the smart speaker. I had to get a grip. I stood up abruptly, needing to break the spell of paralysis. My legs felt wobbly. I walked over to the smart speaker. I knelt down and looked behind it, reaching for the power cord. It was there, wrapped neatly around the base, the plug nowhere near the wall socket. It was physically impossible for it to have activated. Unless it didn't need power in the way I understood power. As I was kneeling there, my hand on the inert speaker, I felt it. A distinct chill that had nothing to do with the house's temperature. It started at the base of my spine and spread outwards, like icy water seeping through my veins. And then, a sensation like hot breath just behind my ear. I whipped my head around, scrambling backwards away from the shelf, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing. Absolutely nothing was there. Just the empty space of the living room. But I had felt it. I had felt the distinct warmth of breath on my skin. It wasn't my own breath. I was holding that. My eyes landed back on the smart speaker. For a split second, I thought I saw the ring of LEDs flicker again, a faint, malevolent red this time, but it was gone before I could be sure. My blood was pounding in my ears now, drowning out the silence, almost drowning out the frantic voice in my head screaming, "Get out!" I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the speaker, or rather, the space around the speaker where I had felt the breath. The house felt different now. Every shadow seemed to stretch and deepen, every normal creak and groan of the old structure seemed laced with intent. I wasn't just alone anymore. I was alone with something. Something that had found me through the dark web, something that knew my name, and something that was now making itself known in ways that defy all logic. It wasn't just listening anymore. I was terrifyingly sure of that. And it knew I was listening back. The next move, I suspected, would be its. The cold breath on my neck was the catalyst. It shattered the fragile illusion that this could be explained away by tiredness, an overactive imagination, or a faulty electronic device. This was real. And it was here, in the house with me. I stumbled back from the smart speaker, my legs tangled beneath me, and fell onto the carpet. My breath hitched in my throat, coming out in ragged gasps. My eyes darted wildly around the room, seeing threats in every patch of darkness. The silence outside was oppressive, amplifying the frantic pounding of my own pulse in my ears. Then the sound started again. It wasn't a loud noise, nothing that would draw attention from the street. It was subtle, insidious. A faint scratching sound, like fingernails on wood, coming from the kitchen. It was followed by a soft thud, as if something light had fallen onto the counter. My body screamed at me to get up, to run to the front door, to call for help. But my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. My gaze was still fixed on the smart speaker, that dark, silent cylinder. It hadn't made a sound since it whispered my name, but it felt like the epicenter of whatever this was. The scratching moved. It was closer now, just outside the living room door frame. My eyes were glued to the gap between the door and the frame, expecting to see fingers curl around the edge. Nothing appeared, but the scratching continued, slow and deliberate, moving down the wall. And then, a new sound. A wet, dragging noise. Like something heavy being pulled across the wooden floor of the hallway. It was slow, methodical, and it was heading towards the living room. My mind flashed back to the description of the voice from the smart speaker. Low, gravelly, wet. Tears were stinging my eyes now, blurring my vision. I squeezed them shut for a second, trying to regain some composure, some semblance of control. When I opened them, The smart speaker's LEDs were lit again. Not the pale white or blue I was used to seeing. This was a sickly, yellowish green light, pulsing with a slow, unnatural rhythm. And the whispering returned. It wasn't coming from the speaker this time. It was everywhere. All around me. Soft, rustling sounds, like dry leaves skittering across pavement, interspersed with barely audible words. I couldn't make them out at first. They were too faint, too numerous, overlapping and conflicting. But as I listened, paralyzed on the floor, individual words began to coalesce from the cacophony. Alone. Listening. Heard. Knows. Your name. They weren't directed at me in a clear sentence, but they swirled around me, confirming my worst fears. It wasn't just a passive listener. It was aware. It was active. And it knew I was the only one here. The dragging sound in the hallway stopped right outside the living room door. The scratching stopped. The house fell into an expectant silence, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart and the soft, pulsing glow of the smart speaker. I could feel its presence pressing in on me from the hallway, a thick, suffocating weight. It was just outside the door. Waiting. Listening. I remembered the post on the forum, "Don't respond. Whatever you do, don't let it know you hear it." But I had already failed. I had reacted. I had listened back. And now, it knew. A floorboard creaked in the hallway, right outside the door. It was a loud sound this time, deliberate and heavy. My eyes were glued to the door handle. I expected it to turn. I expected something monstrous to appear. Instead, the handle remained still. But the air in the room grew colder, the kind of cold that felt like it was sucking the warmth not just from the air, but from my very bones. The whispering started again, louder this time, more distinct. It was coming from the hallway, right outside the door. It was a low, guttural sound, like speaking with a mouth full of gravel and stagnant water. It wasn't forming words I recognized in any language. It sounded like a distorted recording played backward, mixed with something scraping against rough stone. But there was an inflection to it, a cadence that felt like searching and knowing. I squeezed my eyes shut again, clamping my hands over my ears, trying to block out the horrific sounds, trying to make myself believe I was dreaming. But the cold was too real, the pressure in the air too heavy, the pulsing green light from the smart speaker visible even through my eyelids. When I opened my eyes, the green light from the speaker flared intensely, illuminating the room in a sickening, unnatural glow. The whispering and scraping sounds in the hallway intensified, surrounding the doorway. It felt like whatever was out there was pressing itself against the door, trying to seep through the cracks. Then, I heard my name again. But it wasn't the soft whisper from before. This was a chorus of voices, layered over the scraping and the guttural sounds, all hissing my name in unison, M-E-L-Y. 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 It wasn't coming from the smart speaker, or the hallway, or anywhere specific. It was coming from the walls, the ceiling, the floor. It was inside the house now. Everywhere. My scream was a choked, pathetic sound that died in my throat. I scrambled backwards across the floor, away from the door, away from the smart speaker, away from the omnipresent sound of my name being whispered by things that shouldn't exist. I hit the far wall, trapped. The green light from the speaker pulsed faster now, mirroring the frantic beat of my heart. The chorus of whispers grew louder, more demanding, closing in. I could feel the cold presence all around me, a suffocating blanket of dread. It wasn't just listening anymore. It was here. And it wanted something. Or maybe it just wanted me to know it was here. The last thing I remember clearly is the green light from the smart speaker suddenly going out, plunging the room back into near total darkness. But the whispering didn't stop. It didn't fade. It just changed. The chorus of my name dissolved back into individual voices, softer now, but closer. And then I felt the breath again. Not just on my neck this time. All over. Cold, wet, and far too close. The laptop was found on the coffee table the next morning by a neighbor who noticed the front door was ajar. The smart speaker was still on the shelf, unplugged. The listener thread was still open on the dark web forum, the last post from silent_observer still cutting off ominously. I wasn't in the house. The doors were locked from the inside. The windows were all shut. There was no sign of forced entry, no sign of a struggle. Just the empty house, the silent speaker, and the laptop displaying a forum thread about sounds in the dark. They say they searched the house top to bottom. Found nothing out of the ordinary. But sometimes, late at night, the neighbor who checks on the place says he can hear things. Soft sounds. Whispering. And sometimes, just maybe, if you listen very carefully when the house is absolutely silent, you can hear a faint, wet voice say a single word, barely audible, coming from the living room. My name's Brandon. I guess that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Not now. But it feels like a good place to start, an anchor point before things got unanchored. I'm 17, technically still a kid, but old enough to be left alone when my parents decide to jet off to some academic conference in Chicago. They're the university types, always buzzing about research papers and grants. This trip had been planned for months, some big annual symposium, and they'd left me with the usual litany of instructions. Don't burn the house down, homework first, absolutely no parties, and the ever-present, slightly patronizing, stay out of trouble, Brandon. They also filled the fridge to bursting, enough food to last a small army, which I guess was their way of compensating for ditching me for 4 days. The first day was fine. I did some homework, played some video games, ordered pizza even though the fridge was overflowing. Standard stuff. It was on the second night, sometime past midnight, that the boredom really started to gnaw at me. The house felt too big, too quiet. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a thunderclap, every rustle of the trees outside like someone whispering just beyond the glass. Being home alone for an extended period always did that to me, turned the familiar into something slightly alien and unnerving. That's when the strict instructions part of their departure notes began to feel less like rules and more like suggestions I was actively encouraged to ignore. Specifically, the implicit instruction to not wander into parts of the internet reserved for people far more reckless, desperate, or disturbed than I considered myself to be. I heard the whispers, of course. Online forums, late-night chats with friends, even some sensationalized news reports. The dark web. A hidden layer beneath the surface, inaccessible through regular browsers, a place where anonymity reigned and anything could supposedly be bought or sold. For a kid who spent most of his life navigating the brightly lit, curated halls of the surface web, it was a forbidden city, shrouded in myth and terrifying possibility. I wasn't looking to buy anything, not really. I didn't have the means or, frankly, the guts. It was pure, unadulterated, morbid curiosity. Like staring into a dark well, wondering just how deep it goes and what might be lurking at the bottom. I knew the basics, enough to know that you needed special software, like Tor, to access it. I'd even downloaded Tor years ago out of some fleeting interest, played around with it for 5 minutes, and then promptly forgotten about it. Now, sitting alone in the silent house, the idea resurfaced, not as a fleeting interest, but as a compelling urge. A way to break the monotony, to feel like I was stepping outside the boundaries of my predictable teenage existence. I dug through old folders on my laptop until I found the Tor browser application. It sat there, a little purple onion icon, looking innocuous yet holding the key to something vast and unknown. My fingers hesitated over the icon for a moment. This felt significant. A line I was about to cross. But the quiet of the house, the oppressive boredom, the thrill of potential transgression, they pushed me forward. I double-clicked the icon. The browser opened slowly, establishing a connection through its network of relays. The standard Tor homepage, a simple white page with a search bar, appeared. It felt anticlimactic. This was it. This was the gateway to the dark underbelly of the internet. I knew searching on the dark web wasn't like searching on Google. You needed specific addresses, .onion links, and I had a vague idea where to start. I remembered hearing about hidden wikis, directories of .onion sites. I spent some time on the surface web, carefully, or what I thought was carefully, searching for reliable links to these wikis using a VPN I also happened to have installed. Even just searching for information about the dark web felt illicit. After a few false starts and dead links, I found one that worked. It was a plain, text-heavy page, a long list of links categorized like a twisted version of the Yellow Pages. It was a lot. Categories I'd only heard whispered about in hushed tones: drugs, weapons, counterfeit goods, forums for ideologies I didn't even want to think about. My initial morbid curiosity started to curdle into something closer to genuine unease. This wasn't a game. I scrolled down, skipping over the obviously illegal and disturbing categories. My heart was thumping a little faster now. This felt real, raw, and dangerous. I wasn't just reading about this stuff, I was in it. And then I saw it. A category I hadn't expected, listed under markets, services. That seemed vague enough, maybe something like freelance work. But given the context of the other categories, the word services here felt different. Tainted. Still, the curiosity, that persistent itch, urged me to click. The services section was smaller than the others, but no less unsettling. Listings for things I couldn't comprehend, things that made my stomach clench. But among them, buried partway down the page, was a listing that stood out, not because it was the most horrific, but because of its sheer, mundane weirdness in this context. The title was simple: Companionship. I paused. Companionship? On a dark web marketplace? What did that even mean here? Prostitution, maybe? But that usually had its own categories, often more explicitly labeled. This felt different. Intrigued, and perhaps a little foolishly thinking it might be something less grim than the surrounding listings, I clicked on it. The page for the companionship service was sparse. No elaborate descriptions, no flashy graphics. Just text. The description was a single, chilling line, for the lonely soul at home. My blood ran cold. For the lonely soul at home. It felt like it was speaking directly to me. Sitting alone in my quiet house, feeling the silence press in. It could be a generic phrase, of course, meant to appeal to anyone feeling isolated. But something about it, in this place, felt personal. My eyes scanned the rest of the page. There was a price listed, in some cryptocurrency I didn't recognize, but I barely registered the amount. My gaze was fixed on something else below the description. An uploaded file. A photo. I hesitated before clicking on the image thumbnail. Every instinct screamed at me not to close the browser, shut down the laptop, and pretend I'd never seen this place. But the same morbid curiosity that had brought me here, amplified now by a creeping sense of dread, held me captive. With a trembling finger, I clicked the thumbnail. The image loaded slowly, pixel by agonizing pixel, in the low bandwidth dark web environment. And then it was there. Full size. It was a picture of a house. My house. Not a generic picture pulled from Google Street View. This was a photo taken from the street, clearly. My front yard, the old oak tree by the curb, the slightly peeling paint on the porch railing, details I knew intimately. But it wasn't just a picture of my house. Beneath the photo, there was a small caption, like a timestamp or a note from the uploader. It simply said, "Taken moments ago." My breath hitched in my throat. My hands started to shake violently. Moments ago. That wasn't possible. I hadn't heard anyone outside. I'd been in the house for hours. Who took this? And why is it here, on a dark web marketplace, listed under companionship, with a description that felt like it was aimed directly at me? My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. A prank? Someone I knew? But who? And how would they get a listing here, in this hidden corner of the internet? The sheer technical knowledge required, the anonymity, it didn't fit any of my friends or even acquaintances. The silence of the house no longer felt merely quiet, it felt expectant. Like it was holding its breath. Every shadow seemed deeper, every normal house sound, the refrigerator humming, the house settling, became something sinister. I felt a cold dread seep into my bones, a primal terror that had nothing to do with dark web marketplaces or cryptocurrencies, and everything to do with being watched. Being seen. The photo stared back at me from the screen. My house. My sanctuary. Displayed on a hidden website as part of a service for the lonely soul at home. I was the lonely soul at home. And someone knew it. Someone was outside. Or had been, moments ago. The screen seemed to glow with a malevolent light in the dark room. The little purple onion icon of the Tor browser on my taskbar suddenly looked less like an innocent vegetable and more like a cyclops eye, wide open and staring back into the abyss it had pulled me from. My heart hammered against my ribs like it wanted to escape. The boredom I had felt earlier was a distant, laughable memory, replaced by a pure, crippling fear. I didn't know what companionship meant in this context. and I was terrified of finding out. I needed to get this image off my screen, to close the browser, to sever the connection to this horrifying place. But my hands were shaking too much to move the mouse. My eyes were glued to the photo, the stark, undeniable proof that my exploration of the dark web had just intersected with my reality in the most terrifying way imaginable. Someone was out there, and they knew I was home, alone. This was no longer morbid curiosity. This was survival. But survival from what? And who? The questions swirled in my head, each one more chilling than the last, as I sat frozen in front of the screen, the image of my own home a horrifying invitation on a dark web marketplace. The silence of the house seemed to deepen, pressing in on me, waiting for the companion. My fingers finally managed to move, clumsy and numb. I slammed the laptop shut as if the screen itself was a window into hell that I needed to board up immediately. The sudden darkness of the room, after the horrifying glow of the screen, was somehow worse. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird, desperate to escape. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead and trickled down my back. I could hear my own ragged breathing, loud in the oppressive silence. Taken moments ago. The phrase echoed in my skull, a relentless, terrifying mantra. It wasn't a prank. It couldn't be. Who would go to the trouble of accessing the dark web, creating a listing on a marketplace for God knows what kind of services, just for a joke? And how did they get a picture of my house, now? I scrambled backwards from the desk, knocking my chair over with a clatter that sounded deafening. I didn't care. My legs felt weak, like jelly. I needed to check. I needed to see if anyone was outside. Creeping to the nearest window, the large bay window in the living room, I carefully, slowly, parted the blinds just a crack. My eyes scanned the street. The familiar, suburban streetlights cast long, dancing shadows. The neighbor's porch light was on, a small beacon in the darkness. Everything looked normal. Too normal. There were no strange cars, no figures loitering, nothing out of place. Except for the knowledge burned into my mind, someone had been right there, just moments before, taking a picture of my house. Was the timestamp accurate? Could it have been an old picture they just claimed was taken recently? I desperately wanted to believe that. Maybe it was a real listing, but the photo was just a generic suburban house grabbed from somewhere. No, that didn't make sense either. It was undeniably my house. The crack in the pavement by the mailbox, the overgrown bush by the porch steps, details only someone familiar with the place, or someone who had been observing it closely, would capture. And companionship. For the lonely soul at home. It felt too specific. Too directed. My mind was a whirlwind of panic and futile attempts at rationalization. Who could it be? Someone from school? Unlikely. None of my friends were this technically savvy or this creepy. A stranger? But why me? Why my house? Was it random? Or had I been targeted somehow? Had they known my parents were away? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Known my parents were away? How? Had they been watching the house? For how long? The idea that I might have been under surveillance without knowing it, going about my normal teenage life while someone lurked in the shadows, was profoundly unsettling. I moved from window to window, peeking through the blinds with painstaking caution, half expecting to see a face pressed against the glass, a figure silhouetted in the yard. But there was nothing. Just the quiet street, the sleeping houses, the rustling leaves in the wind that now sounded suspiciously like footsteps. Every creak of the old house settling became a potential intruder. A branch scraping against the window sounded like someone tapping. The hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen seemed to grow louder, more menacing, like a predator purring in the dark. My senses were on high alert, interpreting every mundane sound and shadow through the lens of the terror that had just been unleashed. I needed to lock everything. Even though the doors were probably already locked, I needed the reassurance. I crept through the house, flicking on lights as I went, banishing some of the shadows but also potentially revealing my presence further. I checked the front door, the back door, the basement door leading out to the yard. I made sure the deadbolts were thrown, testing them multiple times. I checked every ground floor window, ensuring they were latched. It was a ritual of fear, a futile attempt to build a physical barrier against a threat that felt less like a physical intruder and more like something insidious that had already breached my mental defenses. What about contacting someone? My parents? No way. Not only would I have to admit to being on the dark web, but explaining the photo and the listing, they'd either panic completely or, worse, dismiss it. It's probably just some weird internet thing, Brandon, don't worry. How could they understand the visceral terror of seeing your own home, now, on that kind of site? My friends? They'd freak out, or think I was making it up. Or, and this was a dark thought, maybe one of them was involved. The paranoia was starting to get its hooks in deep. Trust felt like a luxury I couldn't afford right now. I was alone. Truly alone. Just like the description said. For the lonely soul at home. The isolation wasn't just a circumstance of my parents being away anymore. It felt like a trap. I thought about going back to the laptop. Going back to that listing. Maybe there was more information. Maybe I could trace it. But the thought of reopening the Tor browser, of willingly stepping back into that abyss after what it had shown me, made my stomach churn. What if the listing had changed? What if there were other photos? What if I clicked on something worse? No! I couldn't go back there. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I retreated to the living room, pulling the blinds shut on all the windows. It felt safer, but also more confining. I turned on every lamp, flooding the room with light, trying to push back the encroaching darkness, both outside and in my own mind. I sat on the couch, hunched over, listening. Listening to the house, listening to the night. Every distant car sound, every gust of wind, every settling creak of the floorboards was magnified, filtered through my fear. Was that a footstep outside? Was that a hand on the doorknob? My phone lay on the coffee table. A lifeline? Or just another way they could reach me? Could they trace my phone? Had they already? The paranoia was becoming debilitating. I picked up the phone, scrolling aimlessly through contacts, none of whom felt like the right person to call. Who do you call when you find a picture of your house on a dark web companionship listing? There wasn't a category for that in my mental emergency contact list. I thought about the police. But what would I tell them? Hi, I was on the dark web, which is illegal to access for minors, and I found a picture of my house on a creepy website. They'd probably confiscate my laptop, question me for hours, and maybe still not believe the severity of it. It felt like calling them would just create a different kind of problem, and maybe even alert whoever was out there that I knew. So I sat there, in the overlit living room, alone, with the knowledge that somewhere, somehow, someone had seen me, know I was alone, taken a picture of my house, and posted it on a dark web marketplace as an advertisement for something called companionship. The silence of the house felt like a living entity, pressing in on me, waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for me to make a move? Waiting for something else to happen? I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. That the photo wasn't the end, but a beginning. An announcement. An invitation. An invitation to the lonely soul at home. A shiver ran down my spine, the kind that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. It was a deep, existential chill, the realization that my private world had been breached by something horrifying and unknowable. The lines between the digital abyss I had foolishly explored and the physical safety of my home had blurred, dissolving into a terrifying reality where I was the target, the product, the lonely soul. I spent the next hour or two just listening, every nerve ending screaming, every muscle tense. I didn't dare look outside again. I just sat there, a single point of light and terror in the dark, silent house, waiting for the next sound, the next sign, the next move from the unseen companion who had just announced their interest. The night felt endless, and the feeling of being watched never went away. It only grew stronger, heavier, a palpable weight in the air around me. The house wasn't my sanctuary anymore. It was a cage, and something was circling outside. Or maybe, just maybe, it was already inside. The hours stretched and twisted, each minute an eternity of strained nerves and hyper-awareness. My eyes ached from staring into the overlit room, searching for something, anything, out of the ordinary. My ears strained to filter the normal house sounds, the distant hum of the fridge, the gentle tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall, the wind outside, from anything that might signal an intrusion. Fear is exhausting. It drains you, wrings you out until you're just a hollow shell vibrating with terror. I wanted to sleep, desperately, but the thought of closing my eyes felt like signing my own death warrant. I hadn't moved from the couch in what felt like ages. My body was stiff, my muscles protesting, but the fear held me immobile. I kept replaying the image of the photo in my mind, the plain listing, the chilling description. For the lonely soul at home. It was meant for me. It had to be. The photo was proof. Then I heard it. It wasn't the wind, or the house settling, or a car passing. It was a distinct sound from upstairs. A single, soft creak of a floorboard. My blood ran cold again, if that was even possible. My heart, which had finally started to slow its frantic pace, lurched back into a wild gallop. I wasn't upstairs. I hadn't been upstairs since before I went down the rabbit hole of the dark web. My parents weren't home. Someone was in the house. My first instinct was to scream, to bolt, to do something. But I was frozen. The sound was followed by silence. Absolute, heavy silence that felt like it was listening. Was I just imagining it? My mind was playing tricks on me, right? The paranoia was getting the better of me. Then another creak. Closer to the stairs this time. Slow. Deliberate. not my imagination. They were upstairs, moving towards the stairs. Panic seized me, raw and visceral. Every nerve ending screamed at me to run, to hide. Where? There was nowhere truly safe. The house was big, but felt small and exposed now. I scrambled off the couch, my movements clumsy and loud in the terrifying silence. I had to be quiet. I had to hide. The basement. Maybe the basement? It was dark, full of storage boxes. Maybe I could disappear down there. Keeping low, I crept towards the kitchen, aiming for the basement door. Every footstep I took seemed to echo through the house. I held my breath, listening. Were they on the stairs yet? Could they hear me? Another sound. A soft bump, like something brushing against the wall near the top of the stairs. They were coming down. I froze behind the kitchen island, peering towards the hallway that led to the stairs. The lights I had turned on earlier now felt like spotlights, highlighting my vulnerable position. The grandfather clock in the hall chimed softly. 3 a.m. The sound was a shocking intrusion in the tense silence, making me jump. And then I saw it. A shadow at the edge of the hallway, where the stairs met the first floor. It wasn't just a shadow, it was too solid, too defined. It moved, slowly, deliberately, into the hall. It wasn't a person. Not in the conventional sense. It was fluid, shifting, darker than the shadows around it. It seemed to absorb the light from the overhead fixture in the hall. It didn't walk, it flowed, gliding along the floor, its form indistinct, like a living void. It was roughly the size and shape of a person, but without any features, just a rippling, inky blackness. My blood turned to ice. My breath hitched in my throat, and I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp. This wasn't a burglar. This wasn't a stalker. This was something else entirely. Something that felt like it had crawled out of the deepest, darkest corners of the internet, summoned by that listing. The companion. It glided into the living room, moving with unnatural silence. It didn't seem to be looking around in a human way. It just moved. Towards the couch where I had been sitting just moments before. It reached the couch and paused. It seemed to hover there for a moment, its amorphous form slightly taller now, as if observing the empty space. Was it looking for me? Could it sense me? I pressed myself further behind the kitchen island, trying to make myself as small and invisible as possible. My heart was a drum solo in my chest, and I was terrified it was loud enough to be heard. The shadow thing then turned, its form rippling, and started to glide slowly around the living room. It moved towards the windows, towards the places I had peeked through the blinds earlier. It wasn't random, it seemed to be methodically checking the room. It reached the bay window, the one I had first looked out of. It stopped there for a long moment. I could swear I felt a coldness emanating from it, even from across the room. It felt hungry. Not for food, but for something else. Presence? Life? Companionship? The horror of that word, companionship, on the dark web listing, now took on a whole new, grotesque meaning. This wasn't a person offering comfort. This was this thing. And it was here because I was the lonely soul at home. It had come to fulfill the service. It slowly moved away from the window, continuing its silent circuit of the room. It was coming closer to the kitchen, closer to where I was hiding. I knew I couldn't stay there. It was going to find me. I had to move. Adrenaline, pure, blinding terror, finally kicked in. Forget the basement. Too far, too slow. The back door. It was closer. If I could just get out, get to the street, run to the neighbors. Timing was everything. I watched the inky form glide towards the far side of the living room. When its back was to me, or as much of a back as it had, I bolted. I sprinted from behind the island, across the kitchen floor, towards the back door. My movements were clumsy and loud. A plate slipped from the counter and shattered on the floor. The sound was deafening. The shadow thing stopped its movement instantly. Its form seemed to snap, rippling violently, and it turned towards the sound. Towards me. It moved fast now. Faster than it had before, gliding across the floor with terrifying speed. It wasn't running, it was flowing, like liquid darkness. I fumbled with the deadbolt on the back door, my hand shaking uncontrollably. The metal was cold under my fingers. The bolt resisted, seemed stuck for a horrifying second. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The shadow thing was halfway across the kitchen. It seemed taller now, its form stretching upwards, reaching. Finally, the deadbolt clicked open. I wrenched the door open and burst out into the cool night air, slamming the door shut behind me. I didn't stop to look back. I didn't care if it was locked or not. I just ran. Ran across the small deck, down the steps, across the yard, scrambling over the low fence into the neighbor's property. I ran towards the street, towards the lights, towards safety. I didn't dare look back at the house. At my house. Where the shadow thing was. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached, until I reached the blessed light of a streetlight and the relative safety of the street. I kept running until I was halfway down the block, gasping for air, my heart still trying to beat its way out of my chest. I stopped and finally, hesitantly, looked back. My house stood there, dark except for the lights I had left blazing in the living room. It looked normal, quiet, innocent, but I knew better. I stood there for a long time, shaking, watching the house, half expecting to see the inky form appear in a window or glide out the front door. But nothing happened. The house remained silent, still, holding its secrets within. I didn't go back inside that night. I ended up banging on a neighbor's door, weaving a frantic story about hearing noises and getting scared. They were kind enough to let me stay until morning, though they looked at me like I was crazy. When my parents came back the next day, I didn't tell them the full truth. I couldn't. How could I explain the dark web, the listing, the photo, the shadow thing? They would never understand. They would blame the internet, blame my curiosity, blame me. I deleted the Tor browser from my laptop. Wiped the files. I tried to erase every trace of my foray into that hidden world. But I can't erase what I saw, what I experienced. The house feels different now. It's still my home, but it's tainted. Every shadow seems deeper, every sound more significant. I still sleep there, but I rarely feel truly alone. And sometimes, late at night, When the house is quiet and dark, I think I hear a soft creak from upstairs. Or I catch a fleeting glimpse of something darker than darkness at the edge of my vision. The listing is probably still out there. The companionship service. For the lonely soul at home. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that I am no longer the lonely soul. I have a companion now. And it's waiting.